Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Deck the Halls by Max Walker. Narrated by Greg Boudreau. 1. Andrew. It was the Monday after Thanksgiving, and I was already unabashedly playing Christmas music through the speakers that flanked my computer, as if all I needed was a basted and stuffed turkey to stuff me with tryptophan so that I could wake up and welcome the new holiday season. This time of year was my absolute favorite, and I wasn't shy about it. Nope. I'd grown up pretty shy and then grew out of it when I came out in high school and found an awesomely supportive group of friends. Since then, I'd pretty much owned my sometimes awkward, sometimes charming, always cheery sense of life. "Wow, you don't waste a day, huh?" Mark Masters asked as he came over to my desk, leaning on it and smiling. I was by the couch, where a few hefty cardboard boxes were sitting, their flaps open, and sparkly green garland spilling out like I'd just pulled a holiday-themed Amityville horror inside Stonewall Investigations' waiting room. Nope. Been waiting an entire year for this moment. I can finally play these songs without getting ribbed by you Grinches. Grinches? Yes, look at you, I said, motioning him up and down with a thick red ribbon in my hand. I can see it in the way you look at me. You wish these were Halloween decorations, don't you? No, let me guess. Valentine's Day. Wrong on both guesses, Mark said, crossing his arms and smirking. He was wearing a black button-up and dark jeans, the opposite of what I had on. An evergreen silk button-up with abstract Christmas trees painted on in big black brushstrokes and white pants. I liked to experiment with clothes, and thankfully, Stonewall didn't have any uniform policy to hinder those experiments. I wish they were Groundhog Day decorations. Groundhog Day? Really? It's a crucial day. We find out how long our seasons are. I think it should be celebrated more. I arched a brow, and we both broke out into laughter. Here, let me help. Mark came over and dug into the box closest him. The Stonewall offices weren't huge, but we did have a good amount of space, which was rare for a place that was only a short walk away from the West Village. I had already strung up garland around the border of the room and hung a wreath on the door. I set up the tree in the morning with Zane and Alex's help. Currently, though, Mark was the only detective left in the offices. Everyone else was out working a case or taking some time off. Wanda was off with her husband on their first trip to Disney World, and Leo said he was getting a much-needed vacation, going off the grid and resetting his mind with his family over in Scotland. I was staying put with my husband Barry, who was at home on his last few days off before he headed back to work. Our relationship hadn't exactly been the best over the past few months, but things were slowly getting better, and that was what mattered. I wasn't easy to deal with anyway, not after the loss that had shaken not only me but everyone at Stonewall. Losing one of our own had been unimaginable. And then it happened, and suddenly the foggy nightmare had turned into crystal-clear reality. Do you just want the snowflakes anywhere? Mark's question brought me back to focus. I mean, don't just close your eyes and throw them, but yeah, put them wherever you think they'd look good. Mark laughed and went to hang up the oversized snowflakes, big and white and catching the light with its glitter coating. Over the speakers, one of my favorite Christmas songs started playing, and I couldn't help but start singing along. It was one of those songs that just hits all the feels toward the end, getting me right in the chest and reminding me of Christmases back when I was a kid with my mom and dad again. A swell of happiness rose through me. I grabbed a handful of fake snow and threw it up in the air, totally okay with the mess I was about to make. I was just living in the moment. Something I hadn't done in a while, and nothing really felt better. Except just as the fake, and probably COPD-inducing snow was falling, someone decided they needed our investigative help and opened the door, walking right into the impromptu snowfall. My eyes went wide, and I covered my mouth. I heard Mark go, "Oh," behind me, but didn't offer much else after that. Welp, I guess I had to take the sleigh reins on this one. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Here, let me get that off you. I reached and rubbed some of the dusty snow off the man's sleek leather jacket. I looked up and saw a face covered in snow, a set of piercing green eyes looking back at me, lips curling into a smile and instantly diffusing the sense of dread I was being filled with. "That's okay," he said in a tone I felt down in my gut. It was weird. Not something that really happened, well, ever, but I felt it. And the longer I stood there, the more the feeling morphed into something else, something that tingled at the base of my spine and made my cheeks feel warm and my head feel lighter. "Does everyone get that kind of welcome?" the man with the snow on his face asked. "Only the special ones," Mark laughed. "Looking for help?" "Yeah, actually." "Come, the bathroom's on the way to my office. You can clean up and then we can talk about what you need." "Perfect," the man said, his emerald eyes turning toward me. I realized, too late, most likely, that I was still standing awkwardly close to him. I took a step back. He put a hand out, surprising me. "Declan Rose." "Andrew Barker." We shook, even though I had thought our interaction was pretty much over. "Thanks for the dose of holiday cheer," he said, smiling a genuine smile. "I'm not usually a fan, but I gotta say, a snow-filled entrance is pretty fancy." "You're welcome," I said. "Now go wash it off before your skin starts falling off." That got a laugh out of him. He turned and started walking with Mark down the hall. Before they disappeared, I called after them, "Hey, Mark, I'm going to shut down the front when I'm done decorating if that's okay. Since we don't have any more detectives, we're pretty much closed." "You got it," he said. I got back to work decorating with Mariah Carey hitting her notes and singing exactly what she wants for Christmas. My mind only occasionally drifting to Declan Rose and those emerald green eyes of his. Barry and I had an apartment on the outskirts of the West Village, close enough to the detective agency where I could walk to work, and also right on the border of the city's neighborhood. It was a nice place, and was beginning to finally feel like a home after we'd been living in there for half the year. Just last week, we had gone shopping for decorations to put up for the holidays. It was a fun little outing, which was something that had honestly been rare lately. Not that our relationship was on the rocks or anything, but it just didn't feel the same way it had when before we got married. Granted, I'd only known Barry for about a couple of weeks by the time we said our I-dos in Palm Springs, but still, I wasn't expecting the bonfire to simmer down to an oven fire so soon. It was a big part of the reason why I asked to leave early today. I wanted to get home and surprise him, shower him in kisses, and spend the rest of the afternoon tied up together in bed, like we had been those first few days we met. And then I'd take him out to a nice dinner, and we could come back home and watch a warm-hearted Christmas movie to cap off the night. It sounded like the perfect way to kick off the holidays, and I figured it could up the heat level on that oven fire of ours. Even though the walk was short, my ears and nose still felt like they had gotten first-degree frostbite on the way. I entered the lobby of our apartment building and instantly felt a blast of heat, defrosting my extremities almost a little too quickly. I didn't even bother checking the mail. I just wanted to get upstairs, so I went straight for the staircase, ignoring the elevators that crawled up and down the building like elderly caterpillars. I climbed the 4 flights of stairs, taking 2 at a time, and went out into the hallway. It was a dimly lit space that smelled strongly of bleach and Febreze. Our landlord was obsessed with cleaning and constantly wiped down the halls and door handles. It was a nice gesture, but the smell of clean sometimes got a little too overwhelming. Today was one of those days. I pinched my nose and walked down to the end of the hall. I reached our place and unlocked the door. I hadn't given Barry any kind of hint toward my plan, so I wasn't sure what I was about to walk into. For a second, I wondered if I'd find him working on some super high-tech holographic computer and he'd be forced to tell me he was an insanely high-level government operative working to save the world against a biochemical terrorist plot. My imagination sometimes got the best of me. I didn't find Barry in some Mr. and Mrs. Smith situation when I walked in. In fact, I didn't find him at all. I was expecting him to be in the living room, watching TV or playing a new game he'd just bought himself. He was on vacation still, so I knew he didn't have any work to do. But he wasn't there. All that was in the living room was a pair of discarded shorts and socks. I cocked my head, recognizing them as Barry's sleeping shorts. If he's naked, then I guess that's a bonus for me. "Barry!" I called out, figuring out that he'd still be surprised whether he heard me or saw me first. In my best Ricky Ricardo impression, I shouted again when he didn't answer, "Oh, Barry, I'm home!" Still nothing. That was odd. I walked through the living room, taking a quick second to admire the Christmas tree we had assembled and decorated over the weekend. It was cute, although not exactly my style. Barry insisted on making it one singular color, white. I enjoyed a blast of colors for my Christmas trees, even if some people considered it tacky. Hell, I would have been fine with 2 colors at the very least, but he really wanted all white. So I decided to relent and make him promise that next year it was up to me how the tree was decorated. I walked past the tree and into the small hallway that separated the bedroom from the guest room office space we had. Barry pretty much demanded we get a 2-bedroom place, even though it was stretching both our budgets. But since he worked from home on a few different occasions, he felt like he needed to have it. Plus, we did sometimes have friends and some family stay over, and so the second bed did come in handy. The hall was dark as I went through, reaching the bedroom. I realized why Barry hadn't heard me. He was in the shower. I could hear it running from the hall. There was also music playing from the waterproof speaker we had stuck up on the wall. He liked to shower with the door wide open, while I liked to keep everything shut and locked. That way no one could sneak in, kinda like what I was doing, and pull a psycho on me and stab me to death in the shower. Not at all like what I was doing. The bedroom was dark, too. The curtains were drawn, keeping the late afternoon sun from shining in. We were pretty high up in the building, so we got a decent amount of sunlight that wasn't blocked by our next-door neighbor. I walked over and pulled the curtains open, bathing the small room in sun. There were more clothes on the bed, a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Although the t-shirt seemed weird to me, I couldn't remember Barry ever owning a Cardinals baseball t-shirt. "Barry!"
"Huh? Who's there?"
I looked into the bathroom, the steam from his scalding hot shower blocking most of my eyeline.
"Andrew?"
he asked, sliding the glass door open and peeking out, his dark hair wet and dripping down his forehead, some shampoo suds sliding down his face.
"Whoa, hey, this is a surprise."
"It is, huh?" I said, feeling my awkward levels rising. I went forward, swimming through the steam. I got into kissing range and moved in, smiling and tasting some of the soap. When the kiss ended, I noticed Barry had his eyes open. He was looking past me now, then back to me. "Everything okay?" I asked, sensing something.
Yeah, everything's great now that you're home."
"Perfect," I said, starting to unzip my pants, but then Barry surprised me and turned off the shower. Wait, I was going to hop in," I was protesting, but Barry was already stepping out, wrapping a towel around his waist. "You've still got soap on you," I noted, my brows knitting together.
Sorry, jump in," he said. "I've just got to send off a quick email. I totally forgot, but Angela's almost out of the office and she needs to handle it."
He was shouting over his shoulder, already out of the bedroom. I was left in the bathroom, hand on my crotch, steam in the air, and wondering what the hell just happened. Barry never had urgent emails to send. Why did he seem so panicked all of a sudden? Something was off. This didn't feel right. I found my way through the mist and back out of the bedroom. On my way out, I didn't see the Cardinals t-shirt lying around anymore. I kept my footsteps quiet as I went out into the hallway, some of the sunlight from the bedroom window spilling out into the hall. The office door was shut, but at this point I didn't really care. I turned the knob and pushed open. At first, I wasn't entirely sure what I was seeing. Barry was working hard and fast, trying to disassemble something, his towel having fallen to the ground and leaving him naked. "What the—"
"Andrew!"
He shot up from what he was doing. It was a tripod. He was taking down a tripod, and there was a camera sitting on his desk. One I'd never seen before, a sleek red Nikon that had to have been expensive. "What is that?" I said, pointing to the camera. "What were you doing in here?"
Nothing. It was for a live presentation. We were doing a training. I was leading it."
His face was bright red. It was obvious he was lying. The tripod was clearly set up so that the camera was aimed toward the bed and nowhere else. "So, was this training on how to make a bed? Which isn't even made. It looks like a disaster."
No. I was giving a room tour."
"What the hell's on the camera?" I said, holding my hand open. Let me see.
It's nothing. It's stupid.
Good. I want a good laugh.
You won't laugh, he said,
almost ominously. Then I could use a good cry. Just hand me the damn camera. He turned and grabbed the camera off the desk. I thought he was going to do the honorable thing and hand it over to me, but his fingers started flying across the touchscreen, clearly in an attempt to delete whatever was on there. What in the hell? I said, snatching the camera out of his hand. I turned it over and pressed play on the screen, playing back the last recorded film. At first, once again, I didn't really register what I was seeing. It was just pink and white and black, and then the camera focused, and the colors morphed into shapes which changed into limbs which all added up to Barry fucking a moaning twink on the guest bed. I could feel the blood drain from my body. The camera fell from my hand, falling hard, but being cushioned by the dirty rug, bouncing before landing at Barry's feet. My throat felt tight. I could feel the tips of my fingers tingling, but I wasn't sure exactly why. There was a sensation of floating, like I was above it all, watching the scene play out like the end to a tragic play from back in the Shakespeare days. Swallow poison. That was basically all I wanted to do. Asshole, I said, the only word that was forming through the fried circuitry in my brain. Was I crying? My cheeks were definitely wet, but I wasn't entirely sure I was crying. Asshole, I repeated. Asshole!
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I think I have a problem.
And then I snapped. Words flew from my mouth before I could think about them. The only problem you have is figuring out where you're sleeping tonight, I said. He looked even more shocked than I felt in that moment.
No, listen.
He was shaking his head, crocodile tears already escaping those reptilian eyes. I used to think Barry's big brown eyes were beautiful, and now I thought they were garbage. Trash.
Please, Andrew, it won't happen again. I fucked up.
You're damn right it won't happen again. The anger in me was taking over. I felt sad. Really damn sad, but I'd deal with that later. Now I needed to use my anger like a knife, cutting this toxic tie between us. Here, I said, tugging the ring off my finger, scratching up my knuckle in the process. Take this shit, take your camera, and get the hell out. I threw the ring at him, the metallic circle symbolizing a life together, smacking him square in the chest. He was saying some other crap, but I couldn't hear him. All I heard was the sound of my heart pumping, as if it had taken up residence in the space between my ears. I couldn't think, so I figured my brain must have moved out. In the living room I stood, looking around. Everywhere my gaze fell, something triggered a memory of me and Barry. The couch, we'd had a bitch of a time getting inside the apartment, but managed after 2 days of struggle. The surrealistic paintings of a sunset and a sunrise we had picked up on a trip to Houston from an artist we both fangirled over. The Christmas tree that was a blast of white and an offense to all of my Christmas sensibilities. The entire situation was an affront to the spirit of Christmas. This wasn't supposed to happen during the happiest time of the goddamn year. I wasn't supposed to find out my husband was cheating on me while an animatronic Santa doll was shaking his hips at me and singing some dumbass holiday song I could care less about right now. You know what I needed to hear? I needed to hear some damn 9 Inch Nails, Metallica, hell, even Korn at this point. What the hell? What in the absolute hell? I was shaking, my fists balled up, nails digging into my palms. I could hear Barry moving to the bedroom, most likely packing his stuff. Packing. It was hitting me harder and harder. Tears were coming down my face, and I could guarantee no crocodiles were harmed in the making of these. My vision was blurred. Betrayal bloomed through me, spreading like a virus. And all I could see through my wet eyes was that dumb, ugly, stupid, idiotic, and absolutely fucking ridiculous all-white Christmas tree. Before I even knew what I was doing, I reached and grabbed the first synthetic white branches I could. I pulled and yanked, and the tree came toppling down with a shout and a crash. It wasn't a big one, only a 5-footer, and still the sound it made when it hit the ground surprised me. Barry came running out, as if he actually cared if I had gotten hurt, as if he was actually going to comfort me in that moment. I'd rather be buried alive under that hideous holiday abomination. I already had my keys in hand and was standing by the door. I was surprised by how steady my voice was. I'm leaving. If you're not gone by the time I'm back, I'm calling the police. He was mid-protest when I slammed the door shut and started walking down the hall, every step taking me farther from what I used to know and deeper into an entirely new era in my life. And that terrified me. I hated the unknown, and now I was facing a bottomless pit of it. Well, I do know one thing for sure. I reached the street and walked out into a blast of fresh, cold air. I fucking hate Christmas. 2. Declan. I was zipping up my jacket and wondering if I'd messed up by leaving the scarf at home. When Mark opened the door, my mistake was emphasized by a cold blast of wind that instantly made my lips feel like I just ate out Frosty's asshole. And while I was sure that there was someone out there in the world that was up to the job, I knew damn well it wasn't me. Great, I mumbled as we stepped outside, my body stiffening against the cold. Snow was forecast for next week, which was something else to add to my dreading with every fiber of my being list. Huh? Mark asked. He was much smarter than I was and had a thick gray scarf wrapped around his neck and lower face. Nothing, just hate the cold, I said, my breath coming out in heavy clouds. I was upset at the cold, sure, but there was something else I was annoyed by. Andrew wasn't there anymore. The guy with the electric smile and mesmerizing light brown eyes wasn't sitting at the front desk when we were leaving, and that made me more upset than I thought it would. Especially since, 1, we only talked for about 54 seconds, and 2, he was proudly displaying a silver wedding band on his ring finger. Left hand, yes, I made sure. He's probably off Christmas shopping with his spouse. The thought made me dislike this season just that much more. I don't like this weather either, Mark said, his smile tightening as the cold whipped against his face. Over the past hour and a half, I'd gotten a good measure from Mark and liked what I saw. He was smart and kind, and he seemed like the person who was going to help with my issue. Thanks for coming to Stonewall for help, Mark said as we got out onto the street. We shook, our gloves adding an odd layer of cushion to our handshake. It's a case that means a lot to you, and I'm going to crack it. Thank you, Mark. I smiled as we said our goodbyes and turned to go separate ways, braving the cold concrete jungle alone. I could head back to my place since it was already 5 in the evening and work would be winding down by now. Even though I was sure I'd have 100 new emails to deal with at work, I still wanted to take some time to myself, something I hadn't really been doing since the breakup. Since then, I'd just been obsessed with the grind. I found working constantly was a great antidote to actually feeling things, which were most of the time just feelings of feeling like shit. Feelings. Yeah, work had consumed my life. But that also wasn't healthy, and it had been catching up to me. A year and a half of working nonstop would fuck most people up. After rushing to the urgent care last week thinking my appendix had burst, which was really just a bad case of IBS, even my doctor said I needed to take a break and relax. So, fine, I'd relax. I walked for a little while, thinking about what I could do with the rest of my day, until the cold was too much to bear. I took a turn and entered into a grand hotel lobby that was bound to be heated. Thankfully, I was right. Walking in felt like being hugged by Mother Mary herself. I walked over to the already packed bar that was open out toward the classic lobby, a few tourists scanning over their maps as they stood by impressive spiral columns. There were holiday decorations smartly placed throughout the lobby, while some generic Christmas jingle played over the sound system. I grabbed a stool near the cashier and took my gloves off, grabbing my phone and opening up Google. A quick search later, and I was making an appointment for a full-body massage at a nearby spa where charcoal baths and blueberry facials were also on the menu, and also purchased, damn upsellers. It wasn't until another hour, though, so I decided to grab a drink first. When the doctor prescribes it, you gotta listen. I'll have a gin and tonic, I said to the cute bartender. He had blonde hair with a swirl in the front that made him look like a Sunday morning newspaper cartoon strip. One I wouldn't mind watching strip. The two ladies next to me got up and left when he came back, handing us all our drinks. I wasn't keeping my tab open. I had a massage to catch, so I handed my card over and asked for the tab to be closed. The drink was refreshing and well-made, with a twist of lime on the top and a good amount of gin, ensuring he was going to get a good tip. I sensed movement next to me. From the side of my eye, I saw bright red and stark white. I tried to turn discreetly, but my glances are never sneaky. I'm the worst at sneaking. In fact, I tried to take a sneaky shot of Rihanna once when she was at a grand opening event for the new hotel opening in Paris. It was just us and a few others in a back room, and she was looking like a fucking goddess, so of course I wanted a picture of that. Just so I could have something to remind me that heaven is real and it's all worth it. Well, I thought I was being slick, except my flash was on and set to extra powerful, if that's even a fucking setting. The flash filled the room and clearly surprised everyone. It felt like the equivalent of yelling, "Bitch! Dick!" really loudly into a quiet room. Thankfully, she was super cool about it and basically had an impromptu photo shoot with us there and then. Needless to say, when I turned to see who'd just taken the seat next to me, I made direct eye contact with the man. He smiled, pushing up those rosy, chubby cheeks. There was a long white beard that looked very well taken care of, and it sat on a big belly, his red shirt matching the red pants. "If it isn't the man of the season himself," I said, lifting my glass in his direction. "Cheers, Mr. Claus." He wasn't in full Santa Claus regalia, but I could tell he had just finished a shift. Or maybe he was starting one. Either way, he was missing the glasses, coat, and the hat. "Cheers, bud," he said in a very non-Santa type of way. I was definitely expecting merry and bright, but he was giving me meh and grumpy. "Long day?" I asked, wondering what kind of story this man had. I'd never met a Santa impersonator in real life, aside from the ones I'd yell and cry at when I was a little kid. Thankfully, I wasn't having that same reaction. "Long month," he said, letting out a heavy exhale and asking for a Coors from the bartender. I pegged Santa as more of a spiced wine kind of guy. Nah, his blood is beer and tequila shots. That's how he can make it to all those houses in a night. He let out a belly laugh, his head shaking from side to side, giving me the impression it was the first one he'd had in a while. "Thanks for letting me in on the secret. You seem like a trustworthy guy," Santa Light said. He took a deep swig of the beer and set it down on the polished bar. He was looking straight ahead, toward the other side of the bar. There were TVs showing a basketball game, but I could tell he wasn't interested in that. "You also seem like a really good guy. The kind on the nice list, is that right?" I shrugged, getting my gin and tonic down to half the glass. "I could be naughty if I wanted to." That came out sounding worse than I planned, but I rolled with it. This was already weird as fuck. Might as well add another dash of odd to the situation. "But yes, I try to be a good guy for the most part." "Yeah, I know you type." He took another big gulp of the beer. "My wife left me for a guy like you." My eyebrows almost fell off my face, that's how fast they shot up. "Whoa, shit, sorry." What the hell was I supposed to say? Assure him that Mrs. Claus wasn't riding my South Pole? "Nah, not your fault," mock Mr. Claus said, my surprise most likely painted across my face. "It's my fault, really. I didn't give her what she needed. I took her for granted, and things just fell apart from one day to the next. Well, that's how it felt like. But it was falling apart for years now. I was just too stupid to own up to it." I didn't imagine my day starting with a trip to a detective agency where I'd shake hands with the most beautiful man I'd ever met in my life, to now serving as a shoulder to cry on for a Santa look-alike inside a hotel only a few blocks from Times Square. "Still," I said, "I'm sorry." I finished up what was left of my drink. If it's any consolation, I fell out of a long-term relationship about a year back, and I'm supposed to be attending a big family retreat for the holidays where I'm sure everyone will judge my failed relationship while both my step-siblings flaunt their perfectly functioning relationships around. "That does sound messed up," Sad Santa said.
At least I can hide away inside my apartment and not face any of that judgmental crap. He looked down at the bar top. Still, though, family around this time of year is important. I replied. You don't know my family. It's messy, and there's a chance it could be getting messier. I swallowed, feeling a sudden onset of nerves. It made me think back to the reason behind me going to Stonewall in the first place. And Andrew, that guy, can't get him out of my head. Families are always messy. That's what makes them fun. I laughed at that. My drinking buddy barely even knew the half of it. If I told him that I was part of the Rose Covington family, founders and owners of one of the biggest luxury hotel chains in the entire world, then he'd probably see that sometimes things were far from fun. You still got time, Santa Man said. Christmas is a month away. You're right. It's not that I haven't been looking, I just haven't found anyone that makes me want to really commit. I feel like dating is kind of like a roller coaster and you gotta commit to sitting down and locking in those seat restraints before it takes off and you go flying into the air. Nice analogy. I'm going to use that. Go ahead, I said. Just credit me first. Saint Fake Nick was chuckling, his big belly bouncing. How about not getting any coal in your stocking? I laughed at that, remembering a time as a kid when that threat actually had an effect on me. I wouldn't mind starting up a barbecue, honestly. Faux Claus narrowed his eyes and then gave a few more belly laughs. So, do you have any prospects at least? Anyone who's gotten past the "you must be this tall" sign and onto the roller coaster? Well, let me live vicariously through you. Not really, no, I said. First off, my sign stands at a solid 6'4", so that already makes pickings slim. I've only been on 5 serious dates since my breakup, and they were all missing any kind of connection. I sighed, wondering if I should order another drink. Maybe then I'd stop flashing back to Andrew's perfect smile. Which would then have me flashing back to that ring on his finger. It made me feel like shit, and I couldn't even explain why. It wasn't like him and I had some long-time unrequited love thing going on. I'd just met him, and yet I was disappointed to see he had found someone to love for the rest of his life. Fuck. That's selfish. I ordered another gin and tonic. Who knows, maybe I'm just going to be single forever. Nah, Pseudo-Santa replied with a shake of his big hand. I don't believe that. You've got someone out there, just gotta keep your eyes wide open. Yeah, well, what happens if you spot someone who's off limits? Then what? Then divert your wide open eyes, Mr. Counterfeit Claus said with another laugh that spread to me. Or keep those eyes open, and maybe a chance presents itself with that person. Maybe they aren't as off-limits as they seem to be initially. Life has interesting ways of presenting opportunities. Sometimes they're teased years in advance, sometimes weeks. I looked over to him, and honest to God, I swore I saw a Hallmark Channel glint in his eye, as if there were some kind of artificial light shining from somewhere, making him seem more authentic than ever. Maybe you're right, I said, checking my phone and seeing that the time had flown by. I needed to be heading out soon so I could have my body beaten up by a pair of impressively strong hands. Hell, I hope you're right. I drank up the rest of my drink and started getting up, putting my gloves on and bundling up for the cold outside. Thanks for this, Brian, he said, smiling. Right, Brian, I laughed, a part of me actually expecting him to say Nicholas. Let's make sure this holiday season is a good one. Messy family and past relationships be damned. Cheers to that, he said. And hey, Declan, listen to your gut and do something crazy, okay? Sounds strange, I know, but crazy during Christmas always works. People are more open to wild ideas during this time of the season. It's the magic of the holidays. And I think using that magic can really help you solve your problem. He was smiling wide, his big rosy cheeks squeezing those bright blue eyes. It's like the holidays make people believe that life's all a storybook with snow-dusted trees and carolers strolling down the street. It makes us all feel like there can't possibly be a bad ending to whatever story our lives are developing. I was nodding without even realizing it. You're totally right, I said, feeling a sudden bout of inspiration. Rarely did I buy into inspirational-type talks, especially not from people I'd just met at a hotel bar, but in this instance, I was all for the impromptu Santed talk. I ate that shit up and internalized it like he had just read me the most prophetic passage from the Bible. "Thanks, Brian," I said, shaking his hand. "Your tab's been covered, by the way." He looked to the signed receipt on the bar tab and then me, his face bright. "Definitely no coal for you," Brian smiled. "Thank you. Of course." I started to leave, getting ready for the cold outside. Behind me I heard the bartender say something, calling for my new friend's attention. Except he didn't say Brian, he called him Nick. I probably misheard. Walking through the crowded hotel lobby was a mission. It seemed like the entirety of New York was inside and looking for an escape from the cold. I nearly tripped over 2 very inconveniently placed suitcases and 4 very energetic children before finally making it to the spinning doors and jumping in just as one was open to me, managing not to get caught and cut in half, which was still a fear of mine even after spending pretty much my entire life in the city where revolving doors were common. Wait, did I ever introduce myself to Brian Nick? My phone started to ring, pulling my attention away. I figured he must have seen my name on the bill if I hadn't officially said it. Tyler, my stepbrother, was requesting a FaceTime call. I stepped to the side so I wasn't in the way of pedestrian traffic and also shielded from some of the wind. When I answered the call, Tyler's face was nervously smiling at me, taking up the entire screen. "Hey, Tyler, what's going on?" "Hey, man," he said, sitting up on his couch. He was shooting glances off camera as if someone was standing nearby. "Busy?" "I've got a few minutes. Everything okay?" His brown hair was a mess and needed a cut, but I knew he'd been working hard lately, and it was starting to show. He was a controller for the hotel's finances, and so he managed all the numbers and dealt with a ton of shit day in and day out. I'd never be able to do it, but Tyler seemed to like it. Yeah, he said, rubbing his eye. "Everything's good, man. I was just, well, you're going to the Christmas thing, right?" "I'll be there." "Great. Good. It's going to be good, man." "It will," I said, sounding like it wouldn't. "Okay, so I'm seeing someone, Deck, and I'm not coming to the Christmas retreat alone, is what I'm saying." He was looking way more stressed than this news should be making him. I already knew he was paired up, although his partner was a mystery to me still, so it felt a little weird for him to be reminding me. I tried not to make my real feelings show, so I smiled and said something pretty dumb. "Great, we can have a double date night then." "Oh yeah?" Tyler asked, perking up. "You're bringing someone too? Who? Have we already met?" No. No one's met anyone yet." "Right, well then I guess it'll be fine if I bring my date." "I'm sure it'll be fine." "Cool," he said. "All right, well, I've got an appointment to catch. I'll talk to you later, Tyler." "Right, talk later." Before he hung up the call, he moved the phone so that the camera showed a mirror hanging behind him. In that reflection, I thought I saw a glimpse of someone familiar, like a ghost from the past I'd rather keep in the past. It was so fast, and my head was pretty fogged up from the gin and tonics, I didn't think any more about it. Instead, I focused on how the hell I was going to find a date to bring to the retreat, which was coming up in a few weeks. Fucking hell. This was going to be a rough holiday season, surrounded by family and their special someones. My special someone had walked out on me and left my heart broken, and now I was supposed to find someone, hopefully just as special, to come with me on the retreat. A retreat that was going to force me to spend time with my stepfather, the man I was hiring a detective to investigate. Great. Just great. God, I really need this massage. 3. Andrew, 3 weeks later. Have you ever been filled with a burning urge to reach out, grab something, and hurl it across the room so it could shatter across the wall and serve as a momentary release for the fountain of rage that was spouting inside of you before that same rage grew into a waterfall and consumed your entire being? No? Just me? Okay, well, that was exactly how I felt as I looked at the oversized candy cane decorations I had sitting on my desk. Why? Why can't things just work out for once? Time was crawling by. I came into work every day, clocked in, sat at my desk to then clock out, get home, crawl into bed, and watch brainless shows on my iPad until I fell asleep.
Dinner was thrown in somewhere there when I got hungry. I was a mess. And could you blame me? Here, I'll answer that. No, none of this was my fault. And that made it even more frustrating. If I could pinpoint one thing I may have done to push that cheating scum into someone else's hands, then I could redirect all my anger and sadness, and I could focus on that one thing. But I didn't do anything. I was the best damn husband I could be. We rarely argued, we split the chores around the apartment, and I'd never felt like the relationship was unbalanced. Our sex life was... it wasn't anything crazy, but it got the job done. Like every other week or so, we got it on, and that seemed fine. Everything was fine. But fine's not enough. I sighed, made a cave with my arms, and dropped my head in. I guess if there was one thing I could pinpoint where I may have messed up, was me saying yes to the shotgun wedding in the first place. I'd only known Barry a few weeks before we decided to get hitched. It was the romantic in me that saw a handsome and kind man and was immediately ready to get swept off into the sunset, not dropped off a cliff as the sun set. I should have known. The front door opened and filled the room with a rush of cold air. I lifted my head and looked to the entrance, seeing Zane Holden enter first. He was the owner of Stonewall Investigations and also one of my mentors. He hired me, first as his assistant, and then moved me on to manage the entire office and hold down the front desk. And through all our highs and lows here at Stonewall, Zane always made sure I was okay. In fact, he was more attentive to me than Barry was after the serial killer known as the Unicorn struck and took one of our own. "Hey there," he said, stepping to the side. I realized someone was behind him, the harsh light of the afternoon sun blocking the man's features from me for a second. Then he came inside, and my heart dropped to my feet only to lurch up and threaten to fall out of my mouth. I kept myself composed and smiled at both of them, even though I felt like my insides had been all melted away. "Hey, Zane." "Hi, Mr. Rose," I said. "Please, it's Declan," he said, coming over to my desk. Zane gave his usual knock on the edge of my desk as he walked by. "Come to my office when you're free," he said. "I've got some things I want to talk to you about." "Sure thing," I said. Instantly, my thoughts went to me getting fired because that was really exactly what my life needed at this point. Insert severe eye roll here, folks. But no, Zane would never do that to me, especially since there really wasn't any reason to let me go, and he also knew what was going on in my personal life. He left the lobby, going up the stairs to his office. Stonewall Investigations operated inside a brownstone that had a homey feel to it, which was what Zane was looking for when he was opening up his agency. He told me he wanted people to feel as comfortable as possible because usually when they were looking for a detective, something was going wrong in their lives. So the lobby felt similar to a comfy living room, with a big couch for anyone waiting and a warm color palette with the soft white walls and scenic paintings done in pastels, bordered with shiny metal garland. There was a hallway past my desk that led to the other offices, which was where Declan would want to be headed. Except he was still standing in front of my desk, looking down at me with a weird smile on his face. I couldn't really read it, and it was making me uncomfortable. Not in a creepy, this guy's wearing a trench coat and might kill me kind of way. It was more a feeling like there was a warmth in the pit of my stomach that was starting to expand the longer he stood there. "You're looking for Detective Masters, right?" I asked, looking down at my desk as if there were some important paperwork I needed to deal with all of a sudden. Too bad there wasn't even a speck of dust on my desk, much less a pile of papers I could use to distract myself. "I'm actually a little early," he said, his voice drawing my eyes up from my empty desk. I swallowed. There was a clock hanging on the wall behind him, and sure enough, it was smack in the middle of Mark's lunch hour. I remember seeing him walk out like 20 minutes ago. "Right. You can take a seat and get comfortable then. There are some magazines, if you're into that kind of stuff." He laughed at that, the sound coming from somewhere deep in his chest. He was wearing a different leather jacket with zippers and buttons on places that absolutely needed no zippers or buttons, and yet somehow he looked so damn cool in it. If I put that on, I'd look ridiculous, even with my penchant for interesting fashion, but Declan pulled it off effortlessly. It helped that his hair looked professionally styled, with short sides and a well-combed and hairsprayed top. He started to take off the jacket, but didn't move to the couch. He stood by my desk, putting the jacket on his arm as he looked around.
This is a really great place. You guys are doing a lot of good for the community.
Thanks. We make sure to help anyone who walks through those doors. I looked over as he sat down on the couch. He crossed one leg over the other, and his eyes met mine, and that warm feeling in my stomach expanded further. But it does feel good, knowing we offer a safe space for people who may not feel comfortable walking into a police station. It sucks to think prejudice and bigotry still exist, but it's dumb to think they don't.
Very, very true.
Declan took a deep breath in, letting it out through his nose. My mood was still in the dumpster out around the corner, but at least the seconds weren't moving at a slug's pace anymore. I turned in my chair and tried to find something to do on the computer, but I was way too aware of Declan sitting only a few feet away from me.
Any plans for the holidays?
He asked, as if sensing my desire to break the silence. Nope, I said. I'm not really in a celebration kind of mood this year. I'll save it all for next year's Christmas.
That's weird. A few weeks ago you seemed to be all about the Christmas spirit. Remember, you almost made me blind with that chemical powder attack you pulled on me?
I looked up, my eyes wide. There was a smile playing on Declan's face, and it made me want to get up, go over there, and kiss it right off of... Whoa, wait, what? No, not kiss. I definitely didn't want to do that. I told you to go wash it off right away, I said, smirking. Not my fault if you didn't listen.
I'm sorry, you just froze me in place there. Eyesight be damned.
He laughed again, the sound filling the small room.
So what happened? Why are you subtly cosplaying the Grinch?
Huh? I looked down at what I was wearing, and sure enough, the asshole had me pegged. I was wearing a fuzzy green sweater that just so happened to be the exact shade of green as the Grinch's. God damn it.
It's not a bad thing, he said. Grinch green is a good color on you, brings out your eyes, and your 2 sizes too small heart.
I cocked my head, narrowing my eyelids. Thank you. And then I laughed. Declan was starting to feel like someone I hung out with regularly, not someone who I barely even knew. It's a long story, I said, stopping my eyes from rolling.
I've still got some time,
Declan said, glancing down at his Apple Watch. I took that moment to appreciate how well his light blue jeans fit, especially around the crotch where there was a noticeable package on display. The kind of package I wouldn't think twice about overnighting. Mark, if you don't get back soon, I'm going to lose it. No, seriously, it's a long story, and it's not even that exciting. Except for the fact that it was like a freaking personal soap opera. How about you? I asked, wanting to take the attention off me. Do you have any plans for the holidays? He looked at me, a smile playing on his face that told me he knew exactly what I was doing. Was he going to play along and let me switch topics, or was he going to press?
I've got a big family thing.
He let it slide.
My mom's really into the season. She started up this annual retreat 6 years ago. We rent a big ranch property in Ridgefield, Connecticut, and my mom gets it transformed into a Christmas theme park, basically. We hang out there for a week and some days.
That sounds like a great time. Much better than my plans, which are eating takeout and drinking a bottle of wine by myself.
It won't be,
he said, surprising me. We both laughed, and then he went on to explain,
My family's been a mess lately, more so than usual. I have a feeling that this year things are going to get even crazier. On top of that, I'm going by myself, while everyone else is pretty much paired up, so that's definitely not ideal.
Oh, yeah. I can see that being problematic.
Very.
Well, maybe you'll find someone over there, I offered.
At my family's retreat?
He said, arching a well-taken-care-of eyebrow. I laughed and shook my head, feeling myself start to blush. Obviously not anyone from your family, but maybe there's a delivery person who shows up and you both fall madly in love with each other surrounded by your family's Christmas Wonderland getaway. You can make cute little snow angels and throw snowballs at each other and adopt a beautiful little puppy with floppy ears and a red velvet bow around his neck. Declan looked at me, his eyes seeming to scan me. The warmth inside me was now a full-on fire. I still wasn't even sure if he was gay, so I kept my use of pronouns vague. He could pass as almost any number on the Kinsey scale, and I'd believe it, although the looks he was giving me were definitely throwing him toward that 6 end of the scale.
You watch a lot of Lifetime movies, don't you?
He asked, smirking. A few, I said. Okay, a lot. Well, I used to. Not so much anymore. Not since I realized love was something made up to sell cute cards and pretty flowers.
I love those movies, man.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm,
he said, nodding.
I'm a big sap. I like happy endings and sweet love stories. Don't get me wrong, I love a good action flick, too, and Star Wars films always get me excited, but there's something about a good romance that gets me. I love the idea that there's someone out there for everyone, a special, almost celestial kind of match. As if the same forces that arranged the Little Dipper got together and arranged the pairing of two perfect souls.
He sounded perfect. Nope, don't even think that. I had to rein in my thoughts because I was going on a wild ride in my head. One thing that helped bring me back down to earth was rubbing my ring finger, feeling the empty space there, and being reminded about how much hurt I'd felt over the past weeks. It brought me back to reality, but it still didn't put out the flames that were fanning through my chest with every heartbeat. Mark, where the hell are you?
4. Declan. He's not wearing a ring. It was the first thing I noticed when I walked into Stonewall. The second thing I noticed, how I still had the same urge to lay him down on that desk of his and kiss him from head to toe, except now it was stronger than the first time I saw him. I was sitting down on the couch, opening up about my inner lover and rom-com fan for who knew what reason, except that I just wanted to talk to Andrew. About anything. I wanted to be in this guy's orbit, breathing his air, sharing his space. Snap the hell out of it. This was crazy. I needed to control my wild hormones because that was all this was. My fiery reaction toward Andrew needed to be doused down with a fire extinguisher the size of the goddamn Empire State Building. The lack of a ring did not mean I could start writing our own fucking romantic comedy flick in my head, extremely steamy scenes included. Well, I guess I could investigate. This is an investigation agency, after all. I checked my watch, the screen lighting up and the time being displayed in big blue block numbers. There were around 15 minutes left until Mark's lunch hour was up, so I had some time to dig a little. He made me want to prod him, in more ways than one. I wanted to figure out what the hell made Andrew tick, but first and foremost, I needed to find out if there was anyone who made Andrew tick. So, I said, do you have anyone special to open gifts up with? Nope. Oh. Well, that was easy. Okay.
No one. And that's fine. I'm totally fine hanging out in my underwear watching dumb Christmas movies and stuffing myself with chow mein.
That sounds...
sad and pathetic, yeah, but that's fine.
I was going to say it sounds perfect. He looked up from his hands and found my gaze from across the room. My breath hitched, but I didn't break eye contact. Andrew did, looking back down at his hands held tight together on his desk.
Says the one spending a week at their own personal holiday theme park.
The snow is always whiter, I said, trying to be cutesy and hopefully get a smile from Andrew.
You mean yellower?
He asked in a deadpan tone, arching a brow but not looking back up at me. We both laughed, and I got the urge to stand up. I feigned a stretch. My muscles were fine. I just needed an excuse to drift over to him. There were a few shelves up on the wall across from me, closest to where Andrew sat. They held framed photos of the detectives, along with a few awards for all their work. I walked over, as if I was suddenly caught up in checking the shelves out, but my mind was somewhere else. There was the seed of an idea planted at the base of my brain. A wild one, and it was getting stronger and stronger. You guys seem like a tight-knit family here, I said.
Yeah, we are. In fact, I'll probably end up crashing one of their Christmas dinners.
There was a photo of Mark, the detective I'd hired, with his arm around the shoulder of another man, beaming with short, light hair and expressive eyes. Andrew was in the shot, too, standing behind them on tiptoes, with the classic bunny ears thrown up behind Mark's head. They were standing out in a field by a barbecue pit. It was clear there was a close bond between everyone in that photo.
That was at Zane's birthday party,
Andrew said, craning his head so he could see the photo that had captured my attention.
He was totally surprised when he saw us all together at the park. Mark was in charge of barbecuing lunch, which almost ended up in a brush fire taking over. Thankfully, Colin, the one beaming in that photo, he was nearby and quick thinking, and was able to put it out before Zane's birthday went up in flames. Literally.
Andrew chuckled, but there was something that caught in his throat. I looked his way and saw him wipe at his cheek before dropping his gaze. Damn it, I just want you to look at me. Before I could even think twice, the words fell out of my mouth. Come spend Christmas with me.
Huh?
Whoa. Okay, that surprised even me. But I wasn't going to backtrack. I hated backtracking. If I made a choice, then I was going to stick by that choice. Come to the family retreat. Get out of the city and leave behind whatever bullshit it is you're stressing about.
I'm not stressing about anything.
Well, that's bullshit right there. I grabbed the single chair that was sitting underneath the nearby window and pulled it out to the front of Andrew's desk. Something's got you down, and I think getting out of here and doing something crazy can help fix things. Andrew narrowed his gaze. Skepticism was drawn clear across his eyes, but hey, at least he was looking at me now.
You don't even know me.
That's fine. I'll get to know you.
No,
Andrew said, shaking his head with a glimmer of a smile.
That's batshit crazy.
It's like one of those Lifetime movies we both love.
Or like one of those horror movies I hate and don't know if you love or not.
I do like scary movies, I said.
See? So there, this thing isn't going to work, but thanks for asking.
Except I didn't agree with him. I thought this thing could very much work, and I thought it could work very well. Okay, fine. There won't be any Krampus movie screenings while we're at the retreat.
You're so considerate, he quipped,
sarcasm wielded like a blade by a master swordsman.
But still, no. Besides, what would I even be doing at your family's Christmas vacay? I'm just some random guy. I'll be confused for the catering company.
I let my head drop, looking at him with the "Are you fucking serious" face. Ridiculous. You'll be introduced as my boyfriend, and there'll be absolutely zero confusion. For a second, I thought I had done it. I thought I had pushed just the right combination of buttons to get an, okay, fine, this is crazy, but let's do it, and that made my heart do a sequence of somersaults next to my rib cage. Then Andrew's brow arched as if he were about to start selling Big Macs.
So you want me to go in as your boyfriend? We haven't even been on a single date together. How can I shake hands with your dad, look him in the eyes, and honestly say, I'm your boyfriend?
I wasn't about to tell him my dad wasn't around to shake hands with, but he did have a point about the lack of dates between us. What? It'll be fun. It's a massive property, so I'm sure we can sleep in separate rooms if that's what you're worried about.
No, I'm worried about acting out an entirely fraudulent relationship for an entire week for... what? What would possess me to even say yes?
Okay, so maybe this idea was a little too crazy. But still, I didn't like backtracking or backing down. I thought back to 3 weeks ago at the bar when old fake Nick was pushing me to do something wild. Maybe this was it. Because it's fun. Jesus, I feel like I'm pitching a timeshare, but seriously, you can say yes because it'll be an adventure, something different. You don't have to cancel any other plans to come, and if you really wanted chow mein on Christmas that bad, I can order you takeout. He crossed his arms, still resistant.
Where is it again?
But maybe there was a chance. It's in Connecticut, only an hour's drive away. If you really hate the situation, then you could just come back home. There was a moment of silence where I could practically see the wheels in Andrew's head turning. I knew I wasn't exactly doing the best job of selling this, but Andrew was one tough nut to crack, which was kind of unusual for me. I hated tooting my own horn, but I was also aware of my looks and the way his eyes seemed to track me in a room. That, mixed with the charm I had carefully crafted and honed as I grew older, made it so I could ask for things and normally get them, even if one of the things was a fake boyfriend for a week. But not with Andrew. I could clearly tell there was something sparking strong and bright between us, but for whatever reason, Andrew was resisting it.
No. Sorry, I really can't, he said, turning back to his computer. It was like an electric fence had shot up between us, and all I wanted to do was get past it, however I had to. Okay, what if we take out the word fake from the equation? Let's go out to a few dinners, have a few dates, cement things before— Mr. Rose, I just can't right now. That's when it really hit me. Fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot. It hit me just how big of a moron I was being. A colossal fucking douchebag. The lack of a ring wasn't a sign he was available. The lack of a ring meant he was going through something excruciating, a breakup and potentially a divorce. And here I was, making a pass at him even if it was under the terms of a fake boyfriend. Except the things I imagined myself doing to him certainly weren't fake. And that made me feel even guiltier. Sorry, I said, shaking my head, my gaze falling down to the floor. It's fine, he said, the keyboard clacking and clicking as his fingers danced across the keys, another sign that told me to keep moving. It was done. Then, as if I needed one last sign to prove my chances were over, Mark walked in through the front door, his nose a cherry red from the cold that followed him in. Wow, it's freezing, he said. Hey, Declan, glad you're here. We've got some stuff to talk about. Let me just go get set up in my office real quick. He shook my hand with his gloved one and walked down the hall. I stood up from my seat and brought the chair back to where it was before. Andrew was hitting the keyboard as if the damn things owed him money. My number's in the system, I said, feeling like a drowning man reaching up toward a miles-away source of light. Shoot me a text if you change your mind. It was all I could do. He didn't respond, and so I walked past his desk, through the hall that was lined with garland and twinkling multicolored lights. There was a dusting of white powder on the dark green garland, adding the effect of a recent snowfall inside of Stonewall Investigations. My detective, Mark Masters, had an office toward the end of the hall. The door was open, but I still knocked. Come in, come in. Inside, Mark was sitting behind his desk, a stack of papers in front of him, a look of concern furrowing his brow, his coat hanging on the coat hanger by the door. Hey there, he said, walking over and extending a hand. Mark, how's it going? Good. I found some things you might want to see, he said, turning back to his desk and taking a seat. Mark's office was also decorated for the season, with silver and blue ornaments hanging from the ceiling, matching the pile of gifts wrapped in silver and blue metallic wrapping paper sitting in a corner underneath an artificial tree. Should I mentally prepare first? I asked, sitting across from him, my pulse starting to pick up. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting Mark to find anything. I had suspicions that my stepfather was up to weird shit, but I didn't actually believe he'd be doing anything. This investigation was just a way for me to put my dumb paranoias to rest. But if what Mark was about to show me had anything to do with my stepfather hurting my mother, oh boy, was he going to have a Category 5 shitstorm barreling his way. Here, I think you should see these photos first. He handed over a manila envelope. I opened it and pulled out the first photo. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at. When I did make sense of it, my gut pulled in as if I'd just gotten punched. Holy shit, I said, realizing I definitely should have mentally prepared for this first. 5. Andrew. It had been 2 days since Declan Rose sat at my desk and made one of the most insane offers I'd ever heard. Be his fake boyfriend and fake romp through a fake Christmas wonderland. And it had been 2 days that I couldn't stop thinking about the insane offer Declan Rose made to me. Seriously, I went to sleep thinking about it, and I woke up thinking about it. I couldn't even really explain why I'd become so consumed by his offer. Maybe it was a way for my mind to veer far away from thinking of Barry and the destruction that cheating pig had left in his wake on the way out of my apartment. It didn't help whatsoever that I was now leaving a meeting with my divorce lawyer, who was telling me I needed to make a numbered list on every single item we both co-owned as husband and husband. Every single thing. Even the silverware, I had asked, especially the silverware. My lawyer thought he was funny, but his jokes usually worked out as well as my marriage did. Thankfully, the cold front that had hit the city was starting to weaken, so that was one thing working in my favor. I only had to wear 3 layers today to feel comfortable. That in itself called for a celebration. I was overdue for a sit-down with my good friend Zoe, so I had scheduled a coffee date for us to catch up. We decided we would meet by Rockefeller Center so we could sit near the gargantuan Christmas tree and people watch as butts got busted on the ice skating rink. My lawyer's office wasn't far either, so I walked the way, trying to figure out what I was going to open up with. There were a few new things going on in my life since the last time Zoe and I had gotten together, the biggest thing being Declan's offer. But there was also something else Zane had talked with me about that I wanted to share with Zoe and get her insight on. Honestly, when he had told me what he was planning, I was totally floored. And yet, still, the only thing I've really been able to think about these past few is Declan. The short walk to Rockefeller Center was nice and helped me shake off the negativity that had consumed me since sitting down in my attorney's dingy office. He wasn't exactly the top-performing attorney in the city, but thankfully my case was relatively simple, and so I only needed to go slightly bankrupt for the divorce. There were plenty of people out on the street, most of them seemingly wrapping up their last-minute Christmas shopping. The cold snap had brought snow with it, too, but most of it was already melted by now, only dirty piles of brown and black sludge left behind. I jumped over one and turned a corner, Rockefeller Center opening up to me like a passage into another world. It was made magical for Christmas, and had been one of my absolute favorite spots in the city. Even with my current anti-holiday theme going on, I was still blown away by the pure Christmas joy seeing Rockefeller Center at this time of year brought to me. I was looking at a beautiful stone path between 2 tall buildings, a row of huge angel statues made of white lights on either side of the garden path, golden trumpets held up to their lips. Straight ahead, and about a city's block away, I could see the huge tree overlooking the ice skating rink, which was set so that it was on a lower level than the street surrounding it. Unfortunately, it was still 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was high in the sky, making it impossible to appreciate the scene with all the Christmas lights turned on. Which is fine. Christmas sucks anyway. With that powerful and potent declaration to myself, and myself only, I walked down the path, passing people of all kinds bundled up against the cold and looking around with childlike delight in their eyes. Selfies galore were being taken, and the sound of laughter and conversation was almost loud enough to drown out the other noises of the city, the nearby honks and the sirens and the construction crew that seemed to be drilling down to the core of the earth. "There's my guy," I heard Zoe before I saw her. She was getting up from a nearby bench, the entrance to the ice skating rink only a few feet away from her. She was wearing a puffy black coat with a cartoon blue and white snake printed across the chest, the zipper open down the middle, and revealing a shirt I had known was one of Zoe's favorites. A blue shirt, made to look like a police call box from that Doctor Who show she was always watching. I got into it for a few seasons, but couldn't find the same love for it that Zoe had. I was more of a This Is Us kind of guy. The kind of shows that are all based here on Earth, with dysfunctional family and friendship units that reach through the television screen, tear open your chest, and run away with your heart so they can destroy it with some crazy, messed-up twist. "You got the drugs?" she said in a projected stage whisper. "Zoe," I said, shaking my head and smiling. "I'm not a drug dealer, for the record." That was for the eavesdroppers or any hovering undercover DEA agents. I opened my arms and pulled my crazy friend into a tight hug. Zoe Black, my best friend since back when taking naps was a class in school. She was a blunt girl with hard opinions and soft delivery tactics. I always said she should have been a doctor because her bedside manner would have been phenomenal. She could have been delivering a time of death and still somehow managed to get everyone in the room laughing. "I could easily be asking for some Tylenol," she said, feigning offense that I would suggest anything else. "Mm-hmm," I said, following her over to the bench she had been sitting on. Nearby, a couple of pigeons were dueling, possibly to the death, for a piece of a heavily salted pretzel someone must have dropped. "So, have you been, Andrew? Are you ready?" "For—" I was looking around, unsure of what Zoe was preparing me for. "Bitch, you did not bring me to an ice skating rink and expect to not go ice skating." "Oh, no, Zoe. Did you forget who you're sitting next to right now? The last time I went ice skating, I fell and slid across the entire rink on my belly like some kind of drug-addled penguin. Zoe scoffed at that. God, I would pay so much to see that image. Talk to my aunt, she has it on tape. No way! Oh, I'm calling Auntie Pam the second you leave. Damn it. Why did I even say anything? Zoe shook a finger in the air. Too late? I already know there's a visual of this beautiful scene, and you can be damn sure I'm going to hunt it down like Nicolas Cage searching for some kind of national treasure with a young and buxom sidekick at his side. It was my turn to scoff. Who's your young and buxom sidekick? What are you doing this weekend? I laughed again, shaking my head. About that, I said, getting to the meat of why I had asked Zoe to hang out today. I wanted to get her advice because, aside from being one of the funniest people I knew, Zoe was also one of the wisest. Life had thrown her plenty of hurdles, and she leaped over them with a grace and poise that never failed to inspire me. So, first, let me get the career stuff out of the way. Career stuff? Oh, Lord, this sounds big. I don't think I'm ready for this. No, I don't think so either, I said, chuckling. Zane asked me to stay and talk to him after work a couple days ago. I did, and thankfully he wasn't firing me. He was telling me that he wants to expand Stonewall investigations and open up new branches in different cities. He wants to start with one first and then go from there. There are a couple of cities he's considering for the first expansion. Miami, Boston, San Francisco are the top 3 contenders, though. Zoe was hanging on my every word while the battling pigeons were still duking it out. He asked me to go manage the agency with a track to becoming the head detective there. Zoe's blue eyes opened wide. Holy shit! That's incredible! She was beaming and took me into a hug as best she could with us still sitting on the bench. And then the other side of the news must have hit her because her expression collapsed for a brief moment. That means you'll be leaving New York. Well, I haven't exactly said yes yet. What? Did a mad scientist break into your room while you were sleeping and replaced your brain with a camel's? This is such an incredible opportunity. You can't say no to it. It's a huge step, Zoe. What if I'm not ready for it? Then you'll figure it all out when you get there. She grabbed my hand tight in her gloved hand. You've totally got this, Andrew. No one really knows what they're doing, but as long as you've got the heart and willingness to learn and evolve, then things turn out fine. Better than fine. You need to take this chance because you never know when another door will open, or even if another door will open. She was right, as always. It's scary, I said, being honest. But you're right, I don't know if I'll have a chance like this again. And after Barry royally fucked me up, honestly, I think getting out of this city is exactly what I need. I totally second that. There's too much holding you down here. You need a change of scenery, and I need a free place to crash when I go visit every month. All right, I said. There was a determination settling inside of me which was refreshing. Ever since my marriage self-combusted, I had felt like my life was just kind of drifting without any direction. Not that Barry had given me any direction while we were together, but still, even if my career wasn't blowing up, at least it felt like our little family was moving forward together. Little did I know we were moving forward all right, straight for the edge of a cliff. I'll tell Zane that I'll do it. Zoe clapped, the sound muffled by her thick gray gloves. She must have noticed, and probably felt how hot she was getting since we were sitting under a direct ray of sun. She pulled them off and stuffed them into her pocket. I'm so damn proud of you, Andrew. So proud. You've got to take risks in life because that's when the greatest rewards come along. Speaking of risks, I said, shifting gears to the second pressing issue at hand. There's something else that's, landed in my lap, I guess? Zoe angled her head, looking at me suspiciously. What have you gotten yourself into now? Nothing, I smirked, looking over at a family buying tickets for the ice skating rink. Well, nothing yet, I sighed. It didn't help relieve the pressure that was suddenly building in my chest. Just thinking about the guy was making me all nervous and butterfly-filled, and I hadn't even started talking about him yet, which was absolutely ridiculous, seeing as how I should be on some kind of self-loving journey with myself and myself only. I was going through a divorce. I didn't need to be thinking about Declan the way I was. Why are you blushing? Zoe asked, calling a spade a spade. Ugh, I groaned. There was no more holding it back. I was offered to be someone's fake boyfriend for a week, except the guy actually seems like a real catch, which is totally crazy considering I'm just out of a relationship with someone who I thought was just as great a catch. Zoe's look made me edit myself. As good a catch. Another look. A catch. I thought Barry was a catch, and had absolutely no idea he was a cheating asshole. So now this Declan guy is asking me to come with him to his family's Christmas retreat in Connecticut because his judgmental family is all going to be paired up. He's a client of one of the detectives, and he's charming and funny, and someone I totally wouldn't mind spending a week with. And the problem? Zoe, my relationship situation is as toxic as the masculinity coming off that guy over there with the steroid muscles and angry bear scowl. Zoe leaned forward and narrowed her gaze. He's kind of hot. She quickly looked away when the walking testosterone ad lifted his head toward us. I don't know, Andrew. I know it's kind of crazy, and the timeline isn't exactly perfect, but he's not asking you to marry him. This could be exactly what you need to shake things off and get some finality. You can have some temporary, no-strings-attached fun, and then move on with your life. I mean, it would definitely be fun. But no, if, and that's a huge if, I decide to go, sleeping together has to be off-limits. That's just going to be too fast for me. I was with 2 guys before Barry, and that was it. Then, obviously, I've only been with Barry since we started dating. A sharp stab of pain mixed with humiliation twisted in my chest. Of course, I've got zero idea of how many guys Barry had been with since we started dating. I'm sorry, Zoe said. She always said she was an empath and was able to pick up on the slightest of emotional changes. She definitely picked up on mine, her hand coming to rest on my knee. She gave me a few friendly squeezes and gave me a minute to put myself back together again. It was crazy. Every day that put me further from the day Barry and I split felt like the last day I'd feel for him, for what we had. And yet I was still feeling the hurt, like it had all happened that same morning. And it wasn't so much for losing Barry anymore, because that part of myself was able to rationalize and see that he was just not worth giving my heart to. No. The pain was coming from somewhere else. From feeling like I was cheated in more than just the obvious way. I was cheated of my happy fairy tale ending. It was supposed to be mine. I had a thick pair of rose-colored glasses on, and I could have sworn the happy ending was already in my hands. This is crazy, I said, almost to myself, as I dug into my pocket for my phone. Yes, Zoe said, staring at me like a barn owl watching a mouse underneath her branch. Do it, Andrew, you won't regret it. Listen, if you get there and you really don't like it, text me a code word, and I'll call you and say you've got to get back for an emergency. That's actually not a bad idea. Duh, she said. Okay, so the code word could be mayonnaise. Mayonnaise? The hell, I don't even think I know how to spell that. Get in the ballpark. I'll know what you mean. She laughed and gave me a look that almost made up my decision for me. But there were still reservations. What if he's a lunatic? What if he's setting up some kind of trap? It was a question that took on a grave sincerity. She took a second to answer that. I mean, no, I highly doubt it, especially since it's a family holiday retreat. It's not like he's asking you to go with him alone to some cabin in the middle of the woods. He's told you where the retreat is, and you told me, therefore, if he was some kind of sicko, he's doing a terrible job at keeping things under wraps so that I can't show up and go freaking Goku on his ass. I swear, if he even lifts a finger at you, I'll wring him like a wet towel, I swear. I chuckled at that, feeling a little less concerned. She was right. He was being totally upfront about what was happening and that plenty other people would be there. Plus, he was walking into an investigation agency on his own free will, something I doubted anyone with a literal skeleton in their closet would do. Come on, Zoe said, giving me that you better do this look. It's Christmas. What can go wrong when there's so much cheer in the air? A hell of a lot, I quipped back. My hand lifted, almost as if by its own accord, and I wiggled my now bare ring finger. Exhibit 1? Okay, but that was more of like a Thanksgiving event. A turkatastrophe, if you will. A red Thanksgiving. A gobble-gobble gangbang of shit. I snorted at that last one. So, she went on, I think, now that we're in the thick of the holiday season, that my theory still stands. Only good things happen around this time. Mm-hmm, I said, still unable to tamp down the blossom of doubt in my chest. In my hands, I flipped my phone, screen over back, flipping and flipping, wondering if I was stupid for how badly I wanted to text Declan with a yes. It was an irrational want that was turning my heart and brain over at the same tempo as the phone in my hand. 6. Declan. The van was packed, my house was locked up, and my excitement for the week to come was nearing record lows. Just minutes before my driver got there, my stepsister sent me a text saying that her newly minted fiancé would also be showing up at the retreat, and he was bringing my 2 cousins with him, who both, you guessed it, had significant others. I was looking at being the 17th wheel, and I wanted nothing to do with it. Not only that, but I also knew I had to confront my stepfather with the photo Mark had shown me. It was sitting in a very taped-up manila envelope inside my backpack, which wasn't going anywhere without my eyes on it. I already had a feeling of what the drive to the ranch was going to consist of, looking out the window and wondering why I'd been such a dumb Neanderthal toward Andrew. He had totally captured my attention from the second I saw him, and then when I saw the lack of a ring, I just went into overdrive. I turned into an insensitive douchebag and no doubt turned him away from even a fake relationship. And one of the weirdest things was that I would have been fine with just settling for a friendship between us. He had left that big of a mark on me in that quick of a time. I just wanted him around in whatever capacity I could get him. Obviously, the ideal capacity would be hand in hand, but that was me being so fucking selfish. And it showed. He'd seen my selfish, fucked up side. I hadn't hidden it from him when I'd asked him to come be my fake boyfriend after something had clearly gone down in his personal life. What the hell was I thinking? It was a trait that I worked hard to fix about myself, but sometimes my selfish monster flared up and lashed out. It was something I think I got from my dad, who was selfish but in a weirdly positive way. He always worked hard to make sure he was well off and happy, but always made sure his family was the same. Sure, sometimes he would veer toward the negative side of the selfish spectrum, but for the most part, he was a good man who worked hard and had flaws of which were passed down and seemingly enhanced in his one and only son. It's the Rose Cummington Christmas retreat, ain't it? Arturo, my driver, brought me out of my self-reflection. Sure is, I said. You don't sound like you're too happy about it. Sure is, I repeated, inflecting my tone higher. Still not buying it. I looked out the back window as we drove past the big black iron gates that marked the entrance to my neighborhood. There were wreaths the size of truck tires hanging on the gates, with golden garland wrapped through it and white dust sprinkled over it, matching the piles of real snow on the street. It's going to be a rough one. Brooke sounds really excited. I drove her yesterday, Arturo said. Oh, I didn't know she was going early. My phone buzzed in my pocket. My wild thoughts instantly painted a picture of Andrew reaching out to me because he wanted to come along. Of course, that wasn't the reality of the situation. Instead, it was a notification from my news app letting me know that the Kardashians were taking a mission trip to India. And while I thought that sounded great for everyone involved, I had no idea why it was listed as breaking news on my phone right now. I slid the notification aside and put my phone away, internally sighing so that I wasn't responsible for dampening Arturo's mood any further. Did you meet her fiancé? Oh, that was her fiancé, huh? Gregory? Yep, that was his name. Wouldn't forget a name like that. He seemed like a good guy, but I wouldn't have guessed they were recently engaged. Well, Brooke's always been standoffish with the guys she's dated. I guess a ring hasn't changed that about her? Nope, Arturo said. Happy for them. Me too, I said, sure that Arturo didn't believe that from me either. And then my phone buzzed again. This time I was able to rein in my crazy thoughts and avoid myself from jumping to the fantasy of being texted by Andrew. Holy fucking shit, it was Andrew. I never slid open a notification so fast. I thought my thumb was either going to break the phone's screen or break itself.
Thankfully, everything remained intact. I read his message, and then reread it. No fucking way. I'm being pranked. I read it again. One more time. Nope, the words didn't magically rearrange themselves into a different sentence on my screen. The letters stayed put, and the text read, "Fine, I'll do it." Sure, not the most enthusiastic response, but that was fine. It was a yes. I could work with a yes. That in itself had me feeling more excited than I'd been in a long while. I looked up and saw Arturo was about to drive onto the highway. "Oh, wait, can you pull over? We're actually going to have to make a detour." "You got it," he said, pulling smoothly over into the parking lot of a gas station. I typed out a few responses, which I quickly deleted, finally settling on one. "Perfect. Where are you?" "Right now?" he sent back. "No, 5 days ago at 7 o'clock at night." Shit, was that not funny? Is he not going to get my sarcasm? I don't want to scare him away now. Shit. And then I shot another text immediately after. "LOL, yes, right now." It took him a moment to respond. Finally, a text message with a row of periods popped up, letting me know he was typing, and then, "Well, 5 days ago at 7 o'clock at night, I was binging on share interviews on YouTube, since you asked." That made me smile much wider than a text normally does. "And if you have to know, I'm at Rockefeller Park right now." "Great. Don't move. I'll be there in 25 minutes. He texted back, but I didn't even bother reading. "Arturo, swing around and let's head to Rockefeller Park." I knew Andrew would be protesting, but I also knew that if I didn't answer, he would stay put. He knew I was on my way, and Andrew didn't strike me as the kind of guy who would just walk away when someone's time was on the line. He seemed like a really respectable man, the kind of guy who could be a model for society and a model for Versace, which was something I was sure he'd never own up to. And you know what? I wanted to change that. Sure, maybe this entire thing was a sham set up to keep my judgmental family at bay, but maybe one of us could take something real out of this experience. If Andrew walked away from me with his head held higher and his confidence as unshakable as shares, then I'd feel good about it all. I wouldn't feel like I was stringing along a virtual stranger into a potential war zone, knowing how my family tended to be. Which, I guess that was what I was doing? But I'd feel better about doing it if Andrew benefited from this crazy plan too, so there's that. Oh, fuck, I hope this isn't a mistake. Thankfully, there wasn't much traffic on the way back into the city, although we hit some congestion inside as we worked our way down the grid of streets toward Rockefeller. It meant there wasn't much time for me to second-guess this crazy decision. Soon Arturo pulled up as close as he could get to Rockefeller Center. He put on the hazards, and I hurried out, heading to where Andrew said he would be. I saw Andrew sitting on the bench with his friend, people moving to the side and creating a clear view of him as if the crowds were choreographed to part like the Red Sea. Andrew saw me too, and his eyes lit up. He seemed to tamp down his reaction, though as I got closer, a look of skepticism fell over his face. "Declan, hi. This is my friend Zoe." "Great to meet you, Zoe." "Likewise," she said, her eyes glinting as she shook my hand. I had a feeling she had helped in nudging Andrew toward agreeing to his plan. "My car's kind of pulled over in traffic, though, so we should get going." "What? Now? I'm not even packed. I don't have anything with me except my wallet and cell phone and house keys and this pack of gum." "Great, that's all you'll need." I was smiling, so taken by his charm and the way he smiled and kind of stammered when he was nervous. "But my clothes will be gone for a week." "That's fine. I'll buy you an entirely new wardrobe when we get over there." Zoe was standing off to the side, her attention completely pinned on us. Andrew looked to her, his big eyes open wide, as if looking for more guidance. "Wait, what do you mean, buy me a wardrobe? This isn't a pretty woman situation, you know that, right?" Andrew snapped those big eyes back to me, narrowing them into slits. "You know I'm not like a prostitute, right?" I laughed, caught off guard. "I'm well aware," I said, smirking. "I've been at your job." "Yeah, well, I don't know. You could think I moonlight as one or something." "Trust me," his friend said. "His life's not that exciting." She cocked her head and looked up as if thinking hard. "Actually, his life's as exciting as making yeast for my grandmother's annual bread baking competition, so take that as you will." We all laughed at that, although Andrew's laughs were a little shorter. "Not true. he said. Prove it, I countered. I had a hunch Andrew was the type that didn't back down from a challenge. A moment of silence followed, filled with the sounds of the thriving city around us, everyone in holiday mode, wearing thick coats and holding heavy bags, seemingly one for every brand under the sun. Okay, let's go, he said, his smile spreading wide, lighting up as if he was the star that was supposed to sit on top of the gigantic Christmas tree towering behind him. 7. Andrew. There's conditions to this whole fake boyfriend thing, okay? I said immediately upon getting into our ride. It was a spacious van with shiny black leather seats and the scent of fresh pine filling the air, drifting from the couple of air fresheners the driver had dangling from the rearview mirror. First, no sleeping together. If there has to be a pillow fort between us, then so be it. Declan didn't answer right away. I cocked my head and got a mumbled, "Right, okay," from him. Look, I'll be honest with you. I wanted to tear the guy's pants off right there and then. Driver, roll up the partition, please. That was all I could think. But I also knew that my psyche was as malleable as a container of butter left out in the sun, which meant I was in no condition to be getting into a relationship right now. So, this needed to stay as something fake, something fun for the week, and then that was it. And sex complicated things for me, so I had to make sure there was none of it. None of it, okay? Nothing, not even cuddling. Well, unless it gets cold, then maybe cuddling, but that's it. Nothing else, no touching or anything like that. Well, unless I got an itch on my back. You know, the spot that's hard to reach sometimes. He could help me out then, and only then. No other touching allowed. Anything else? Declan asked. Or is it just the pillow fort rule I've got to pay attention to? Right, no, there's more, I said, snapping out of my daydream. But wait. Something was starting to click into place for me, something I hadn't thought about until now. Declan, this is an expensive van with windows tinted jet black. That driver is wearing a hat, a suit, and you offered to buy me a new wardrobe. Holy shit, are you a prince? He laughed at that, which seemed like something a prince would do. You're a pretty good detective, you know that? Ever think about moving on up past administrative stuff? I have, actually, I said. I love investigating. It's definitely on my radar. Don't change the subject. I see what you're doing. Holy shit, are you really a prince? Probably not of Wales or York. I would have heard of you. Is it like the Netherlands or something? No, Declan said, shaking his head, chuckling. Think bigger. My eyes opened wider. A king? Declan stayed quiet for a moment, and then nodded solemnly, as though I had figured out the hidden secret to an ancient riddle. And then he started to laugh, and the facade was completely shattered. I shook my head and crossed my arms. My full last name is Rose Covington. My great-grandfather was the one who started the first Rose Hotel, and then opened a Covington because that was his wife's last name, and he didn't want it to be forgotten. They hyphenated their names, kind of scandalous back then, and it's been history since. Declan explained through his endearing but also highly annoying chuckles. Thankfully, the hotels are still doing well. Really well, actually. Especially after my mother took the reins a few years ago and implemented some long-overdue changes. I help lead all the social initiatives and outreach, along with the advertisements, and getting our brand out there to a wider audience. I shook my head and rolled my eyes. So, you're a guy version of Paris Hilton? For a second, I thought I had offended Declan. Maybe I had taken it too far, gotten too comfortable, too fast. It was something I hadn't even noticed was happening until my sarcastic bitch came out to bite. Normally, I kept her locked away until I was good friends with the person and was sure they wouldn't get offended or take something the wrong way. I clearly never meant actual hurt with anything I said as a joke. But Declan and I were running on, a few hours of knowing each other? And yet, I still feel comfortable enough to tease him. His face flushed a deep pink, and the space between his well-maintained dark brows grew wrinkles. And then he laughed, and the tension was broken like a heavy porcelain plate falling to the floor. That's hot, Declan said in a terrible Valley Girl impression. It sounds like you just choked on a tomato. Don't do that again, please, I said, laughing along with him, feeling a rush of enjoyment come over me. Also, a douse of relief.
Declan was down with the sarcastic bitch monster lurking inside me, and that meant this experience would at least be enjoyable. I already felt like me and Declan could have a good time at just about any time. Strictly as friends, of course. Or, well, strictly as fake boyfriends? I don't know, whatever, strictly platonic. There, that fixed things.
Fine, yes, I'm Paris Hilton if you want me to be, Declan said as the laughing died down. But for the record, I think she's a boss-ass businesswoman who's mastered her brand.
He shrugged.
And I think, that's hot.
I tried not to laugh. I really did, but it was no use. Okay. I waved my hands in the air. Back to the rules.
Right, the rules.
Outside, we were driving over the Manhattan Bridge, leaving New York City behind us as we left toward the airport, the East River stretching underneath us like a dark blue snake, slithering through the city. I looked out toward the city, almost sure I could see the spot near the river where Barry and I got married. My heart felt like it twisted in my chest. Listen, I said, wanting to get it out of the way. The laughing fit we had both just shared seemed to have chipped away at the fort I was already putting up around myself, sans pillows. I'm going through a divorce right now. Finalizing everything, it should be done really soon. Thankfully, it's not getting dragged out, but it's still a divorce. It even feels weird coming out of my mouth. I shook my head, having a hard time actually cementing it all as real. It felt like I was talking about someone else. This story couldn't possibly be mine. As a kid, I ate up every damn romance film I could get my hands on. Books, too. It turned me into a huge romantic with a massive heart, and so I thought when I'd find the one, that was it. He'd be the one, not the second. I swallowed, still looking out the window. Traffic was light today, so the scenery was moving fast. And now, I'm not even sure if I'll even get a second chance. So, yeah, this thing needs rules between us, and we both need to follow them and make sure no lines are crossed. Declan didn't take a moment to answer.
Of course,
he said, confidence in his voice.
I totally understand and 100% agree.
I heard him take a deep breath. My gaze went from the outside world to Declan, the man sitting right inside my orbit. He was wearing what I would consider airplane attire, a pair of black sweatpants with an expensive designer logo on the hip and a simple black t-shirt, a gray cap pulled backward on his head. Bastard looked exactly like what my wet dreams were made of.
What happened?
He asked.
I'm going to be honest here and say the first thing I noticed when I walked into Stonewall, aside from the need to wear goggles to protect from falling faux snow, was that there was a ring on your finger.
You're definitely observant, I noted. Maybe you can moonlight as a detective with those sharp eyes of yours. And then I braced myself because the conversational waters ahead were looking rough. Well, my husband was cheating on me. I found out when I came home early and found his recording set up. He tried to hide it, but you're not the only observant one here.
Shit,
Declan said.
He sounds like a massive douche. Were you married to a douche constructed for submarines?
That actually had me laughing, which wasn't something I was expecting. He was a functioning human the last time I checked. I don't know. He could have definitely been a boa constrictor wearing a zip-up people suit. It was Declan's turn to chuckle. The sound made me happy, even though speaking about my divorce was leaving the taste of bitter, rotten apple in my mouth.
I'm sorry you went through that,
Declan said, his voice sounding as sincere as could be. I looked over, and he was giving me a supportive smile.
I've only known you for a really short time, but I can confidently say that your ex-husband is a huge pile of gorilla shit, and he messed up something special with someone special.
I had to break eye contact. I looked out the front windshield. The way Declan was speaking to me... Jesus, I just wanted to reach over and hold his hand. I wanted his thumb rubbing over my skin, and I wanted his warmth in my palm, and this may have been a really, really bad idea. God damn it, Zoe. I shouldn't have let you talk me into this. Except, I knew she didn't talk me into anything. She'd just given me a nudge in the direction I was already heading. Outside, I could see the highway signs letting me know that we were getting farther and farther from the city and closer to Connecticut. You're right, I said, still keeping my eyes on the highway. He is a gorilla turd. A silverback gorilla, the big kind.
Well, he no longer exists to us for the remainder of this holiday retreat.
Declan raised his hands and clapped to then wipe them together.
He's gone. Poof, your ex-husband is no more.
I finally looked away from the road and narrowed my eyes at him. Did you just kill him? Are you secretly a hitman, like a Paris Hilton who moonlights as a broken but noble hitman who's seeking revenge for his brutally murdered family? Declan's eyebrows rose before he laughed, the sound once again making me happy.
You've got a wild imagination, don't you?
I read a lot, I confessed. It fuels the fires up here. I pointed at my head and smirked.
I gotta confess,
Declan said, tilting his head forward and smirking.
I find that really attractive.
And then he must have realized how flirty he was being because he pulled back, turning his gaze out to the front windshield this time.
Not that, I'm hitting on you or anything. Jesus, I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes, and you're so damn irresistible. Shit.
His struggle not to flirt with me was actually kind of cute, and it was definitely funny. That's okay, I said, feeling like I was trying to coax a genie back out of a bottle. I can handle a few compliments. In fact, I think I can handle a few more if you've got them. We can just get them out of the way now. I adjusted myself in the chair so I was facing more of him. It was a van with 2 separate seats marking the middle row, so there was a spacious gap between us. Go on. What you got?
I'm not.
Declan was shaking his head, a smile playing wider and wider on his face.
No, I can't just blow my entire compliment load on the drive to the retreat. We've got a week.
Fine. I'll allow you to space out these compliments. We'll stick to 2 a day. It'll be part of the fake boyfriend contract, amendment number 4.
What were the other amendments?
Oh, I don't know. I just like the number 4. Declan smiled, and then he laughed. And then I thought to myself, oh, shit. I realized I was reacting to his laugh the way a moth would react to a stoplight, and that meant I was getting myself in some deep gorilla doo-doo. Wait, I said. You never answered about being a hitman? Declan did the zipper motion across his lips and threw away the imaginary key, which fell into whatever ditch my imaginary resistance toward Declan's charm was lying in.
8. Declan. This is fake, this is fake, this is fake. It had pretty much become my internal mantra. Some people used today is good, others liked to use I am valued, but nope. I was opting for the this is fake option. It was like a broken record in the folds of my brain, and I let it keep playing as we drove to the ranch. I told Andrew a little bit about last year's retreat, but I wanted to be vague because I already knew his impressive imagination was going to paint the exact picture of where we were headed. And honestly, I wanted to surprise him. I wanted us to get there, and I wanted to see the look of, oh, wow, are you serious, on his face. This is fake? This is fake? Over the sound system, a Christmas song was playing on low as we talked about my family's history. I basically gave Andrew a crash course in my family dynamic since he was wading straight into the shark-infested pool, and I wanted him to be as prepared as possible. I avoided mentioning the fact that I was paying for an active investigation on my stepfather since I figured that might be a little too messy, even for the circumstances we were in. Okay, Andrew said, looking down at the notepad he was taking notes on. Part of me felt bad that he was having to study for this like some kind of last-minute college exam, but another part was really impressed with how dedicated Andrew was to making this work. I think I've got the gist of it. I'm sure you do, I said. I doubt anyone's going to interrogate you on our family history anyway, but still, I'd rather you just know. You're right, Andrew said. I want to know anyway. This stuff interests me. He looked up from his notes and toward me. There was a ray of sunlight that fell through the window just right so that I could see 3 freckles highlighted on Andrew's cheek, close to his nose. All right, one thing they probably will ask questions about is our relationship, so we should probably get that sorted. Right. He was good-looking, and he was on the ball. This is fake. Well, we've been together for 7 months. 7 months sounds good. Andrew cocked his head and scrunched his brows together. Or, is that too long? You're right, it is too long. They would have heard about you by now. Okay, let's go with 4.
4 it is.
All right, so we've been together for 4 months. We met
at a drug-fueled rave worshipping a satanic cult.
I belly laughed at that. Yes, I can see that going perfectly with my family. Andrew was smiling. He brought the pencil he was using to his lips and started to chew almost absent-mindedly. I mean, we could just go with the typical Tinder route. Andrew shook his head. Of course, he'd want something more imaginative. This is fake.
Let's say we met at the park,
Andrew said. I could see the spools of a story being spun in his head.
We were both jogging, different directions, when our paths crossed. We kept jogging around the loop, and we saw each other again. We still didn't say anything to each other. Then, at the parking lot, lo and behold, we parked next to each other. There, I awkwardly nod at you and make eye contact and don't know what to do, so I quickly get in my car hoping to avoid all human contact. Of course, there were other plans in motion, and when I go to start my car, it gives a pathetic whimper and craps out completely. You're still there, and you swoop in with your jumper to help fix my car. Then I'm like, thank you so much, let me repay you, let's go grab some after-jog smoothies nearby. One thing leads to another, and we're dating for 4 months and are on our way to your family's Christmas retreat now.
My jaw was on the floor. I was shocked Andrew could unravel that kind of meeting all on the spot without any hours of second-guessing things, like I would definitely have done. Wow. Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Great,
he said, smiling, totally unaware of the power he wielded. Not only with that explosively powerful mind of his, but also in that heart-melting smile he always wore.
All right, so we've got our meet-cute down. What's next?
Basic likes and dislikes. We should know that about each other.
True,
Andrew said, nodding.
All right, lightning round. Favorite color?
Blue. Andrew didn't seem to need to jot that down.
Yellow for me. Favorite food?
Cheeseburger and crispy fries. The thin kind, not the big steak fries.
Yes! We like the same kind of fries. That means double the servings.
And then Andrew must have caught himself because he quickly added, if there are any fries during this retreat. It was a quick, sharp, and crappy reminder that our connection had a time limit. There wouldn't be fry sharings after the retreat was over, and I had to remember that. I mean, maybe in a few years we can connect again, when he's in a place to actually date again? Or maybe a few months? How long do divorcees need? Weeks? And then I instantly had to cover up that line of thought with, this is fake. Thinking Andrew would come back into my life months from now was naive, and assumed we'd both be waiting for each other. It also assumed that Andrew was falling for me, even with the boundaries we were putting up to compartmentalize the relationship from reality. It was another selfish thought I had to disregard. We went on for another hour, going down the list of what we liked and what ticked us off. I learned a lot about Andrew in that time, all of it making him seem more and more like a man right out of my damn dreams. The time had flown, and before we knew it, Arturo was cutting into the conversation to let me know we were 10 minutes away from the destination. His alert instantly shot up my nerves. It was becoming real, and this entire thing was seeming more fucking crazy by the second. It didn't help that Mariah Carey was belting what she wanted for Christmas on the radio while my ideal gift was sitting right next to me.
You ready?
Andrew asked, seeming much more relaxed than what I was feeling internally. Are you? I asked, dodging his question.
Yeah, I think so.
Outside, the scenery was completely different from the city we had left behind hours ago. Ridgefield was a city in Connecticut that sat in the foothills of the Berkshire Mountains, with a relatively small population, but a very high median income. All the houses were large, and the landscapes were immaculate, with trees, bare of their leaves, lining the streets. As we got closer to the ranch, the homes got bigger and bigger. Many rich New Yorkers bought summer homes here, and a lot of the property we were driving by definitely had that feel. When the road started to curve, I knew we were getting close. All right, so I may have undersold this retreat a little bit, I said, starting to prep him.
Undersold? What do you mean?
Well, when my mom does things, she goes all out. And since Christmas is her favorite holiday, she really doesn't hold back.
Okay,
he said, uncertainty clear on his face.
Should I be scared? Why am I getting scared? Is this like some immersive role-playing experience where we all have to pretend to be toy-making elves?
I snorted at that notion. Absolutely not. My mom's not a lunatic. We both laughed as Arturo drove up a steep hill, both of us being pushed back into our seats from the angle. If you look out my window, you'll see the ranch before we start going down the hill. Andrew's curiosity must have been heightened. He unbuckled and leaned over, his hands coming to rest on the empty space on my seat right next to my thigh. I tried to ignore the way my briefs suddenly felt a size too small.
Holy shit,
Andrew said in a breath as the Winter Wonderland Ranch was laid out like a painting below us. The property was massive, stretching out for a mind-blowing 87 acres. We couldn't see the entirety of it, but what we did see was enough to elicit a wow from all three of us in the van. Down below, sprawled out like something from a fairy tale, was a magical winter wonderland, covered in a thin layer of crisp white snow, with oversized ornaments that looked to be as big as elephants scattered around the property. There were what appeared to be two massive snow globes toward the back of the ranch, and to the left of that was what could only be described as a forest of candy canes that surrounded the two massive barns. There were large, wide pens toward the front of the property that held a few horses, their brown and white coats shining underneath the sunlight. You could comically tell where the ranch began and ended by where the snow stopped. It was almost bizarre as we drove over the hill and down toward the entrance to the ranch. Absolutely zero snow around us until there was a stark line cutting across the street where the property started.
Your mom shipped in all this fake snow?
Andrew asked, his eyes almost wide enough to pop out and fall in his lap. I told you she goes all out, I replied, looking back out the window as we drew up to the gates. And wait until actual Christmas Day. She brings in live entertainment and opens it up to the public so families from all over come and enjoy her winter wonderland. There was a security guard working in a booth by the big gates, a portly guy with thinning hair, who smiled and let us through when Arturo waved. Nice guy, Arturo said, speaking for the first time since Andrew got in the van.
This is insane, Declan.
Andrew sounded like he was shell-shocked. We were driving down a sloping, slightly winding road, past the pens holding the horses. I saw Chocolate Chip and Alaska Lightning Bolt off toward the far end of the pen, two of my favorite horses. Look, see those two over there? The one with the all-white coat, except for that splotch of black on her butt, and the other horse next to her, the all-brown one with the black spots. Andrew had to lean over in my direction to look out the window toward where I was pointing. This meant I got a whiff of the cologne he was wearing, and almost melted right into my chair. He smelled like a mix of mint and leather, and I couldn't get enough of it. I was so lost in how good he smelled, I almost forgot I was the reason he was leaning over.
Uh-huh,
Andrew asked as we drove farther past them. Those are mine, Chocolate Chip and Alaska Lightning Bolt. They've been mine for 13 years now. This ranch is their permanent home. I try and come out every other weekend to at least brush them. I don't ride as much, but I try to.
No way!
Andrew leaned back in his chair, his eyes glowing.
How did we not cover this in the lightning round? I had no idea you liked horses.
Dating takes time, even fake dating. I held down an internal sigh, hating that word more and more. Fake. I looked back out the window, seeing a big inflatable Frosty the Snowman waving at me. There's a lot you still don't know about me.
That's okay,
Andrew said.
I'm okay with things going slow.
He seems to have caught himself.
This fake thing, I'm fine with that. Besides, we've got a week to learn about each other. That's plenty of time. Right?
Right, I said, knowing damn well it wasn't. Not for how I wanted to know Andrew. A week wasn't enough for that. A year wasn't enough for that. Shit. At this point, a lifetime may not have been enough. In just the short time it took us to get to the ranch, I had become hooked on getting to know Andrew better, learning about the different things that make him tick. He was an infinitely fascinating person, and I just wanted to keep digging deeper into what made him the man he was. Arturo pulled up to the front of the main house, driving around the massive loop driveway which surrounded a stunning Christmas tree, the tips of its pine needles covered in white snow while big bulbs of multicolored lights were wrapped throughout. With another holly and jolly Christmas song playing on the speaker, all I could keep thinking to myself was one thing and one thing only. This is fake.
9. Andrew. My mind was completely blown. I couldn't believe the lengths the Rose Covington family went to take Christmas to an entirely new level. I was expecting a cute little ranch with a few holiday decorations and a nice tree by a crackling fireplace. I wasn't expecting a freaking holiday theme park. We were parked right in front of what appeared to be the main house. Although house was an understatement, outside, through the tinted window, I could see a grand mansion with an entrance reserved for extremely exclusive mountain resorts. There was a beautiful blending of smooth gray and black stones at the bottom of the mansion's facade, which then, around the halfway mark, turned into an expensive and luxurious-looking wood, painted in soft white and grays with mint greens and soft browns. It appeared to have 3 floors, and, judging by the number of windows, about 67 bedrooms. There were big silver bells pulled straight from a Christmas storybook hanging off the large doors with silver ribbons. "This is crazy," I said, more to myself than to Declan. "Don't worry," he said, looking at me with a smirk I was growing way too fond of. "It's only going to get crazier." "Oh, great," I said, sliding the van door open. "Just great." I hopped out, my sneakers crunching onto the layer of fresh fake snow. I bent down and picked it up, shocked by how the faux snow reacted just like the real thing, crushing together in my palm and forming a small ball. "Who's picking all this up?" I asked, coming around to the back so I could help bring down the suitcases. The air was chill, but nothing my coat couldn't keep back. Apparently, the real cold front was due to hit tomorrow. "I didn't tell you," Declan said, setting a black backpack by his feet as he reached in the van for a bag. "We gotta earn our stay somehow." "Ha! Ha!" I deadpanned, my gaze narrowing. "We're supposed to be getting the real thing in a couple of days. When it melts, it'll just wash away the fake stuff." "Nice," I said, about to ask how they got it all there, but deciding I didn't want to know. Sometimes not asking how the hot dog was made was the smart choice. "Deck!" The shout surprised me, mostly because it sounded like it came from right behind me. I turned, and sure enough, there was someone a few feet away. Instantly, I could recognize her as Declan's mom. They shared the exact same strong nose, and their eyes were almost identical, with their almond shape and dark lashes. She was shorter than Declan, coming up to his shoulders as she ran over for a hug from her son. Declan was beaming, a smile wider than I'd seen him wear. "Mama's boy, huh? As if I needed one more chip in my armor." "Mom, you outdid yourself once again," Declan said, motioning around at the fake snow. By the door, there were 3 life-size deer statues with big red ribbons tied around their necks, each with a big bell hanging from the center. "Oh, please," she said, waving a manicured hand in the air. "This was just me teaming up with 2 bottles of wine and my best friend, Amazon Prime." I couldn't hold back a laugh at that. She leaned over to me and shook her head as if realizing something. "I'm being so rude. I'm sorry. I'm Robin. You must be Andrew." I was a little surprised she already knew my name, and then it hit me. Holy shit, this is real. I'm really supposed to be acting like this guy's boyfriend. A man I'd met a few weeks ago during one of the most tumultuous times in my life. Declan was right. This was only going to get crazier. "I am," I said, pulling it together enough to offer a nervous smile and a hand to shake. She abandoned the hand and wrapped me up in a tight hug. I could smell the vanilla and lavender in whatever shampoo she used, and, oddly enough, I instantly felt like I was at home. "So glad to meet you," Robin said. "Declan told me last minute that he was bringing someone special for the week, and I've got to say, you sure do look like someone special. I can see there's something between you two, and I've only known you for what, 15, maybe 20 seconds?" My mouth went dry and prevented any words from forming. I froze. I didn't know what to say, or how to say it, or what to do, or where to even put my hands. Thankfully, Declan had no trouble in getting things under control. He came over to my side and wrapped a boyfriendly arm around my lower back. Tingles shot through me, and my brain went a little haywire. "He is special. I was definitely excited for you guys to meet," Declan said, smoothing over the potentially disastrous moment. Suddenly, I started to feel pressure that wasn't there when I said yes to this loony bin idea. I was feeling the pressure to perform. We had to basically put on a show, and if I made any kind of mistake, any kind of slip-up with the facade, then someone could figure out we were faking our relationship and it would all implode. Declan would never be able to live it down, and I would probably get daggers stared at me as I embarrassingly got kicked out of the ranch. Although Robin looked way too nice of a person to kick me out like that, I also had to remember she was the owner of a massive hotel chain and most likely had a cutthroat and down-to-business attitude underneath that warm and welcoming toothy grin. "I've heard a lot of great things about you," Robin said, and then she leaned in and in a stage whisper added, "And some not-so-great things." Then she shot back and let out a bark of a laugh. I'm joking, just teasing." She had a sarcastic edge to her. I liked that a heck of a lot. "On second thought, I don't think Declan's really talked much about you." Oh shit, Code Red. We hadn't planned for this. How did we not think of the fact that there was zero groundwork laid down on this fake thing? I said, already fumbling the ball once again. "You know I'm pretty private about things, Mom. I wanted you all to meet first before I start constantly talking about him because you know that's what's going to happen." I looked to Robin, a fear in my chest telling me that the gig was up before it even had a chance to start. And then she smiled and laughed and put a hand on my elbow. "Well, I'm glad to meet you, Andrew, and I'm looking forward to getting to know you some more." "All right, Mom. We should probably get set up." "Right, of course." She turned and started up the steps to the front doors. "Oh, shoot, actually," she put a hand in the air and turned on her heel to face us. "I've got you guys set up in the guest house. It'll be a short walk around the house, past the snowman's land." She wiggled her thin eyebrows. "Get it? It's a play on no man's land?" "Got it, Mom," Declan said with a laugh and a shake of his head. I reached for the duffel bag Declan was carrying. "Here, let me help. I got it," he said, stubbornly smiling as he rolled 2 heavy suitcases behind him and carried the duffel bag on one of his shoulders, a black backpack hanging off another. "Okay, let me get the rolly suitcase then," I said, reaching for the handle of the luggage. Declan relented and let me help. Our fingers touched in the swap, and the tingles returned, almost stronger the second time. I didn't even want to know what would happen if there was a third. I grabbed the suitcase and walked next to Declan, his mom a few feet ahead of us. "Declan's a stubborn one, although I'm sure you've figured that out by now," his mom said over her shoulder. I could hear the smile in her voice, and for some reason, it filled me with a wave of sadness. "I sure have," I said, keeping my eyes down on the ground. "We balance each other out really well, though." "I can tell," Robin said. The path we were walking on was made of smooth red brick and was clear of any snow. It wrapped around the massive mansion and led us through a white fence surrounded by rows of stark red poinsettias. Ahead, I could see the snowman's land Robin was talking about, and again, I was totally mind-blown. "No," I said in disbelief, a laugh coming up from my chest. "This is so cool. I got Eunice Boudreau, the famous sculptor, to come over and help out with this section." Robin, who was wearing a thin white coat that matched the fake snow around us to almost the exact shade, stood at the start of her creation. Behind her was the snowman's land that set my imagination into overdrive. There, behind her, was a visual representation of what a no man's land would look like, except with a winter twist. It was an area about as big as a school playground, and it looked like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. But instead of ashy and radioactive destruction, there were snow and ice crystals left in its wake. There were sculpted trees of ice and snow crystals that sparkled as if they were set with thousands of diamonds. Between these barren trees of winter were the snowmen, who were sculpted out of what seemed to be smooth white stone. They were human-sized, and they all seemed to have been survivors of some kind of war. A couple had shirts that were in tatters, and a few others were missing buttons or had chunks gone from their carrot noses. But all of them had smiles on. The little rocks of coal turned upward on their faces as they stood around and decorated the barren wasteland for Christmas. A couple of snowmen were helping each other hang up mistletoe on an ice branch, while one snowman was taking it upon itself to drape lights on a boulder. You are a Christmas goddess," I said to Robin, my jaw still on the floor. It was the only thing I could even think of saying. This seemed to have tickled her because she cracked up. Declan was also laughing, but I assumed he was used to this kind of stuff. "I just get these crazy ideas sometimes and run with them," she said when she stopped laughing. And then 2 figures drew my attention coming from the far side of the snowman's land. They were older, I could tell in the gait, and the way they seemed to both lovingly support each other's steps. They were wearing much thicker coats than us, with their hoods thrown on, so I couldn't really see faces, but I had a feeling who these 2 were. "Grandma! Pop!" Declan called, confirming my suspicions. Grandma Lucille lifted her head, the hood falling back and revealing a woman with more youth still in her than an entire high school basketball team put together. She had a head of white and gray curly hair that framed the kindest face I'd ever seen, with big smile lines on her face from her constant beaming. Her brown eyes were bright and kind, and I could see a lot of Declan in them. And then she opened her mouth and completely shocked me. "You see all this crazy shit, right? I didn't mix up my meds again, did I?" 10. Declan. My grandmother never failed to give me stitches from the second I saw her. She'd been a huge figure in my life ever since I could remember, and she always taught me that life required a heavy dose of humor to be able to swallow it down. Laughter was salt to the soul, she would always say. She'd then say, "Show me the numbnut who doesn't like a little salt in their food, and I'll show you a sad human being." She was a bolt of energy in every room she entered, and thankfully she'd found her perfect match in my grandfather, although he wasn't nearly as explosive as she was. He held his jokes back, hitting at random like a punch to the gut, and then suddenly the entire room would be rolling with laughter. They were an incredible pair, and set up a goalpost for the kind of relationship I strived for. I knew I could never be happy if I was missing someone I could explore the world with without getting into fights because the maps wouldn't load, or someone who I could laugh about random, stupid shit until tears rolled down our cheeks. "We're all seeing it, Lucy," Pop said. "Unless you drugged me up, too. I told you already, hun, my life insurance won't kick in if things are suspicious." I looked to Andrew, wondering for a split second if my grandparents were too much, if this entire thing may have been too much for him. And then Andrew's surprised face cracked into a big cheek-to-cheek smile, and he started to laugh. And I knew things would be all right. He surprised me by reaching a hand over and slipping his fingers through mine, locking our hands together. It was a move that sent my emotions off a sheer cliff. I had to keep myself composed, seeing as how we were supposed to have been together for the past 4 months, so a handhold shouldn't elicit a freak-out. And yet, internally, I was freaking the fuck out. "This is fake." I went back to my mantra, even though it wasn't doing much to quiet the very real heat blooming out from my core. When I put an arm around Andrew, I didn't have as big of an internal explosion, and since it was me doing it, I was mentally prepared. And even though we were technically boyfriends, Andrew's hand reaching for mine surprised the shit out of me. My grandmother was closer now, looking at my mom with big eyes. "You are batshit. Did I ever tell you that, Robin?" "What, Ma? You don't like my nuclear winter?" My grandmother shook her head, a playful smile pushing out her rosy cheeks. "I knew I shouldn't have had so much coffee when I was pregnant with you. Oh, my God." My mom jokingly slapped at my grandmother's hand before all 3 went in for a big embrace. "We just got here, came around through the back of the property," Pop explained. "We almost got lost in that candy cane maze you got set up. Honey, are you sure you aren't overworking yourself?" Pop put both hands on my mom's shoulders and took stock. He had been extra concerned about her ever since he stepped down as CEO and handed the reins of the hotel dynasty over to my mom. She had been working toward it her entire life, making huge strides in modernizing and improving the way Rose Covington hotels were operated. When she took over 3 years ago, her endless well of ideas helped bring in the most profitable years of the hotel chain's entire history, and the happiest guests, with the reviews all coming back as 5 stars. The success did have a price, and my mom had paid it with 3 hospital visits for exhaustion from overworking herself. I'm fine," she said, waving off his concern. "And your bags?" "Oh, we saw Brooke down by the river with her new boo thing, and he very kindly offered to help carry them to our room." My grandmother was speaking to my mom, but her eyes were pinned to Andrew. And who's this warm mug of deliciousness? Dee, you didn't tell us someone locked you down. Is everyone around here putting a ring on it?
Whoa. Baby steps there, Grandma. I cocked my head, looking a little surprised at even the mention of rings. This is Andrew, and yes, he was able to lock me down, as you like to say. Although, that makes me sound like I was being some wild stallion out in the dating pool, which, for the record, I was not.
Hey, I don't know what you all do nowadays, what with the Craigslists and the OK Valentines and the pepper grinders. I can't keep it all straight, and I don't judge either.
We were all busting out laughing as my mom jumped in.
Leave the two alone, Mom. Young love is fragile. Don't be the reason why Andrew goes running off into the night trying to escape this wild family of ours. Oh, don't worry about that, Andrew said. If I run away, it will be because of how much this one snores at night.
He prodded at my side and smiled. For all observers, it was a cute little action and definitely made my grandparents and my mom fall harder for Andrew. But to me, well, it almost made me feel guilty. What the hell was I thinking? Andrew and I had never so much as napped together, much less slept together, and yet here we were, spinning lies as if it were our favorite pastime.
I've got some earplugs for you, hon. Stop by my room,
my grandma said, shooting a look over at Pop.
It's gotta be in the jeans. This one sounds like an old bulldozer having anal intercourse with a garbage truck. Mom.
Grandma, Lucy.
Oh my God.
Andrew rounded it out, cracking up. And that's our cue, I said, smiling wide and feeling my cheeks getting flushed, and not because of the cold wind that had picked up around us.
What?
My grandma started as I tried to get us back on track.
I didn't think
My mom cut her off before I had to hear my grandmother say anal twice in one day, which was already 1,000 times too many.
All righty then, Ma. Why don't you come help me out with dinner for tonight? Oh, all right.
Grandma Lucy smiled and gave us one last hug before walking off with my mom and granddad toward the main house, leaving us to the guest house on our own.
So, you've never seen The Grinch, the one with Jim Carrey?
Andrew was asking this as he stood precariously perched on the edge of a chair by the door, hanging up a string of multicolored lights, their bulbs big and antique-looking. Nope, so add that one to the list, too.
I honestly think you may be a mole person who only comes up from the underground for a few weeks out of the year. How can you miss out on all these classics? I don't think I can get over you never seeing Christmas with the Cranks.
Well, good thing we've got a big TV and a comfortable couch. I pulled out an animatronic Mrs. Claus from the cardboard box holding some of the decorations. I crossed the living room and set her down next to her husband, both of them on the mantel above the stone fireplace. The guest house was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, fully functioning home with its own entrance and exit, and even a private pool, which would have been great if the water wasn't most likely frozen over underneath the black tarp covering it. There were plenty of windows that looked out onto the faux snow-covered grounds, sunlight streaming in through the sheer white curtains. It had been barren of any holiday decorations when we had entered, and now, about 2 hours and plenty of laughs later, the place looked like it was ready to work as a set for a Hallmark Christmas movie.
I'd do a holiday movie marathon. We can throw in some stinkers, too. I love watching dumb, over-the-top movies.
Are you kidding? I love that shit, too, I said, laughing as I pulled the last of the silver garland from the box. I'm a big fan of So Stupid They're Good films.
Good. We can marathon some, then,
Andrew said, stepping down from the chair with a little hop and twirl. You really like Christmas, don't you? I said, noticing how happy Andrew seemed to be while we were decorating. It was a mood that he easily spread to me. I couldn't recall a time I'd been happier, which was surprising because I didn't forget about the photographic evidence I needed to confront sitting in a black book bag a few feet away from me. It had the potential of blowing up this entire family and ruining Christmas for everyone involved.
Oh no, I hate it,
he said in a dead serious tone.
I just like hanging out with you.
And then he laughed and shook his head, looking so damn fucking cute. I wanted to take the 5 steps I would need to get to him, wrap him up in my arms, and pull him in for a kiss that would have us both breaking into a sweat. This is fake. This is fake.
I used to love this time of year,
Andrew said, walking around the room and looking at all the decorations as though he was taking stock.
Yeah, I loved it. Having my family, my mom and my dad, having them with me on Christmas morning, smiling and just as excited as I was for me to unwrap the gifts. And then we'd spend the entire day in pajamas and eat candy and hang out until the evening when my parents would get all fancy and take us to our cousins for a big family dinner. And it's just the entire month of December. You're looking forward to it, and the excitement is constantly buzzing in the air. And then the few days after, when it's done, you're just kind of glowing and basking in the feeling of being surrounded by people you love.
Andrew took a deep breath and turned toward me, a smile flickering on his face. There was a tear streaking down his cheek, sliding down his jaw and dropping off his chin. Andrew, I started, moving toward him. I sensed something in him, a pain, and I wanted to make it better somehow, except I had no idea how. I wasn't even sure if what I was picking up was right, or maybe Andrew had just gotten something in his eye. He went to say something but stopped himself. I could see it, pushing to break free, but he wasn't relenting. He shook his head, wiped at his cheek, and turned away from me, back to looking at the decorations.
That was as a kid, though,
he went on, a newfound steeliness in his tone.
The season doesn't have the same magic for me anymore.
I didn't want to press, even though there was clearly something that needed pressing. But it didn't feel like the right time, and the last thing I wanted was Andrew shutting down only hours into this. So instead of digging, like my heart was telling me to, I moved over to the shiny new record player sitting on a bed of cotton clouds made to look like snow on top of a tall corner table. There were a couple of records sitting on the floor, all of them Christmas-themed. I grabbed the Jackson 5 album, the cover showing all 5 brothers smiling in their own little gift tags, while a big red bow wrapped around it. I could feel Andrew's eyes on me, even though my back was turned to him. That was how aware I was of him. It was like his eyes were boring straight into my soul, forming a connection through the air without any kind of physical input from either of us. Well, that, and I spotted his reflection in the window, and he was clearly checking me out. 11. Andrew.
Wow, Declan's got a nice butt. I shook my head and tried to pry my eyes away, but with his back turned, I felt like it was one of those free moments I could gawk at his perfect form without anyone judging the drool that was bound to fall from my open mouth. And then I noticed the window right in front of him, which seemed to have a side gig as a freaking mirror because it was reflective as all hell and clearly putting my gawking on blast. I stopped checking him out and focused on the record that was now spinning, the opening notes to Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas starting to sound through the record player. There was no way he saw me anyway. He was so focused on the music, he couldn't have seen me eyeing him like some kind of top-rate sirloin, all nice and vacuum-packaged to seal in maximum freshness. Yeah, no way he saw. I'm fine. Totally fine.
All right, once you're done checking me out, why don't we have a little dance?
My shoulders slumped forward like I'd been popped. God damn it. I was totally hoping you didn't notice. What kind of window is that in the first place?
A good one,
Declan said, turning to me with a smirk that said, Kiss me right goddamn now. I didn't. I couldn't. But damn do I want to. I wasn't checking you out, I mumbled weakly under my breath as Declan came toward me. He was wearing a dark evergreen sweater, thick enough to keep him warm but thin enough to highlight the slopes of his muscles. His light blue jeans were a snug fit, highlighting another kind of bulge that had me swallowing audibly as I turned away, scared my eyes would betray me once again. I'm not a good dancer, I lied.
Bullshit,
he said, calling me out on the spot.
I saw how you got off that chair. You've taken classes, at least.
Damn, he was observant. Why did you even need Stonewall Investigations? You're as sharp as Zane. He's the founder.
You're not changing the subject.
I could feel Declan a couple of feet behind me. It was weird, but it was a thing. I turned, and sure enough, he was standing there, close enough for me to reach out and grab him by the hands. He reached for mine. I didn't pull away, but I did stiffen. This was setting off alarm bells. Or were those just jingle bells? I swallowed as he started to sway to the soft beat of the Christmas song, moving closer to me. Yeah, I've been dancing since I was a kid, I said, opening up to him. This may have all been a setup, but that didn't mean everything had to be fake. My mom put me in salsa classes in the 5th grade, and from there on I was obsessed. I took everything: hip-hop, contemporary, tap. I don't think I ever got really good at one of them, but I think I can say I'm pretty good at all of them. Declan chuckled at that. When did our bodies get so close?
I'm sure you're excellent at everything you do.
There was a heat inside me that was quickly spreading, and all Declan's smirk was doing was dousing me in gasoline. I definitely give things my all. His hands held mine, a swift and smooth move that almost made me swoon. Fake swoon, of course, because that's what this was, a facade. I had to keep that in mind, and as long as I was aware of it, then I could let myself enjoy it. For a little bit, for just this one song, I'd let myself enjoy being held by Declan and moving slowly around the room, being led by him and the slow, almost hypnotizing beat of the Christmas song. Jermaine Jackson crooned about chestnuts roasting on an open fire and Yuletide carols being sung by the choir as we swayed.
Thank you,
he said, surprising me. I looked up, my eyes previously locked into a neutral spot on his chest. I was trying to avoid looking directly into Declan's eyes because, much like Medusa, one stare from him could turn me right into stone. Well, a certain part of me into stone. "For?" I asked, myself being thankful for 0 spontaneous boners. That would have been a little difficult to explain.
For agreeing to this crazy thing, for coming along and being so open about everything. You could easily just phone it in, and you aren't. You seem genuinely excited to meet my family, and it feels like you're actually enjoying yourself, and that makes me really happy. So, thank you for being my fake boyfriend for the holidays, and for being so upbeat about it.
Honestly, I kind of want to thank you, Declan. My plans were to sit in my nearly empty apartment with the blinds closed and old episodes of Buffy playing on repeat while I wait for the new year like some kind of sad, hibernating vampire. So really, thank you for bringing me here and giving me an actual reason to celebrate the holidays. I caught myself smiling, and it was growing. Even if it is fake.
Fake. Right,
he said.
About those rules we had, I know there's no cuddling in bed allowed. But what about mistletoe kisses?
I arched a brow. Declan let go of my hand and pointed up. Without me realizing, he had maneuvered us directly under a hanging mistletoe I had put up there only moments before. Betrayed by my own hand. My smile didn't flicker for a second. I guess those could be allowed, only because I hate breaking tradition, and it is one of the longest, and I couldn't finish my nervous rambling. Declan's lips were on mine, silencing my words and igniting my body on fire from head to toe. I instantly melted into his body, feeling the hard places of his muscles underneath his sweater, sending my senses into total overdrive mode. His hands left mine and slowly moved to hold my lower back, a spot on my body that was loaded with fireworks, and he set them all off at once the second his big hands slipped under my shirt and touched skin to warm skin. He pulled me harder onto him, and it was then I felt something between us. His bulge, growing bigger and bigger, matching mine. This was more than a mistletoe kiss, and there was a small part of my brain that was sending off incoming missile alerts. This shouldn't be happening. It was breaking apart the barrier and making this safe, fake thing seem way more grounded in reality than I was comfortable with. But damn it, this was literally the best kiss I'd ever gotten from someone. Sounds like some dumb high school hyperbole, but it's the full-on truth. Declan was doing things to my body with just his lips that had me turning into putty. I could feel myself letting go of every reservation I had, of all the negative crap I was holding on to from Barry and the pain he'd caused. It was all falling off me and floating away, pushed by the growing heat that was blooming out from the both of us. Then Declan broke the kiss and left my entire body aching for him. He looked at me, flames flickering in his gaze.
"We shouldn't do this,"
he said in a low whisper. Behind him, the record jumped to the next track, the opening to Frosty the Snowman filling the room. "I know we shouldn't. I wholeheartedly agree with you. It's dumb." I pushed up for a second, overcome by the desire to kiss him. "It's crazy," I said against Declan's lips.
"Insane,"
he said against mine, his breath against my skin sending jolts through me.
"I just can't get enough of you, fake or not."
Declan. I was losing all my willpower. I could feel how bad he wanted me, and I wanted him just as bad. As long as we remembered at the end of the day that this was an arrangement to help Declan get through the week, then it would be fine if we got a little carried away. My hands moved from his hips to his ass. It was as firm and as big of a handful as I'd expected after I got caught eyeing him up. Then, before we could get any further, the nearby door swung open without any warning, startling us both and causing me to leap back and away from Declan like a scared alley cat. What in the ghost of Christmas cock-blocking just happened?
12. Declan. Kissing Andrew was all I wanted for Christmas. Well, maybe I wanted a little more, but kissing him was exactly what I wanted in that moment, and he gave it to me. His kiss was everything, soft and fiery and passionate. There was an undeniable connection that had been formed when our lips met, and it wasn't a fake connection, that was for sure. There was something very real about the kiss, and it lingered long after we separated. There was also something very real about my stepsister barging into the guest house as if she was waltzing into her own bedroom. "Jesus, Brooke, try knocking next time. I swear you won't break your wrist." I stopped the record. Our little impromptu holiday dance party seemed to be shut down early. Brooke rolled her eyes, two big green orbs that were highlighted by a makeup job that must have taken hours. She was wearing a Gucci coat with a big brown furry hood that matched her fur boots. I sincerely hoped they were faux fur, but didn't want to ask. I knew that if she answered with a yes, my reaction would be to grab the red wine and have an accidental spill all over it, but I didn't want Andrew seeing that. I'm sure he could already sense how messed up this family was, and I didn't want to risk making him feel even more uncomfortable. Although he was definitely comfortable when he was pressed up against me.
Sorry,
she said, sounding not sorry in the slightest. She was clearly my stepsister because we looked nothing alike. She had a much rounder face than I did, with a head of bright blonde hair that flowed down past her shoulders. I wasn't entirely sure if the color was natural, but I knew she didn't have the dark hair like me or my mom did. I told her to knock, her fiancé Gregory said from behind her, sounding like he didn't tell her anything whatsoever. He was taller than her, and had the same permanent I stepped in dog shit about an hour ago face, so they made for a good match.
"Robin said you would be in here decorating with your new boyfriend."
She turned to Andrew and seemed to realize he was in the room. She unzipped her coat, revealing a Gucci sweater underneath the coat. I had to look away before my eye roll was spotted.
"Hi, I'm Andrew," he said.
I could tell he was taken aback by the sudden intrusion. He sounded a little nervous, and my stepsister was doing nothing to ease the situation. She stood there, nodding, as if she'd just been told the name of an exotic animal behind a cage. It was Andrew who put his hand out for a shake. She reached out and shook for the briefest of moments and then separated, turning around as if she was inspecting the decorations.
"Glad you could make it, Declan. I was hearing something about you thinking of skipping this year."
"Yeah, well, I couldn't miss catching up with you." Brooke had entered my life about 5 years ago, when my mom first started seeing Bill. At first, things were fine, and I was actually a little excited to finally have a sister. It felt like I was getting a chance at something I'd previously missed out on. We were separated by a couple of years, her being the younger one, and we got along well in the first year or so. Better than I got along with her brother, Tyler, who took me longer to warm up to. But, as with anything, time usually shows cracks that were previously invisible. And those cracks grew wider and wider through the years, until I found that the only person in the family I could trust with my entire heart was my mother, and that was it. Grandparents too, of course, but it was my mother who grounded me, and it was her I had to look out for. I was incredibly protective of her, which was what led me to Stonewall in the first place. It was what led to the photo sitting in a backpack only feet away, a photo that could drastically alter my mom's life, if what I suspected was true.
"Your mom didn't really work her magic in here, huh?"
Brooke said, judgment dripping off her tone. The open cardboard boxes were a clear clue that my mother had nothing to do with this room, and that we'd just set it up. But Brooke, being Brooke, either took zero notice of the boxes, or she did and was going for a power move.
It's pretty magical, if you ask me,
Andrew said, jumping in before I could say something snappier. He was looking around with a big smile on his face. It made me like him even more. The fact that he could stay his bright and positive self even when there was someone clearly trying to tear it down.
We took care of the decorations in here.
This is fake. Don't forget that.
Oh,
she said, nodding slowly. Gregory was standing by their 2 suitcases like a bored guard dog. I didn't really know much about him, except that he never seemed happy and worked as a manager for a big supermarket.
Well, good job then.
She clapped her hands as if she was starting on a new slate.
Okay, well, I'm super happy you're here, Declan, and that you have someone special to spend the time with. I did the math in my head before getting here, and I said to Greg I was worried about you being surrounded by couples, especially with one of them being, well, you know.
I cocked my head, not following. No, I don't know. What are you talking about, Brooke?
What? You mean Tyler didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
I don't know if I should say anything now.
You kind of already did, Brooke. Confusion was mixing with annoyance and creating a toxic brew in the air. What's going on with Tyler? He FaceTimed me about his new girlfriend, but he didn't tell me anything else. Brooke looked to Gregory, who gave back a blank stare and a small shrug. I could feel Andrew tensing next to me. This is exactly what I meant when I said it was bound to get crazier. Everything was fine when it was just us, my mom, my grandparents, and a bunch of nuclear waste snowmen. But when the other side of the family showed up, all bets were off. I started to feel bad I'd dragged Andrew into the crossfire, but there was no turning back now.
You should maybe go see for yourself then.
Brooke motioned toward the door.
He just got in. We can hop in the golf cart and Greg can drive us up to the main property.
My fists were balling up at my sides, almost without any input from me. This reeked of a mind game, which I knew Brooke loved to play. She knew damn well what I was walking into, and she didn't care enough to prepare me for it. Either that, or she purposefully wanted me as unprepared for it as possible. This wasn't the Brooke I had met when my mom first started dating her dad. It was like she had slowly but surely morphed into a damn ball python. Fine, let's go. I wanted to get this over with, whatever this was. I grabbed Andrew by the hand, almost without thinking about it, and followed Brooke out into the cold. Need a coat? I asked Andrew, realizing I had practically dragged us out of the guest house.
No,
he said.
I'm good. It's just a short drive.
We got into the golf cart, which my mom had managed to make look like a small red sleigh. Andrew and I sat in the back, facing away from Brooke and Greg. We sat without any space between us, our body heat dueling against the cold wind. I put a hand on his thigh, something that felt so natural I did it without even thinking. It wasn't like anyone was watching us. We didn't need to keep up the facade at all times. But still, I didn't want to stop touching him. He didn't move away or brush my hand off, so I left it there. I looked to him and mouthed, "What the fuck?" He chuckled and shook his head. He mouthed something back, but I had trouble reading his lips. I thought he said, "I'm so into you," and that had my heart ratcheting up in the beats per minute department. But then it clicked that he really said, "I'm so confused," and my heart dropped back down to its normal rate. I sighed and looked out at the snow-covered ranch as we drove up a gentle slope toward the main mansion, past the snowman's land and through an archway with a painted wooden sign hanging off it reading, "Santa's Enchanted Wonderland." Gregory was at the wheel, and although the golf cart couldn't really go at high speeds, he was definitely pushing the pedal to the metal. We took a sharp turn around a family of reindeer sculptures made up of white lights that almost knocked us both right off.
You guys good back there?
Brooke asked. Fine, I said, shaking my head. Andrew's eyes wide, a nervous smile playing on his face. I squeezed his thigh a little harder and had an urge to lean in and kiss him, but I stopped myself. It sucked. Really fucking bad. But I was beginning to lose sight of what we had, or rather lacked, and it was bound to cause trouble for both of us. I needed to force myself to take a step back. I let go of his thigh and put my hands in my lap, instantly missing the point of contact between us. Gregory managed to pull up to the front of the mansion without knocking anyone out of the golf sleigh. In the massive circular driveway, I could see Tyler's new Audi parked in the front, the bright red paint job shining underneath the late afternoon sun. He had just been promoted to Rose Covington's chief financial officer, which had come with a big pay bump. I didn't think it was the smartest move on my mother's part, but his skill with numbers and hard-working ethic was undeniable. Then, as if rehearsed to be timed with our arrival, the big doors to the mansion opened, and out walked Tyler, wearing a light gray jacket, a black baseball cap flipped backward, and a pair of black sweatpants. He saw us and almost tripped down the steps, but managed to catch himself on the railing. "Declan! Hey, bro, Merry Christmas!" I narrowed my eyes as I got out of the back of the cart.
This didn't feel right. What in the world was going on? Why was Tyler so thrown off, and why was he so focused on me?
The doors behind Tyler opened again, and then I realized what the hell was going on. Everything came crashing down on me at once. There, standing in the doorway, looking like she had just walked in on something she shouldn't have, was Veronica Kaiser. Her hair was cut into a sharp, short style that framed her face like some kind of expensive and elusive painting. She had bird-like features that gave her a flighty look to her. She was wearing a big purple jacket, her hands stuffed into the deep front pockets. Even though she was standing about 20 feet away from me, it felt like she was right in front of me, slapping me over and over again.
"Declan,"
she said, looking directly at me. I looked from her to Tyler, who was shrinking back toward the door. Anger twisted my face, making the corners of my eyes twitch. "Are you fucking kidding me? Declan, I wanted to tell you. I didn't know how to, man. I didn't know what to say." I took a deep breath, which did absolutely nothing to dampen the fury that was rising in me. If anything, the oxygen fanned the flames. "With the amount of fucking people on this crusty goddamn rock, you decide that you wanted to date her out of all the fucking options." Veronica was at Tyler's side now. She had a look in her eye that made me feel like she was someone walking through a dog pound, looking down at the sad little puppies.
"Declan, we just connected one day, and it just took over. We couldn't help it."
Bullshit! This is absolutely fucking bullshit! Andrew caught my attention then. The shock of seeing Veronica made me forget Andrew had no idea what was going on. Great. He's going to love this.
"What's happening?"
he asked, low enough so the others couldn't really hear him. "Veronica, Tyler's new girlfriend, was my last girlfriend." My voice wasn't quiet. I wanted everyone to hear me. "We dated for 2 years before she cut me off from one day to the next." There. Rip it off like a Band-Aid. It was my only option. Well, that or just self-combust. But that would have been more of a Christmas miracle than an actual option. 13. Andrew. This was literally batshit crazy. I was looking from Declan to Tyler to Veronica, trying to put the pieces together. I was handed the pieces and even described exactly where to put them, but I was still having trouble seeing the bigger picture. Until Declan started moving toward Tyler, his chest puffed and his fists balled. Things fell into sharp focus at that moment, and I knew I had to act. I lurched forward and grabbed Declan by the elbow, pulling him back. I wasn't sure exactly what his intentions were, but I really didn't like the almost visible steam coming out from Declan's ears. "I can't believe this shit," he said. I noticed Brooke, who I already didn't like, standing off to the side with her arms crossed and a little smirk on her makeup-caked face. Seriously, that girl had enough concealer on, I was sure I could make a snow angel on her forehead. Concealer angel? "Come on, Deck," I said. It was the first time I'd called him that, and for some reason it felt the most natural. He seemed to diffuse slightly, too. He dropped his head and grabbed my hand in his. "We've got some more decorating to do." I turned to Tyler and Veronica and mustered up the most pleasant, "Nice to meet you," I could muster. I wasn't even sure I had officially met them, but honestly, by that point, I really couldn't care less about formalities. I just wanted to get Declan back to the guest house and away from his slithering snakes of his step-siblings. "And you," Declan said, turning his attention to Veronica before I was able to get us into the sleigh. "You're just a gold-digging monster. You dumped me when you saw my brother climbing up Rose Covington's corporate ladder, didn't you? Holy shit, that's exactly why you left me." I could see realization start dawning on his face. "You left me a week after he got his promotion. How long have you two been together?" "Not that long," Veronica weakly reassured him.
Not long at all. I looked to Brooke, whose face said it all, with her arched brow and quirked lip. She didn't have a horse in the race, and I could tell she wanted to stir up as much trouble as she could.
Fucking shit. Both of you are fucked in the head, you know that? Declan, I'm sorry.
Tyler's apologies fell on deaf ears. We were already getting back into the golf sleigh, and Declan was turning it on. For a split second, I was expecting us to roar off in anger with a cloud of fake snow being kicked up behind us. Then I remembered we were in a golf cart, and the top speed was 15 miles per hour, and that was pushing it. We left the scene at a crawl, neither of us saying another word until we got back to the guest house. When we got back in and shut the door behind us, the floodgates opened.
This is a prank. This is fucking crazy. I can't believe this. My ex-girlfriend, the one who broke my heart, she's the one he has to date? They were probably seeing each other when we were still together. I knew it. I knew something was up, but Jesus, I didn't think it was this.
I stood to the side, letting him vent. There was a part of me that wanted to go and comfort him, to hold him and tell him to forget about that dumb blonde bitch who clearly had no sense of morals or proper human decorum. I'm sorry, I said, the only thing I could even think of saying, and it sounded so inadequate, too. You don't deserve that kind of treatment from anyone, but especially not from your own family. Declan let out an exasperated huff.
Family, that's a good one. Those people aren't my family. They're leeches that are trying to suck the life out of my family. That's what they are.
He slumped onto the leather couch near the fireplace. I made my way over and sat down next to him, leaving some space between us. This was starting to get way messier than I was expecting it to, but I was weirdly okay with it. A little drama never hurt anyone, and frankly, my Christmas before Declan walked into my life was looking like a sad affair filled with overeating and oversleeping.
I'm sorry,
Declan said, the sincerity in his voice surprising me.
I'm so sorry. I feel terrible for dragging you into this. I should have just been a man about it and showed up here by myself. This is a fucking disaster.
Are you kidding me? I said, moving a little closer. I've always wanted to live out my own Real Housewives fantasy. I'm being served a full plate of crazy drama, and I'm totally okay with it. I just feel bad that you have to go through it. Declan chuckled at that.
God, I hate those shows.
I got up from the couch and started my way toward the door.
Huh?
Declan asked behind me, still sitting on the couch. Sorry, Dec, but I'm cutting this short. Fake or not, I can't be in a relationship with someone who can't appreciate my wine-drinking and tea-spilling ladies. I stopped at the door and turned with a big smile on my face.
Get over here, you housewife,
Declan said when he realized I was joking. He patted the couch and smiled my way. It was a grin that had wormed its way into my heart from the jump. I loved seeing Declan smile. I went over and took a seat again, this time forgetting about putting any space between us. There was a question that was tickling the back of my brain, and I wanted to ask it, but I wasn't even sure how to. I couldn't tell if it was my place to know, but then again, I was in a relationship with him. So, I started, figuring I should just ask right out. You're bi, right? My lids narrowed. Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're some straight guy pretending to be gay. That'll never work. I was shaking my head. Ever. Declan laughed at that, his cheeks getting red. I'd never really seen Declan blush before, but it seemed like this topic was throwing him off.
No, that's ridiculous. Of course that wouldn't work.
He smiled, almost bashfully. Something else I'd never seen from the well of confidence that was Declan Rose Covington.
Yes, I'm bisexual. I've clearly had relationships with a woman, and I'm also clearly, and very, attracted to men.
He chewed on his lower lip and put a hand on my knee, which instantly flooded my system with endorphins. I got a fiery flashback to the kiss we'd shared only moments before, and I could feel my dick swelling in response. I broke our gaze and looked down at my hands in my lap, scared that I'd pitch a full tent right there and then. And not just a small backyard tent like you get at Walmart for like $60. I'm talking a tent with a damn living room and open-concept kitchen. Do you see yourself being with a man for the rest of your life? I asked, my curiosity taking hold. I knew all about the Kinsey scale and was well aware people could love and want whomever they wanted, so long as it was consensual. Declan started.
No one's asked me that before.
I'm not proposing a fake marriage if that's what you're thinking. Declan laughed at that and cocked his head.
Of course not,
he said.
We'd have to get fake engaged first.
Right? Duh. I didn't want to laugh, but I still did. My smile was also growing wider and wider, and I hadn't really noticed, but we were closer to each other, as if our bodies were slowly inching together without either of us even realizing it.
Yes,
he answered, the confidence I knew he was filled with back in his tone.
Absolutely. I can see myself living the perfect life with a man by my side. Someone to take on the rest of my life with me, start a family with me, and just live the happiest we can be together. And I can absolutely see that happening with a man.
I was smiling so hard it almost hurt. That's good to hear. But my head also felt like it was exploding. So, wait, have you dated guys before?
I have. That's why my family wasn't exactly surprised to see us together.
I nodded. I don't have any problem with it, I said, assuring him, in case you thought you had to hide it from me. I get some people judge, and other people, for whatever dumb reason, can't wrap their heads around someone being able to love more than one gender. But I'm not one of those people, and honestly, I don't think I'd ever want to be around one of those people anyway. Now Declan was the one beaming wide, his pearly white teeth on full display.
Thank you, Andrew.
And then I remembered something that made it all come crashing down in a moment's notice. This wasn't real. I had to let myself get carried away, and I fell right into relationship mode, wanting to ease Declan's pain with whatever I could say. I had become his, wanting to support him like a pillar underneath a roof being battered by a storm. But it was fake. I barely knew him, and this arrangement had a finite limit to it. I could pull out a calendar right now and point to the date our relationship was set to end. With a sudden and surprisingly powerful punch of disappointment to the gut, I looked away from Declan and moved my legs so that there was a defined space between us. I didn't want to add on to his issues right now, or my own for that matter. I still had a freaking divorce I was dealing with. I couldn't be dumb and let down my entire guard only so I could find myself making the same mistakes. Except, I don't think I could ever classify Declan as a mistake. I would keep up appearances and put a smile back on my face, but for the moment, I had to look away and let the mask crack for a second. When he wasn't looking at me, when he couldn't see how much pain I was still carrying from Barry's betrayal, it was a pain to which Declan's kiss had seemed to work as a quick-acting balm, soothing the burn in an instant. But again, the kiss, like everything else I was feeling toward him, was fake.
I still can't believe it,
Declan said next to me. I could tell his thoughts were still swirling around Veronica's big reveal.
That entire family is a fucking mess. Brooke is a vapid monster, Tyler is a bloodthirsty shark, and Bill... Huh. You haven't met the head of the snake yet, have you?
No. That's your stepdad?
Yep,
Declan said. He got up from the couch and crossed the room, going toward the book bag he had been carrying with him since he picked me up. I turned to him, the mask back on.
He was the reason why I went to Stonewall in the first place,
he admitted. Really? This was news to me. I hadn't really thought much about what had brought Declan to the agency in the first place.
I've had suspicions he's been stealing from my mother. She's been complaining about missing things, big things, like jewelry worth more than cars big.
Whoa, I said. Declan was pulling a folder out from the black book bag.
She has them in secured lockboxes with passwords needed to get in, and so she keeps thinking it can't be anyone stealing from her. She must be misplacing them. She keeps blaming it on her brain fog, but I don't believe it. I think Bill figured out the code, and he's been slowly siphoning valuables off of her and selling them, and I think my mom's too taken by love to see it.
My mouth gaped. Holy crap, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
And if it's one person you don't fuck with, it's my mom.
I could see the fiery aggression flaring up inside Declan.
So I hired Mark to tail Bill and keep an eye on him. My mom employs most of them in the hotels. Well, all of them except Brooke, I guess. Bill works as a manager in the tech department, but most of the time he's doing it from home, so it was a little difficult. But after a week, Mark got these pictures.
Declan handed the folder to me. I opened and saw a glossy 8x10 photo. It was taken at night with only a street lamp illuminating the scene, so it was a little difficult to make out at first. But then the details started to appear. I was looking at a man, and he was wearing a black ski mask. He had something in his hand, a heavy-looking duffel bag, and he was going toward a sedan with blacked-out windows. What the?
That's Bill, under that mask. And I'm assuming those are my mom's valuables in that bag. It was taken last week.
Holy shit. I mean, maybe he's going for a midnight session at the gym?
That man is allergic to the gym.
The evidence was strong, but I'd been working at Stonewall long enough to know that sometimes things weren't as obvious as they first seemed to be. My inner detective was kicking in, and questions started to breed in my brain like a bunch of bunnies on Viagra. Does his job ever require him going out at night?
No, it's a cush 9 to 5, unless something big is happening with the computer systems, which is rare. When my mom met him, he was between jobs. I'm not even sure what he was doing before he was handed his position.
You haven't talked to him about this yet, right?
No. I'm torn about when I should bring it up. This retreat means the world to my mom, and I don't want to mess things up. I keep second-guessing myself. Yes, the photos are pretty damning, but what if there is an excuse for them? Then I'd be blowing up my mom's life for nothing.
Yeah, I get that. I handed the photos back to Declan, who snapped the folder shut and zipped it back in the book bag. Should you ask your mom first?
Declan shook his head. I want to go directly to Bill. I don't want to give him a chance to come up with some excuse. I think catching him off guard with photographic proof is best.
I agree. Plus, your mom is in love with him. She may not see what's right in front of her. Showing her the photos first could definitely backfire.
Now I just have to figure out when to confront him. It kills me that this potential thief is with my mom, but damn it, I don't know what to do.
I reached for Declan's hand, another move that blurred the line between fact and fiction. Whatever you decide to do, I've got your back. I quickly added, as a fake boyfriend, of course.
Of course,
Declan said and looked away, taking his hand back. Before he turned, I could have sworn I saw a flash of disappointment cross his face. I'll do some light digging, too. My inner detective was growing louder and louder. Declan turned, his expression slightly worried. Don't worry, I amended. I won't do anything crazy. I'll just keep my eyes wide open and ask a few pointed questions here and there. Zane told me once that he lets the guilty talk their way into the cell for most of his cases. A guilty conscience is the loudest. He nodded, the wrinkles of worry between his brows gone.
All right, let's try and shake this shit off for now. I don't want to totally ruin your holidays.
Oh, you're not ruining anything, Deck. You've actually turned Christmas around for me. He smiled then, and for a loaded moment I thought we would kiss again. I was ready for it, my body aching for the connection, no matter how brief it was destined to be. But there was no kiss. He turned and went for his coat hanging on the coat rack.
Let's get out of here for a bit. We can explore the town. It's a really cute Christmassy place.
Let's do it. I followed his lead and grabbed my coat. It was cold enough outside to fog up our breath, but not cold enough to keep us locked inside. Oh, and I'm going to need to take you up on that shopping offer, I said, motioning up and down as we stepped out. All I've got with me is, literally, the shirt hanging off my back.
Right.
Declan tapped his palm to his forehead.
There's a great outdoor mall right around here. We can explore for a bit and then spend the rest of the afternoon there. My mom's got a dinner planned for tonight, which is bound to be interesting.
He was standing underneath a ribbon of sunlight that was cutting through a tall tree and spotlighting his face as if he were some magical angel sent to make everything okay. Perfect, I said. And for what felt like the 37th time that day, I caught myself falling harder than an ornament dropping from the highest branch of a Christmas tree.
14. Declan. The air was chilly, but the massive heaters that were erected around the dining table kept the real cold at bay. In front of all of us were nearly cleaned-off plates, the scraps of a 5-star meal left behind. Around the table was a wall of twinkling lights, making it feel like we were in some kind of hybrid indoor-outdoor room, with a ceiling full of real blinking stars and walls made of lights that looked like snowfall. Nearby, the speakers were playing a jazzy Christmas album that added the shining star to the proverbial tree. It was an absolutely spectacular setting for a dinner, and it was all thanks to the magic that my mother worked. It was no wonder that Rose Covington hotels were doing so much better now under her guidance than it had been for years before. She was always cutting edge with her ideas, and she never failed to execute them all to the highest degree. At the table sat the entire family, with me and Andrew claiming the 2 seats farthest away from Tyler and Veronica who sat down the table from us. He looked so handsome in a deep red button-up and black jeans, all from designer stores he was begging me not to buy from. But what could I say? I really wanted to spoil my fake boyfriend. He tried Venmoing me the half of the total from our day out, but I made sure to send it right back to him. This was all my crazy idea, so the least I could do was buy him a new wardrobe. We had been sitting and talking for the past couple of hours, all of us with full glasses of wine or champagne and our bellies equally full. Thankfully, the air was a little less tense than I was expecting it to be. I ignored Bill for the most part, who was doing a good job of ignoring me as well, and I avoided all eye contact with Veronica and Tyler. My aunt and uncle had arrived a few hours earlier, along with my two cousins, and they were huge chatterboxes, so they kept conversations going without me having to put in much effort.
Okay, so you two met how?
Judy, my overly curious 15-year-old cousin, asked Andrew.
Was it like on Instagram? So many of my friends found their boyfriends on there?
No, Andrew chuckled.
We.
I realized he had forgotten the story we'd created on the drive here, or maybe he was just clamming up. We were jogging around the same park. I picked up the story, and left at the same time, but his car wouldn't start. I gave him a jump, and then he offered to thank me with some coffee. The rest is history. Andrew was smiling from ear to ear. He leaned toward me and whispered a quick, "Thank you," in my ear.
That's awesome,
Judy replied, happy with the answer. Kieran, my other cousin, cut into the conversation.
You two make a good couple, I can see it.
He was older than his sister. At 20 years old, his bullshit meter was pretty well developed, and so a part of me was relieved that Andrew and I seemed to pass. The relief quickly morphed into an unrelenting sadness at the reminder that this wasn't real, no matter how big a part of me wanted it to be. Fuck. This isn't supposed to be making me feel this shitty. I was supposed to come to this thing with a no-strings-attached rent-a-boyfriend for a week, and that was it.
I've got to second your observation, Kieran,
my mom said. I saw her hovering on the border of our conversation and whatever Veronica and Tyler were talking about on the other side of the table. My grandparents and aunt were sitting between us, so I had enough of a buffer to not really hear what they were saying.
You two make a great pair. I can see that right off the energy you guys are giving me. And you, Andrew, you seem like the sweetest guy Declan could have ever found. I can just tell in your eyes, you're a really good guy. Probably have a great set of parents and an excellent credit score, I'm sure of it.
That last bit was my mom's way of joking, and it got us laughing. But Andrew's laughs seemed to be cut shorter than the rest. I looked to my side and saw Andrew's face turning a bright pink shade. He looked down at his lap, and to my mom I'm sure he seemed bashful. But I spotted something else there. It was very different from what I'd seen earlier at the mall, when Andrew and I were able to spend some time together without the interference of ex-girlfriends and terrible stepbrothers. He had been a ray of light, smiling and laughing and completely turning my mood around. I was feeling like total shit when I saw Veronica, but Andrew was able to pull me out of the hole I was digging, and he did it effortlessly. But now I saw something else in his eyes as he looked down. There was a sadness that I hadn't seen before. Without thinking, I reached for his hand and held it. He seemed to have steeled up by the touch. He lifted his head, a smile on full display.
I've got a student loan, or two.
That got my mom laughing harder.
Well, you've come to the right family, she said, raising her glass of Pinot Noir. Cheers to your future being debt-free.
Andrew was shaking his head, but still raised his glass.
I was joking,
he protested as the glasses clinked.
What did I hear about STDs?
My grandma chimed in to our side of the table. We all looked at her and cracked up some more.
Debt-free,
my mom clarified.
Oh, thank the Lord, Grandma Lucy said. I was wondering what kind of turn this dinner was starting to take, because, honey...
She leaned across me and whispered toward Andrew, still loud enough for us to hear.
I have a few good cream recommendations if you need.
Jesus, Grandma, I said, mortified. If I could float up into the night sky, I definitely would have.
What? I'm just trying to help out. Mom, they don't need your help in that department, I'm sure.
My mom looked much less mortified and much more entertained. Bill sat next to her, his arms crossed against his chest. He always struck me as an odd match for my mom. She was a youthful spirit who was always on the go. She looked after herself, especially after working herself so hard, and she treated everyone the same, with a warm smile and a welcoming attitude. She could get tough when the time called for it,
but I rarely ever saw her in aggro mode. Bill, on the other hand, was more of a quiet and standoffish man who had the charisma of a rusty nail sporting a bad case of tetanus. He was a stockier guy, not bad-looking, and the gray hair worked well on him, but he didn't make time for the gym like my mom did, and he treated himself to way more McDonald's than I felt he was letting on. His dark black eyes matched the black shirt he was wearing, a small tear in the neckline. Those black eyes said on me, "Just be careful who you let into this family." "Excuse me?" I said, wondering if now I was the one mishearing things, but I knew there had been no miscommunication. "Bill," my mom started, already sensing where this was headed. "Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Not everyone out there with a charming smile is a good person. You're acting as if all I like about Andrew is his smile, but you have no idea what I see in him. I don't think you could even understand what I see in him if I explain it to you in the most basic way I could. And that all happened from the second I met him, and it's been growing stronger and stronger every single day." I had tunnel vision, and Bill was at the end of it. "You should be the one who's careful. My mom's been telling me about her disappearing valuables, and I have a hard time believing that she's been misplacing it." "Declan, you don't have to go there," my mom said. I could feel Andrew squeeze my hand in his, but I wasn't backing down from this. He was insinuating Andrew was the bad one at this table, and that was the furthest thing from the truth. Maybe it was stupid of me to think that, to grab at the bait, but I felt it, and that's what mattered. "Are you insinuating our father's a crook?" Now Brooke was jumping into the fray. "Because that's absolutely ridiculous." "Thank you, Brooke," Bill said. He was pushing his chair back and standing. "Bill." My mom reached for his hand, but he snatched it back. Regret and second-guessing started to infiltrate my thoughts, but I had to remind myself that I had strong evidence pointing to the fact that Bill was, in fact, a crook. He left the table without another word and went out through the curtain of lights back toward the main house. My mom gave me a look and then shook her head. "I'm sorry. This isn't how I envisioned tonight ending." She was mostly looking at Andrew as she spoke. "I'm going to go and try to diffuse things." Then it was her turn to disappear out through the lights. "Great job," Brooke said. She chugged what was left of her wine and wiped at her mouth. "What just happened?" Tyler was asking. Grandma had gotten up and left without saying anything, so there was less of a buffer between us. "Declan just called Dad a thief," Brooke said, summing it up pretty damn well. "Are you kidding me?" He was leaning on the table so he could look at me directly, past my grandfather. "Are you acting out because I'm with your ex? She broke up with you a year ago, dude. Get over it. You've moved on, right? Act like it." I was starting to see red, and it wasn't from the candy canes that littered the table. Andrew must have sensed my rising blood pressure because he put a hand on my back and rubbed. I didn't know how, or even if he knew that my back was the spot to touch, but he did it either way, and I instantly calmed down a notch. "I'm sorry," I said, not wanting this to escalate any further. I'd take up my issue privately with Bill. I shouldn't have brought it up at the table. I took it too far. "Yeah, you did." Brooke had slits for eyes. She got up, followed by her silent-as-the-night fiancé. "We're going to bed, too," Tyler said, getting up with Veronica, his eyes working overtime to avoid mine. Veronica, on the other hand, looked directly at me. She gave me a disapproving look, made sharper by her pouty lips highlighted in a bright red lipstick. Little did she know, I really couldn't care less about what she thought. After the initial shock of seeing her wore off, I realized that there was absolutely zero emotional connection left between us. If anything, I was more upset at Tyler for it, since he was supposed to be family, not to mention he'd waited until I saw her in person to spring it on me. That was what got me heated. "Wow," Judy said, looking around the table. "That was reality TV show levels of crazy." And just like that, some of the tension was released, like steam rising from a kettle. Then, as if the kettle was screeching now, in walked Grandma Lucy, holding 2 bottles of red wine high in the air. "Ho, ho, ho, you sober, bitter, crazy bitches! Grandma Lucy's got the answer to all your problems." The entire table cracked up in laughter. "Look at that," my grandfather said as she came over with the bottles. "Mrs. Booze Claus is coming to save Christmas." 15. Andrew. The night was getting late, and thankfully the conflict had stopped. It was getting kind of hairy, and the anger had definitely been rising an hour or two earlier. There was a protectiveness to Declan I had recognized from our first time meeting, and that protective streak flared when Bill started hinting that I had some kind of negative intentions. And, listen, I get it. I wasn't exactly walking into a family dynamic like the one I'd grown up with. Both my parents were middle-class people with a couple of old Toyotas in the garage and a piggy bank set up for once-a-year vacations. The Rose Covingtons, on the other hand, had enough money to take a trip to Mykonos and party with Lindsay Lohan every weekend if they wanted to. And so I could understand where some of the bristliness was coming from, but also, dude, give me a chance. Then again, this isn't even real, so I guess I do end up with the last laugh? I guess. God, the wine Grandma Lucy had kept pouring for me was strong. My face was numb, and my lips were tingling, and my words were falling like the few snowflakes that were starting to float down from the heavy clouds that had moved in to cover the stars. "So you've never gone skydiving?" Robin asked me, surprise in her voice. "No, of course not. Why would I jump out of a perfectly good airplane? I'll save that shit for some kind of engine malfunction or something." I knocked on wood repeatedly, almost knocking over my glass. "Mom, you've never been skydiving either. Don't act so surprised that Andrew won't do it too." Robin looked to Declan, her eyes wide. "Betrayed by my own son. Oh, the hurt. I thought you'd make me look at least a little cool in front of your boyfriend." "Oh, honey," Grandma Lucy said. "Your cool card was declined the second you decided that Crocs were an acceptable shoe to wear to a Backstreet Boys reunion concert. I don't think you ever recovered from that." "Wow, I'm shocked." Robin had a hand to her chest, offense on her face. "Do none of you love me?" "I learned to, after a while," Grandma Lucy said nonchalantly, almost making me spit out the wine I was drinking. "You guys are too much," I said, laughing and shaking my head. I leaned over onto Declan for a moment, resting my head on his shoulder and smiling, and forgetting all about our little arrangement. This felt so natural. Surrounded by family and love, most of the table had clocked in for the night, leaving Grandma Lucy, Declan, Robin, Kieran, and yours truly as the last stragglers. I was really happy when Robin had come back to the table. She spoke with Declan privately, and then rejoined us, both of them seeming like everything would be okay. I wasn't sure if Declan had told her what he found, but I assumed he hadn't because she sat down with such a positive energy that it quickly spread to us, and soon all the negativity from earlier was gone. "All right, guys, I'm heading to bed." It was Kieran who was clocking out next. We all said goodnight, and he got up and left through the curtain of lights. When he was gone, Grandma Lucy looked around and clapped her hands on the table. "All right, no minors. Let's get the real party started." I lifted my head off Declan, looking at her with admiration in my eyes. At least, I hoped it was admiration. But there was starting to be two Grandma Lucys, so I may have been giving her a look that read less awe and more nausea. "Let's play my favorite holiday game," she said, getting up and making sure we all had full glasses. I was about to tap out, but thought to myself, fuck it. Grandma Lucy gave me a refill and sat back down. Declan's hand was on my lower back, and he was slowly trailing his fingers around in small circles, and holy shit, was I losing it. Again, it was probably the wine speaking at this point, but wow, was he driving me crazy with his touch. "All right," Grandma Lucy said. "So this is a little game called Tickle the Holiday Elf's Balls." "Oh my God," Robin said, dropping her head into her hands with a laugh. "What?" Grandma Lucy protested. "I said holiday to keep it neutral." "Right, because that's what jumped out at me," Robin said. "All right, anyways, so to play this game, we have to make up rules, and then every turn someone has to perform the last rule while making a new one. So I'll start with, when it's your turn, lift up your glasses and tickle the little elf's balls. Give him a good Christmas." I was cracking up, watching Declan's grandmother raise her glass, almost spilling red wine down on the white and green tablecloth, as she tickled an imaginary pair of elf nuts. "Okay, Robin, your turn. Tickle little Elfie's balls, and then come up with your own rule. Whoever forgets a rule has to drink." "Okay, Robin lifted her glass and wiggled her fingers while rolling her eyes. "You have to say ho 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 at the start of your turn." "Good one," Grandma Lucy said. I clapped and nodded, already trying to think of what rule I could come up with, but with the wine sloshing around in my head, I couldn't think of anything past tickling an elf's balls. It was Declan's turn. He lifted his glass, did the ritual, and started with, "Ho, ho, ho," a big grin on his face. I wouldn't mind sitting in that Santa's lap. Nope. No. Bad, Andrew. Lap.
All right, my rule is that you've got to say something nice about me on your turn.
There was a collective ugh with an eye roll from us before we all started laughing. Then it was my turn, so I picked up my wine glass, lifted it in the air, and did the deed. Ho, ho, ho! Declan, you've got an incredible smile. It never fails to make me smile. Aww, Grandma Lucy said from my side. You two are giving me serious Hallmark Channel movie emotions, and I'm loving it. A heat rushed to my cheeks. My face got even redder than it had already become from the drinking. Declan's head was cocked, said smile on his face. Okay, my rule is you have to, tap your nose. I shrugged. It was the only thing I could come up with.
As an ode to Rudolph?
Declan asked, brow arched. Exactly, I said, not even thinking of that. We went on for a few rounds, the rules getting absolutely ridiculous until it got to me, and I had forgotten to milk the cow while singing my favorite Christmas carol, so since I was the first loser, I took a big gulp of my wine and jumped back in the game. We reset the slate and kept playing, having fun as the time escaped us all. It was around midnight. I remember, because it was the first time I checked my watch, that things took a turn from me. We were wrapping things up, winding down, when Grandma Lucy asked, So, Andrew, do your parents go big for the holiday season? It was a simple question, asked by Declan's grandmother, but it was a question that worked as a key, unlocking the door inside me that was holding back a twisted, tangled mess of trauma and hurt. The wine only added lubrication to the hinges, letting the door swing faster and harder. No, not the same. I swallowed, feeling myself start to split in half. I'm actually going to call it a night, I said, surprised I managed to get anything out of my now dry-as-ash mouth. I looked to Declan for a moment, as if searching for my lighthouse in a storm, and then I quickly looked away, realizing that Declan wasn't the lighthouse. He was the storm. He was only going to make my emotions crazier. I had to get to the guest house and into bed so I could silently cry myself into a drunken sleep. I got up, thanking Lucy and Robin for a wonderful night. I grabbed my dirty plates, but Robin assured me not to worry about it, so I nodded and started walking out, well aware of Declan standing up to follow behind me. My departure was a little abrupt, but I needed to get out of there. I had to. It all came crashing down on me at once. I had looked around, and for a split second, I saw my mom and dad sitting there at the table, sharing in the joy of the season with us. I saw them smiling and laughing and alive, and it killed me. The moment I made it past the wall of lights, the floodgates opened and my cheeks ran with a river of tears. The sudden cold made the tears feel as if they'd freeze into icicles as they fell off my chin. I put a hand up to my mouth to stifle any rogue cries and started walking as fast as I could, wanting to get ahead of Declan and compose myself before he saw me like this. Around me, snow was falling. It was beginning to collect on the lit path in front of me, creating a fine layer of white dust on the stone beneath me. There was a contrast now between the real snow and the fake powdery stuff already dissolving into the grass around it. And even through tear-streaked eyes, I could still see how the real snow just looked so much better than the fake stuff.
16. Declan. Andrew's departure was sudden and got me a little worried. I was sensing that we were all winding down anyway, but with the way he had gotten up and walked off, it made me feel like he was bothered by something. I wondered if maybe I had said something that had got him upset, or maybe this entire situation was getting to him. I didn't know, and that bugged the shit out of me. I wanted to know what bothered him. That way I could try and fix it. We may not have even spent a night together yet, but damn it, I really cared about him. I had let him go ahead and get to the guest house before me so he could get some space. I held back and cleaned up the table for my mom, who was already getting into cleanup mode, but I saw how tired she looked. I told her and Grandma to get to bed before they woke up with hangovers that even a college frat guy would be proud of. They thankfully agreed and let me handle the cleaning. After about half an hour, I went back to the guest house and found Andrew sitting cross-legged by the fireplace, reading one of the books that had been sitting on the bookshelf. He was wearing the red, white, and black plaid pajamas my mom had surprised us with, just another cute little touch on her Christmas Wonderland fantasy. "You look like you're straight out of a storybook," I said.
"And you look like you're straight out of a lumberjack calendar."
I laughed, feeling myself lighten at the fact that Andrew seemed fine. I had wound myself up over the past half an hour, thinking about all kind of things that could have gotten Andrew upset. Most of them centered around me. Thankfully, though, he didn't seem pissed at me in the slightest. "Just point me to some wood. I'll chop it up." I swung an imaginary axe. I could see what he meant since I was wearing a pair of light blue jeans that hugged my thighs, with some big old Timberland boots on, and a heavy dark green coat. I was just missing the thick beard. I wanted to get comfortable, though, and Andrew looked comfortable as fuck, so I excused myself and went to change into my pajamas. A pair of dark green and white plaid pajamas that were the most comfortable pieces of clothing I'd ever put on. I didn't know where my mom got this, but I could only assume it was straight from heaven. Back inside the living room, Andrew was still sitting on the couch, the book set to the side. He had been scrolling through his phone in one hand, a glass of ice-cold water in the other. "How you feeling?" I asked, claiming the seat opposite him on the couch.
"All right,"
he said, putting his phone down. He took a big gulp of the water. I couldn't help but watch as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
"Gonna feel this tomorrow, though. I get hangovers like I'm a 90s kid getting a Furby. It's intense and scary and really damn useless."
I laughed at that. "You ever had one of those?"
"Are you kidding? I had like an entire farm of them. I made my mom get in line for the big release with me. We were standing outside of a Toys R Us starting at 5 in the morning.
"Holy shit," I said. "That's impressive. I did that for the final Harry Potter book when it had come out. That's the only thing I've ever lined up early for, though."
"I didn't know you were a Potterhead."
Andrew perked up. He set the glass on the small table next to the couch and turned his body so he was cross-legged and facing me.
"Let me guess. Ravenclaw."
"Actually, damn, are you going to hate me? The Sorting Hat on the official website put me in Slytherin."
Okay, we can work with that,"
Andrew said, his drunken smile just as cute and infectious as his sober one. It surprised me when Andrew had talked about my smile as a compliment, only because I had been so hypnotized by his.
"Really?"
he asked. "Mm-hmm," I confirmed.
"That's fine. Bad boys are sexy."
"I wouldn't say I'm a bad boy," I countered.
"But would you say you're sexy? Because I would."
His eyes opened wide before I saw his cheeks flush pink.
"Okay, so my filter has officially left the premises."
"That's fine. I don't think we need filters here. I want to be 100 with you, and I want you to be the same with me." The fire crackled over the logs, the scent from the burning wood filling the room. "I know this relationship we've sort of created isn't real, but that doesn't mean you and I can't be real. I want to get to know you, Andrew, even if it just means we turn into good friends after this. I want to get in your head and let you into mine." Friends. That's the last thing I want from this. I couldn't say that, though, no matter how badly the words burned on the tip of my tongue. I knew if we stayed friends, I would end up pining over him for the rest of time. No. When this ended, it would have to be a clean cut. Fuck.
"All right, fine. What do you want to know about me?"
Andrew said, pulling me away from my negative thoughts. "Anything," I said, wanting to get lost in whatever Andrew had to say. He was a storyteller, I'd quickly come to realize, and anything he told me was bound to wrap me up.
"Anything, huh? Okay. So did you know that mitochondrial DNA is only inherited from the mother and that it's a really useful way of tracking someone's heritage?"
I stared at him with a blank face before I chuckled. "You're ridiculous. Tell me something about you," I then added, although that was very interesting, thank you.
"Welcome,"
he said, smiling.
"I don't know, let's see. I was born and raised in Philadelphia until I was 15. I have an allergy to strawberries and don't like the texture of sushi. Any kind of sushi, before you ask. My Hogwarts house is Hufflepuff, Badger Pride. I have an intense fear of frogs, and I really don't like bugs that much either. Also, horses scare me. Basically anything much bigger or much smaller than me gives me anxiety." I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, and I attended the police academy for 2 days before I dropped out because it clearly wasn't for me.
I was taken on a ride by the quick-fire round of facts, and I committed them all to memory. I honed in on the last bit first. Wow. Yeah, I can't see you arresting someone.
Neither could anyone else in the academy, Andrew said, snorting. I'd end up feeling bad and probably let some hardened criminal go because he gave me some dumb sob story about the puppy he lost as a kid.
I laughed at that. That's not such a bad thing. Means you're a good person.
No, it just means I'm naive, he said.
I didn't believe that. Andrew struck me as the kindest guy on this planet. So, Philly, huh? What got you to come to New York?
Well...
He picked up the glass of water, the ice clinking together. He took 2 long drinks. The clink of the glass getting set back on the side table sounded like a gong vibrating through the silence.
So, I left the dinner party a little abruptly because I lost both my parents. Back when I was 15. It was around this time of the year, actually, 4 days after Thanksgiving. They were coming home from a date night, one that my mom had been so excited for, and,
Andrew swallowed, but couldn't hide the emotion that welled up inside him. It felt like a stab through the chest, seeing him hurt like this, hearing the pain he had gone through. I moved over on the couch so I could hold his hand. There were a few tears sliding down his face. I wiped them away, looking into Andrew's eyes and letting him know I was there for him.
So they were coming home,
he continued after a few moments of collecting himself.
And when they were 5 minutes away from the driveway, a drunk driver took a red and rammed straight into them. There was a fire. There.
And Andrew cracked. He started to cry as if his soul were being pulled out from his body. I put my arm around him and pulled him in, letting his head bury into my neck, his tears soaking through my shirt. He couldn't see, but tears of my own were forming and falling, dropping onto the top of Andrew's head. It was a while longer until either of us spoke. "I'm so sorry, Andrew," I said. "I'm so fucking sorry." He looked at me, his eyes puffy and red, but a smile still flickering on his face, trying to break through the darkness. "I lost my father. It was sudden, a heart attack. I was 17. But the pain never goes away, does it? But pain is a human experience, just like love, like happiness, like excitement. It's a necessary component to life, even if the pain is caused by the loss of life. So I acknowledge the pain every damn day. I see it for what it is. And then I think of my dad, and how he would want me living this life to the fullest every single day. And so the pain quiets down."
"I do the same,"
Andrew said, his lip trembling, but his tears stopping.
"I know they're looking down, wondering why the hell I still leave clothes in the dryer for days."
"I'm sure they're looking down and feeling pure pride at the man you've turned out to be." Andrew smiled at that.
"I hope so."
"Who helped with taking care of you after they passed?" I wasn't sure if my questions were unwarranted, but I remembered my childhood being thrown off its axis by the death of my father. Thank God I still had my mother. But Andrew had been left with no parents from one day to the next. That was just... it was unfathomable.
"My grandparents,"
he answered, his voice shaky.
"They were incredible. Kept me from dropping out of school and focused on the future. I don't think I would have made it out of that if it weren't for them."
With the way Andrew was speaking about them, I already knew the sad truth before he said it.
"They passed 3 years ago, 2 months apart."
Jesus, Andrew. I rubbed his back, feeling absolutely useless in the moment. How was someone who was such a bright source of positive energy so touched by tragedy? It was monumentally heartbreaking in a way I hadn't felt before.
"It's been difficult. I'm not going to lie."
He looked up from the floor, his eyes wet.
"No filters, right?"
"Right," I said, managing a weak smile. There was something that happened then. A bond was formed that went so much deeper than the house of cards we had built up around us in such a short amount of time. We both had a current of pain inside us, and that linked us in a way we hadn't been connected before. "You're inspirational. You know that, right? You've been put through challenges that would break even the strongest-willed warrior, and you somehow maintained your sense of humor and love of life even after they tried beating you down. That's pure inspiration, Andrew." His brows went up and his head went down. I put a finger on his chin and lifted it so that his eyes were back on mine. "I mean it, Andrew. I honestly don't know how someone could have let you go the way they did. He's losing someone really special, like chucking a boulder-sized diamond straight into the middle of the Atlantic."
"Well, I just hope someone has a good enough submarine to find that diamond you're talking about."
And there it was, his humor coming through again, even when the dark clouds of our past hovered over us, threatening us with a deluge of sadness. Andrew, instead of succumbing, said, "Fuck it," and threw a joke into the air, and just like that, the clouds dispersed. I've got a feeling someone is braving the depths as we speak. Andrew stayed silent for a moment. He kissed me then, surprising me. It was short and quick and sweet, and left me with the taste of cinnamon and red wine on my lips.
"I wish him the best of luck, then,"
Andrew said, smiling wider now. He settled in next to me and leaned his head on my shoulder. Our conversation died down, although my brain was still buzzing with things to say. I could sense exhaustion from Andrew, though, and I didn't want to press anything. I held him a little longer, the crackling and snaps of the fireplace taking over as the only sound in the room. It wasn't much longer after that I heard a gentle snore coming from Andrew. I stayed rock still for as long as I could, not wanting to interrupt a second of his sleep. Before I knew it, my own eyelids gave way, and my head lolled back, and both of us were snoring, kept warm by each other and the fire burning a few feet away, the pain temporarily erased, and replaced by dreams of sugar-plum fairies dancing in our heads.
17. Andrew. 3 days later. The smell of coffee was what woke me up. That and the sunlight that was trying to break through the thin gray curtains. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and heard the door creak open. Standing in the doorway was Declan, holding 2 cups of steaming coffee, wearing his plaid pajamas with his hair messy from sleep. I glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand and saw it was 8 in the morning.
"Good morning,"
Declan said.
"Mind if I come in?"
"Yeah, of course," I said, sitting up on the bed. It felt a little odd, giving Declan permission to enter, seeing as it was his guest house I was sleeping in. After that night where we both knocked out on the couch, we both decided to sleep in separate beds, foregoing the pillow fort. We weren't fooling ourselves anyway. The kiss we shared had threatened to undo me right there and then. Plus, there was no way a couple of Tempur-Pedic pillows were going to stop us from getting to each other, and, unfortunately, that just wasn't part of the arrangement. Not to mention, I had a major case of morning wood, and it was showing no signs of disappearing without some attention first. God damn it, not now. I made sure there wasn't an obvious outline in the thick white comforter I covered myself with.
"You like your coffee with a good dose of cream, right?"
Declan asked, completely unaware of the struggle going on between my legs right now. In fact, his presence was only making the situation harder for me. "I basically like my cream with a little bit of coffee," I said, grabbing the big red ceramic mug from him, thanking him for the kind gesture, and thanking God for bedsheets. He took a seat at the foot of the bed, holding his mug, which looked like a big blue and white Christmas ornament.
"My mom's got a date planned for us later. I figured we could get some coffee in us and get ready."
"Oh, that's right. She was telling me about it yesterday. Wanted to keep it a surprise, though."
"Yeah, she's really taken by you."
I took a sip of the coffee, Declan finding the perfect balance for me. Over the past 3 days, I had been warmly and completely taken in by the Rose Covington family. There was still tension between us and the step side of the family, but everyone else seemed to have loved me and welcomed me with open arms. Declan and I did briefly talk about the photo and decided to wait a few days before he confronted Bill. He didn't know, but I was hoping I could pick up on something in that time. Working at Stonewall for so long had taught me that things never turned out how they initially seemed, and I was thinking that this case was no different. And so I spent the last few days on high alert, observing everyone while also being pulled into the family without me even realizing. They were those kind of people, the kind who would leave their doors open for anyone who needed a roof over their heads, and then they'd cook a warm meal, and by the end of the day, everyone would have a new friend. It was surprising, because I hadn't felt that family feeling for a while now, and part of me had forgotten just how good it felt to be surrounded by loved ones. That had the effect of making me feel both really great and really shitty. Most everyone, minus the step-siblings, from what I could tell so far, had genuine hearts and were always making sure I was comfortable and having a good time. Seeing their smiling faces every time Declan and I held hands was a feeling that warmed my heart and simultaneously froze it into a frigid block of solid ice. It was a constant reminder that we were lying to them, that this wasn't real. It was hammered home the past few nights when I'd go to sleep by myself in one bedroom while Declan slept in the other one, the one with the smaller and lumpy bed, but the one he insisted on taking. We weren't idiots. We knew the second the both of us got horizontal together, something else of ours would get vertical. If I had woken up next to Declan with this thing, it'd be game over. My still hard cock gave a rogue throb at the mere thought of waking up next to him. It served as another reminder that this wasn't real. I couldn't wake up next to him and play with him the way I wanted him to play with me because we weren't a real couple. It couldn't happen. And that really fucking sucked. It sucked so much that my morning wood was even starting to go down.
"We don't have to go on the date today,"
Declan said. He had gotten so good at reading my expression over the past few days, I forgot to look away from him when the wave of sadness hit me. No, I said. I don't want to let your mom down.
"She'll understand,"
Declan tried to assure me. No, she won't, I said. What is she going to understand? That we can't go on the date she planned because it's going to make my feelings toward you even stronger? And then I realized what I had just said, and my face flushed red. Not that I'm feeling anything real, obviously, this is an arrangement, and I get that. But I didn't get that. And if I were being totally honest with myself, I was feeling things. Powerful things. Things I couldn't really explain, nor could I recognize. I'd never felt this way toward anyone before, not even my ex-husband. Sure, initially I was as prickly toward the idea of dating Declan as a porcupine was when faced with a drooling predator. But that was what, 5 days ago? A lot can happen in 5 days, especially over these past 3 days, which had been filled with endless laughs and riveting conversations and stolen glances. Every moment I spent around Declan was a good one, and it made me realize just how much of a connection I had been missing with Barry. Even though we've only known each other for a few days, while I had been married to the other for a year, I felt like I was more connected to Declan than I had ever been to Barry. Maybe it was from our talk a few nights ago where we shared our scars and found that they matched, or maybe it was simply in the way Declan looked at me, his eyes always drilling a hole straight through me and seeing down to my very core. Something Barry could never do. Or maybe he just hadn't cared to do it.
"Andrew,"
he said, his voice low, in the register that sent delicious chills cascading down my spine. My dick twitched in my pajama pants. I had slept without any underwear on, so there was plenty of room for my morning wood to come back with a vengeance.
"If this is too much, we can call it off. I can say you had an emergency at work, and I can get you back home by 3.
It didn't take me a moment to answer. No, absolutely not. I don't want to spend Christmas without you. I don't want to back down from things. I agreed to this crazy plan, and I'm going to go through with it. Declan's eyes scanned me. He was looking for any cracks, but I wasn't going to show them. I couldn't show him how fast and hard I had fallen for him. It would ruin the facade, and I couldn't have that.
"You sure?"
he asked, poking one more time. "Positive," I said. "But thank you, though, for the offer." "Thank you for another reason to like you even more?" How twisted was that? I liked Declan more after he offered to set me free and break our fake relationship off, only because it showed that he cared. He could have been selfish about this entire thing and steamroll right on, dragging me through the date without thinking about the effect it could have on me. But he didn't do that. He was always checking to see if I was okay, and I noticed that. It was something that had been drastically different in my, now defunct, marriage. Barry never checked in on me, even if I always did it for him. He never asked how my day was, or if there was anything bothering me, even when my mood was clearly in the crapper. Even when I lost one of my closest friends at Stonewall, he'd barely comforted me. He'd held me for a grand total of 5 whole minutes while I sobbed, then told me it was part of the job and to move on. And then he rushed outside because he thought he heard the landlord and he wanted to put in a maintenance request. A maintenance request. The leaky faucet was more important in that moment than my devastated being. I should have left then.
All right, well, as much as it hurts me to say, the offer's going to stay on the table. I don't want you leaving early, but I understand if you feel like you have to.
Declan got up, the mattress moving as he stood. I won't, I assured him. Trust me.
Good,
he said. His smile lit up the room, brighter than the sun that was doing an excellent job of breaking through the curtain.
I'm going to go start getting ready. Meet me outside in 20.
Sounds good. He turned to leave, and my eyes instantly dropped to his perky butt, looking like 2 holiday hotcakes being kept warm by his plaid pajamas. And my dick was back to being rock hard in seconds flat. He was one sexy fake boyfriend, that was for sure. The sexiest boyfriend I could have ever asked Santa for. Fake. Boyfriend, fake. Couldn't forget that bit.
18. Declan. It had snowed last night, adding a 3-inch layer of fresh, crunchy white snow on the ground as we walked down the path toward the stables. All of the fake snow my mom had imported was gone, replaced by the real thing. It added a dash of Christmas magic to an already great time. Coming into this, I was worried that bringing Andrew could be a mistake. Granted, I didn't know about all the drama that was waiting for us regarding Veronica, who we'd successfully avoided over the past few days. But I did know I had to confront Bill at some point, and at the same time I was bringing along a fake boyfriend just so my dumb step-siblings wouldn't say anything. So, yeah, I was pretty stressed. But that all went away with the fake snow as Andrew and I spent more time together. From the start, I knew we clicked. But over the past 3 days, I realized that we really clicked. It wasn't like anything I'd experienced before. It happened so fast, and it was so damn powerful. I was already dreading the end of the retreat because I knew I would have to say bye to Andrew, and that was the last thing I found that I wanted. We'll stay friends. We've got to. This is too crazy an experience to just ghost each other after. Andrew was walking next to me, the sound of his boots matching the crunch under mine. We were both wearing light coats, his tan and mine black, and we were hand in hand. There wasn't even anyone around, but I couldn't stop myself from reaching out and holding his hand. It felt so right, even if it may have not been right, considering the arrangement and how strongly my feelings were developing. But I wanted him, and I couldn't have all of him, so I'd have this little piece of him for right now.
So, you've always had horses?
Andrew asked as we reached the entrance to the stables. There was already some apprehension in his voice. Since I could remember, I said, walking in first. It was a modern facility big enough to house 8 horses, with 6 of them being permanent residents. The stable was a mixture of stone, brick, and wood, with shiny black metal plaques denoting the names of each of the horses. It was pristinely clean, and made for an excellent home for the horses. My mom was big into dressage, not so much anymore since she doesn't have a lot of time for it anymore. But ever since I was a kid, she'd bring me along with her to the stables and I'd help clean the horses. Then my dad got into casual riding and we really bonded over that, going out on rides pretty much every weekend. It was some of the best moments from my childhood. I never did get into any professional riding, but I do love owning my 2 girls and riding them around at least once a month.
I would have never guessed this about you when we first met,
Andrew said, looking at me with something like admiration in his big brown eyes. Why? I asked, putting him on the spot. I liked toying around with him like that, making him fluster and blush.
I don't know, Deck. You just don't seem like a horse guy.
What's a horse guy supposed to seem like?
Okay, you're not making this any easier for me, huh?
Nope. Priscilla, a Palomino American quarter horse, neighed loudly as we walked past, looking for a carrot or sugar cube, no doubt.
I just mean,
Andrew said, shaking his head while a smile still played on his face.
You seemed more like the kind of guy who would be more into exclusive gyms and fancy cars and crazy club parties. You just seemed like a hot, rich guy at first. Obviously, I've learned you're nothing like that.
I'm not hot or rich? I asked, pretending I was offended.
No, what?
I mean, yeah, of course you— I'm joking, I said, unable to hold down my laugh. Andrew took his hand from mine and playfully slapped at my chest. Asshole, he said. We stopped at a pen toward the far end where the metal plaque read Alaska Lightning Bolt in a bold white script. Almost immediately my horse trotted up to the front of her pen, sticking her big head out over the gate and lifting her lips in a warm sign of welcome, and a sign that she also wanted a carrot stick. She was an Andalusian with a stunning dark black coat that bordered on a jewel-like quality under certain lighting. They were an elegant and compassionate breed, easy to train and a pleasure to ride. I went over and gave her a few good head rubs, leaning in and hugging her before I went over to the refrigerator holding some treats. I came back with a big bag of carrots, opening it and handing one over to Andrew, who was looking more and more nervous. Wait, so you're really that scared of horses? I asked, reaching a carrot out and having it immediately snapped up by Alaska. I thought he had been exaggerating when he first talked about his fear of anything bigger or smaller than him, but it seemed like there was definitely some truth to it. No, I wouldn't say I'm, scared, Andrew said, sounding very frightened. Just, I respect them, that's all. You're terrified, aren't you? I'm pissing myself. I snorted and shook my head. You've got nothing to be afraid of. Alaska and Chocolate Chip are two of the absolute sweetest horses I've ever worked with. Especially Chocolate Chip. She'll be yours for today. I've never ridden a horse before. That's okay. We can spend a little time going around in circles outside before we head off. My mom's set up the date spot for us. It's only a short 15-minute ride through the woods. There's a path, and I'll be there with you every step of the way. Andrew took a deep breath. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Again, he sounded like he wasn't. But, to his credit, he reached into the bag of carrots and pulled one out, extending his hand out and snatching it back the second Alaska lifted her lips and showed off her impressive set of teeth. Oh, okay. No biggie, Andrew said, reassuring himself, and extended his hand again. Alaska took the carrot with little grace and started chomping away. See? And you've still got all your fingers. Thankfully, Andrew said, looking down at his hands to make sure. She came straight for me. You know horses aren't carnivorous, right? Yes, I took third-grade biology too, thank you very much. He crossed his hands and gave me a look I was growing to love. Whoa, slow down there, boy. Come, let's go meet Chocolate Chip. I walked over to the next stall, Chocolate Chip already sticking her head out to greet me after hearing my voice. She was a pinto-colored thoroughbred, so her coat was a base of light brown with huge white splotches. There she is, I said, rubbing her muzzle. I've had her for 15 years now. She's such a sweetheart. Only bucked me off about 5 times. 5 times too many? I laughed while I went for more carrots. Kidding. She hasn't bucked off a fly since I've had her. The ranch actually uses her as a therapy horse for their program working with kids. It's a free program I helped get started that helps give kids a chance at therapy they normally wouldn't be able to get because of cost. We also work with a lot of veterans who suffer from PTSD. Horse therapy really helps in a lot of those cases. That's incredible, Deck. Whenever Andrew used my nickname, it gave me a warm feeling right smack in my chest. No one ever really called me that, and yet it felt so natural coming from Andrew's lips. Well, that was a lie. There had been someone who'd constantly called me that. My dad. The man I had named the initiative after, the Franklin Equestrian Therapy Program. I want to expand the program, I said. Make it something that's all around the country, but there have been a few road bumps along the way. Still, just the fact that you set it up here, it's incredible. I looked to Andrew, his eyes glowing bright, his dimples on full display. He had a face I could never grow tired of looking at. If he were the last thing I saw on this earth before aliens came and wiped us out, then I'd be okay with that. That's when someone interrupted us and made me wish alien abductions were an actual thing. Oh, you guys are here. The voice was instantly recognizable and instantly grating. I turned, feeling my mood souring like a carton of milk left out in the sun. Brooke, I said. She was standing there at the entrance to the stables, wearing a bright red trench coat with a black wool hat, her freshly done hair falling down in waves onto her shoulders. She had her hands stuffed in her pockets, her eyes set on me. The few times we had interacted over the past few days, I noticed she tended to avoid looking at Andrew. I hated that. I also didn't really understand why, since Andrew had been nothing but kind to her.
Are you guys here long?
Just about to leave, I said, beginning to gather the things we'd need for a ride.
Okay, good.
She entered and walked slowly over to a pen holding her horse, Trinity Clouds, who was just as bitchy as her owner. She whinnied and neighed as she slowly came over to Brooke's hand. Meanwhile, I could feel Andrew getting more and more tense. He was standing by the corner with his hands held together tight, pretending as if a chip on the wall's paint job was the most interesting thing in the world. I got back to work, wanting to get us out of the stables as quick as I could. I didn't want this to ruin the mood for the entire day.
You two make a cute couple,
Brooke said, surprising us. I was working on putting the bridle on Alaska, so I had been focused on my horse, and didn't realize Brooke had sauntered her way over to our side of the stables. Thanks, I said, a little warily, finishing up what I was doing. I went for the saddle next. I shot a glance toward Andrew, who had moved his attention to a chip on the floor.
I do have a question, though, she said. Why keep your relationship secret for so long?
That took me by surprise once again. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the two of you staying secret for what, 7 months? Why didn't anyone in this family hear about Andrew?
She was talking about him like he wasn't even there. It was really pissing me off. Because I don't have to report my personal life to any of you? I tried getting back to what I was doing and focused on putting the saddle on Alaska.
I'm just thinking, it makes me feel things could be, I don't know, fake.
My entire body tensed at the word. It was as if a sudden explosion had gone off, sending a quake through me and making my ears ring. Andrew was no longer looking down at the floor. His eyes instead were on Brooke, who was standing with her arms crossed and a pleased look on her face. There was a confidence to her that told me she knew. Somehow, some way, Brooke knew about us. Well, fuck me with a jumbo-sized candy cane. This isn't good.
19. Andrew. This was in no way, shape, or form good. Not only was I surrounded by huge animals that scared me half to death for reasons I couldn't quite figure out, but now I was also facing a predatory lioness who knew she had us right where she wanted. She was looking at Declan like she had just freaking figured out where in the world Carmen Sandiego was. That's when I decided to speak. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to jump in here. She looked at me for what felt like the first time since she walked into the stables. I can see what you're trying to insinuate, and I'm honestly a little offended by it. Offended? She arched a threaded brow. Kind of like how offended my dad was at being called a criminal the other night. Ah, so that was what this was about.
I already apologized for that,
Declan said. He had saddled up Alaska and was getting to work on making chocolate chip ready.
I even talked to him, Brooke. You don't have to get involved.
Of course I do. He's my father.
Who is married to my mother.
Yes, he's married to her, not stealing from her. I could tell this wasn't going to be productive. And Declan and I are a real couple. There, everything is settled. I clapped my hands and wiped them clean. The look on both of their faces, though, told me nothing had been wiped clean. Drop it, Declan, Brooke said, her tone turning acidic enough to burn through iron. Drop it, or I'll let everyone know about this crazy little scheme you cooked up. She turned to me, shaking her head. And what do you get out of it? A free week's stay at a hotel of your choosing, or is he paying you in cash?
Are you fucking kidding? Declan said, claiming the attention back. You've lost your mind, Brooke.
Oh, please, don't gaslight me now. I've got solid proof that this entire thing between you two is a fucking sham. Your entire story is made up, and I'm not the only one that knows it either. So if you want Robin to go on with her happy little Christmas retreat without finding out Andrew and her son are total and utter fakes, then drop your detective act toward my father. Before either of us could even defend ourselves, she turned on her heels and stomped off, leaving the stables and us behind, confusion and bitterness left in her wake. What the hell just happened? I asked, looking to Declan for an answer neither of us had.
I have no idea. What was she talking about not being the only one?
Maybe she and her husband overheard something between us? Declan rubbed a hand over his mouth.
Yeah,
he said, the words coming out muffled.
That could be it.
I'm sorry, I said. I squeezed my hands and dropped my head, my shoulders slumping in defeat. I felt like the gig was up, and I was quickly realizing I didn't want it to be. I thought I'd be fine with the finite nature of this relationship, but faced with the end of it, suddenly I was feeling like complete shit.
For what?
Declan asked, instantly picking up on my plummeting mood. He reached for my hand, which in turn stopped my mood from jumping off the cliff. It's probably my fault.
What? No way, don't say that. We have no idea. She could even be bluffing. She's just trying to protect her dad, and she knows the way to do it is by threatening something of mine. Don't listen to her, Andrew. Everything's fine.
My head tilted to the side, doubt filling me up like helium getting pumped into a balloon. She seemed pretty sure of herself.
She'd seem that way if she were arguing that the earth was flat. That's just Brooke.
His hand squeezed mine before letting go and turning back toward Chocolate Chip.
Come, let me properly introduce you to my horse. We can go on our date and forget about my shit stepsister for a while. You're going to love where we're going.
I laughed as I entered the pen, both nervously and because I genuinely found Declan funny. Where are we going? I asked, trying to get my mind off Brooke and the large, intimidating, powerful animal that was now standing in front of me. Oh, and there was a horse in front of me, too.
It's a surprise.
Declan grabbed my hand and led me over to the side of Chocolate Chip.
All right, so, some basic rules. Horses are very intuitive animals, and they really react to your touch and voice, so always try to stay calm.
Declan started patting the side of the horse's head. I followed suit, instantly surprised at how soft Chocolate Chip's coat felt. I thought it would be coarser or bristly, kind of like a sponge, but that was just me being a dumb city boy. In fact, Chocolate Chip felt almost like silk to the touch.
And don't ever run up behind a horse or spook them. If you have to cross from behind, try to keep a hand on them or talk to them so they know where you are and that you aren't in danger. That way you won't get your ribs kicked in half.
I chuckled nervously. Oh, great. Ha ha, good to know. Declan, that smug asshole, was smiling.
Good, that's a good girl,
he said, cooing toward the horse. He started to brush out some knots from her mane with his fingers, always being sure that he wasn't hurting her in any way. Seeing this side of him, so caring and gentle, keeping control of the entire situation without ever once being intimidating, was doing something to me. There was really only one way to describe him right now. A hot-as-all-hell horse whisperer. And let me tell you, he could whisper my horse any day of the week.
See? Nothing to worry about,
he said, stepping back as I continued to pet Chocolate Chip. She wasn't a huge horse, especially now that I was close up, which helped keep my intimidation levels low. Her big brown eyes were almost human-like in their softness and expressiveness. I could see now why horses were used as therapy animals. Even with the fear I had walking into the stable, I was finding myself more and more at ease the longer I petted Chocolate Chip. My stress levels were still through the goddamn roof after Brooke's confrontation, but at least I wasn't panicking like I think I would have under other circumstances.
All right,
Declan said.
Now that introductions are over, let's get you on the saddle.
And my fear was back.
You're doing great,
Declan encouraged as we rode our horses down the dirt trail through a densely wooded area. We had spent the past hour and a half riding in small circles around a gated area, Declan teaching me basically how to drive a horse. I told him I got major flashbacks to being a kid and driving around an empty parking lot for hours with my mom, almost taking out 3 fire hydrants on the first day. It was a good thing there weren't any fire hydrants for me to run over on the trail. And Declan was right. Chocolate Chip was the sweetest horse I'd ever met. Granted, I really only ever met this one horse, but still, I could tell that she was the sweetest one by far. We had the 2 horses at a slow trot as we wound our way through the woods. The tall pine trees that surrounded us were covered in a thin layer of pristine white snow, their branches looking like white, sparkling tendrils reaching out to the sky. It was serene and incredibly peaceful, something I didn't think I'd feel as I rode on the back of a horse. I had a great teacher, I said, adjusting myself in the saddle as I started to sway a little too far to the left. So we're still on the ranch's property?
Yep,
Declan said. I looked around and couldn't see anything but trees, which went to show just how much land this ranch had claimed. The destination was also still a surprise for me, and it was making me antsy to figure out. Are there any lakes or anything back here by any chance?
Look at you, being a little Sherlock Holmes.
He grinned, instantly catching on to what I was trying to do.
No, there isn't a lake back here, and no, I'm not taking you ice skating.
I wasn't going to say that you were. I was.
Trust me, you're going to flip when you see where I'm taking you.
Tell me first. I hate surprises. I didn't. I secretly loved them.
Nope, you're not finding out.
He smiled in a way that almost had me falling off the horse. It didn't help that he looked so freaking hot, his big, muscular thighs gripping the sides of his horse like he was purposefully giving me a show. He was wearing gray pants that stood out from Alaska's dark coat, making his thighs look all the more delicious. Seriously, it was obscene how hot Declan was right now. Just to put it into perspective, my death certificate could say, suffocated by Declan Rose Covington's thighs, and you'd know I died a happy man. Not to mention the way he just casually bobbed up and down with the gentle movements of the horse, and the confidence he had in the way he was holding his reins with one hand, the other resting on his leg. I was this close to asking if Alaska needed a break, so I could swap and take her place. "We can't be that much farther, can we?" I asked, trying to look through the trees to see if I spotted anything. The path seemed to continue to wind downward, curving around a bend and losing itself behind a cluster of pines.
Nope, not much further at all.
That confused me. I was expecting to see some signs of a clearing coming up, or maybe a cute little log cabin he was taking us to. But there was nothing except the path and more trees, their thick trunks towering above us.
And we're here.
Declan pulled back on his reins, stopping Alaska. I was still getting the hang of it and didn't pull hard enough, so Chocolate Chip went a few extra trots before realizing that she was dealing with a horse newbie. Huh? I looked around, not seeing anything but more trees.
I told you we weren't that much farther.
I don't see anything.
Look up.
I looked up, and that's when I saw it. Declan was right. I flipped. "Are you shitting me?" I said, looking up at the massive tree house built across 5 different thick pine trees. It was tucked farther into the woods, not directly on the path. There was a ladder hanging off the lowest level of the treehouse, leading up onto a porch with a red fence covered in snow. The treehouse appeared to have 2 floors, but there looked to be an attic area that had a small balcony extending from a door, so it looked like 3 floors. It was made of a smooth, pale wood that gave the exterior a storybook quality, not to mention the covering of snow that only added to the fairy tale quality.
Like it?
Declan asked, getting off Alaska and hitching her to a post. "This is crazy," I said. Declan came over to my side and helped me get off Chocolate Chip. "Thanks," I said, hopping onto the floor. In the process of helping me, Declan had managed to wrap his arm around my lower back, and now we were face to face, body to body. Our breaths fogged the air between us. We were wearing light coats, so I could feel some of his warmth escaping, cascading into mine.
"Let's get up there,"
Declan said, a smolder in his grin as he separated from me. He had to have known what that proximity did to me, what that smile of his did to me, how it set my insides on fire and kept that fire roaring. Code red, code red. All my defenses were officially crumbling, and the second he grabbed my hand to lead me toward the ladder, my final wall fell. I was left, walking next to him, bare and complete, and that was starting to scare me. Doubt-filled questions started hailing down on me. Should I be feeling this strongly for someone so soon after having my heart broken by another man? Should I be fantasizing about kissing Declan from his lips down his chest down to his goddamn toes? Should I have woken up from a wet dream the other night where Declan was taking me in all kinds of ways, leaving my sheets a sticky mess, which I then had to sneakily wash myself? Who knew? I sure didn't. And that was what scared me the most.
"All right, after you,"
Declan said, stepping aside and motioning up the ladder. It looked solidly built and well-maintained, but it was a tall ladder. The entrance to the treehouse had to have been at least 12 feet off the ground. Why do I feel like you're secretly filming an episode of Fear Factor with me in it? Declan laughed at that.
You're scared of horses and heights? What's next, the Hamptons?
Yes, anything starting with an H you can be sure I'm terrified of. I looked at him, arching a brow. And what if I am scared of the Hamptons? I don't know what you rich people do there. It could be some kind of Illuminati headquarters over there.
I'll have to take you there sometime, he said. We can get you initiated.
No, thank you, I replied. I already have enough with people trying to get me into Herbalife. Declan snorted at that.
All right, you goof, get up there.
I peeled my eyes off Declan, who was making me regret this fake boyfriend thing with every second that passed. And just to be clear, I wasn't regretting my decision to come. I was regretting my decision to make it fake. Okay, just keep your arms open down here just in case. I gripped the rungs of the soft wood and pulled up, relieved to feel that the ladder was securely attached to the tree and didn't wiggle a bit at my added weight. I went up the ladder, taking every step with extra caution and making sure I did everything but look down. I made it onto the porch, and Declan was up there right after. This is incredible, I said, more awed now that I was standing on the house. It could literally function as a home. I was sure of it. The porch we stood on was big enough to hold us and 2 rocking chairs, with a few pots holding bright red poinsettias.
It all started with me and my dad wanting something to do on the weekends.
You're kidding. You guys built this?
Not how it is now. It's gone through a lot of professional renovations. But the original bones were me and my dad. I was 11, and it was the biggest deal ever to me. I'd tell everyone at school that I was building a treehouse with my dad. The other kids didn't really get it. Some of them asked why we just weren't paying someone else to do it for us, but it didn't matter to me. I knew I'd be as happy as could be the second my dad and I would start getting to work.
Wow, I said, my mind still blown. Declan unlocked the door and opened it, revealing a living room that could have easily been featured on the cover of Architectural Digest for months on end. It was perfect. The room was big enough to impress, but small enough to feel homey, with comfortable-looking couches draped in even more comfortable-looking knit blankets. The colors were all neutral, earth tones with pops of blue and copper here and there. It was warm, making me unzip and pull off my jacket to place on the coat rack by the entrance. Across from us was a beautiful fireplace that I assumed was one of those electronic display kinds. Next to the fireplace was a full Christmas tree, the scent of pine heavy in the air, its branches drooping with the amount of ornaments and glittering with snowflakes hanging off them. The walls were still the soft wood from the outside, but it was painted over with a glossy shine that made it feel extra luxe. In the center of the room was a small table covered in a white cloth and a bottle of champagne sitting in ice, the bucket surrounded by rose petals. Above the table, set a little to the side, was a mistletoe. Wow, I repeated myself. A Christmas tree inside of a treehouse. It's like treeception in here. Declan laughed at that. Christmas music was playing through invisible speakers at a low volume. Yeah, this was all clearly not done by an 11-year-old and his loving dad who needed a hobby together. He walked over to the trunk of one of the pine trees that were holding this thing above the ground. His hand went over a carving, 2 names and a date. Dec and Dad, I read aloud. December 23rd, 2000.
That was the date we finished. It was just one room, probably half the size of this, without any of the overhead lighting or West Elm pillows.
I could feel a swell of emotion rise up without any warning. I looked away, pretending to admire more of the space, but really just trying to cover the tear that fell down my face.
Come check out the upstairs.
Oh, right. There's more than one floor here, I said. There was a set of stairs toward the far end of the room, and that was where we headed, Declan in the lead this time. We climbed the stairs and walked out onto an open landing with a window that looked out into the woods, the glass frosted over. There was a small hallway with 2 doors on either side.
Those are 2 bedrooms, and then that door at the end of the hallway opens onto another balcony.
I could literally live in here for the rest of my life, I said, looking around with my eyes wide, still unable to believe that we were up in the trees right now. The big trunks going through the floor and ceiling did their part in hammering that fact home. Seriously, this place is bigger than my apartment back in New York.
You're more than welcome to come visit whenever you want.
Are you just trying to find reasons to bump into me? I asked, smirking as I turned away from him, looking instead at a beautiful bookshelf holding a rainbow of book spines.
I wish I didn't need to look for reasons,
he said, his voice taking a lower pitch. It was a change that had me turning around. I
wish I could just reach out and grab you and kiss you whenever I wanted.
A breath hitched in my chest. My eyes instinctively dropped to the ground before I forced them back up, meeting the embers glowing hotter inside Declan's gaze. I wish the same thing, I said, the words surprising me. It was what I meant to say, but I thought fear would restrict me, hold me back from saying the truth. It didn't, though, and a huge crack appeared in the carefully constructed facade we had been trying to uphold for the past week because of it. Then, before I could even blink, I was being pushed back onto the wall, Declan's body on mine, his lips on mine crushing his. My hands went up his shirt, gliding over the soft skin, the rippling muscles, my fingers digging into him. An entire dam of pent-up frustration blew in two inside me, turning my brain into that commercial where they fry the egg and compare it to your brain on drugs. That was my brain. A fried fucking egg. I ground hard against Declan, my boxer briefs pushing back on my stiffening dick. And then it all ground to a halt. Declan stopped kissing me out of nowhere and took a step back. From the side of my eye, I could see the massive bulge in his pants, and it only served to drive me crazier. What? Is it my breath? I'm terrified of halitosis, too, I said, trying to lighten the mood. He laughed, but I could tell something was still bothering him.
No, it's not your breath. You're perfect. Everything about you is perfect. We just can't do this,
Declan said, surprising me with his sudden change of heart.
I don't want to mess you up.
I'll stop if you really want me to, but don't think about messing me up. I'm a full-grown man, and I can make my own decisions, and right now, my decision is to give my fake boyfriend a very real and very good blowjob. Declan's smirk twitched wider, a smile growing almost at the same pace as my cock, which was swelling and getting harder and harder. There was also a wince at the word fake. I saw it in him, and I felt it in myself. Something was wrong. Hearing Declan's words hit a part of me that I wasn't aware was hurting so badly. It was a part of me that was longing for this to be real. A part of me that was there from the moment I'd met Declan and one I was trying to silence. I didn't want to silence it anymore. Dec, I don't want this to be fake. I took a deep breath, realizing in that moment exactly what I was doing, but going forward with it anyway. It's been such a whirlwind time in my life, I honestly don't know what's up and what's down. But what I do know is that I have genuine feelings for you. And that's something I can't fake. I've never laughed so hard with anyone than I have with you over these past few days, and I'm constantly smiling when I'm around you. And I know this is just the crazy cherry to add on top of our insane Sunday, but damn it, Dec, I'm really into you. I want this to be real, and with your sister starting to sniff things out, it just makes me realize I don't want that to happen. I don't want her to find anything because I don't want there to be anything to find. I want us to be real. It felt like there was a trap door underneath me, and it was going to unhinge and swing open at any second. Like I was on some twisted, but also hilarious, game show hosted by Ellen DeGeneres herself. Declan's face was difficult to read in the moment. His eyes were glittering, and a smirk was playing on his face, but it still could be going the way of, oh no, I think this is better off as a fake thing. And that would feel like a gut punch delivered by the silverback gorilla Zoe and I had talked about. Gah, damn it. Did I just basically run Grandma Lucy over with a reindeer?
20. Declan. This was unexpected, and also it was exactly what I wanted. I felt my smile growing wider and wider as the reality of Andrew's words settled in like a dense layer of fresh snow. I mean, it's fine if you don't feel the same way. That was when I realized I hadn't even said a word. What? No, I mean, of course I do. I wanted you as mine from the start, Andrew. I asked you to come along on this trip as my real boyfriend. If I've got to pull out the receipts, I will. Andrew laughed at that, sounding relieved as if he was letting go of a breath he had been holding. I remember, Andrew said, his head tilted down but his light brown eyes looking up at me. You stuck out at me, too. I still even remember what you were wearing that day you walked into Stonewall for the first time. How crazy is that? You had on this silk button-up shirt with a Christmas tree on the front, and a pair of pretty tight white pants, I said. Wow, I think that's exactly right. Actually, were they really that tight? I know it is. I was confident because that first meeting was tattooed into my brain. And, yeah, they were pretty tight, I said, smiling. It wasn't even that eventful of a meeting, and yet it was the most consequential event of my life. Then a question popped into my head. Even though my body was crying out to be plastered back against Andrew's, I still had to be sure this was what he really wanted. And you're not doing this because of Brooke, right? Absolutely not, Andrew said with a certainty that left no doubt inside me. No way. If I were really worried about her and didn't like you, then I'd take you up on that offer to leave early. But that's not what I want to do. He took a breath, looking me in the eyes and locking me in place. If anything, she made me realize that's exactly what I don't want to do. I don't want this to end. And the only way that can happen is if we're together. Like, for real together. And you don't think it's too soon? After what? My failed marriage? He pfft and waved a hand. I've come to terms with it. And hanging out with you actually opened my eyes to just how low I settled when I said yes to Barry. He smiled then, showing that well of strength I knew Andrew possessed. It was something that made me want him even more, if that were possible. He faced life's problems with a smile and a lesson learned, the way we should all be handling the curveballs we get thrown. I mean, I'm not going to go as far as saying that him cheating on me was the best thing that's ever happened to me, since that title obviously goes to meeting you, but I guess it's second best. If I ever see that guy, you know you might have to come and bail me out of whatever jail I end up in after beating him to a pulp. Andrew cocked his head. I don't like violence, he said. But you know what would hurt him even more than a black eye? Seeing us making out like horny teenagers. Just be sure to grab me and kiss me hard if we ever bump into him. I smiled at that, licking my lips. I could do that. I stepped back toward him, grabbing his hands. Our bodies were back to pressing on each other. I could feel his hard length growing harder between us. I teased his lips with mine, brushing them softly over his wet, pink lips. Like this? I asked, using my breath like a brush against his skin. A little harder, he said, the mischievous tone in his voice making my cock throb between us. I kissed him a little harder, just like he asked. Like that? His lips were glossy. He swallowed and shook his head, looking up into my eyes. He pushed his hips forward, rubbing himself on me. It drove me wild. Harder, he said, almost whispering it. I took his face in both my hands and kissed him, unleashing the beast that had been banging at the bars inside my chest. I growled into the kiss, tasting him, taking him. His tongue passed over mine, under, probing my mouth, his hands holding my sides, and his fingers pressing into skin, applying a pressure that sent heat waves pulsing through me. This had to be moved to the bedroom. I couldn't take it anymore. I broke from the kiss, as much as my body was telling me not to, and I led Andrew to the first door in the hallway, opening it and walking into the bedroom. The bed was queen-sized, and the headboard was created from the trunk of the tree that was rising upward through the house. The bedding looked fresh and smelled like recently washed laundry, the white sheets tucked in tight and ready to get messed up. There were a few white candles on a nightstand, the kind that flicker and look exactly like the real thing but had zero flame. I turned them on since the sunlight wasn't really reaching the side of the treehouse, making the room darker than the rest. "Come here," I said, a gravel to my voice that wasn't there before. Andrew was everything I found sexy in a man, and he was pushing me into a realm of passion I hadn't experienced with anyone before. He was everything I ever craved, the image I painted when I emptied my balls by myself, It was in the way his lips curved, and the cut of his jaw, and the scent of mint and oak aftershave on his skin, and the way his hair was just long enough to grab. My hands went up to his head, and my fingers grabbed on and pulled, his lips crashing onto mine and giving my body exactly what it was yearning for. My cock throbbed hard in my briefs, reacting to the taste of Andrew on my tongue, his tongue probing my mouth. I was being pushed back slowly. Our tongues were still locked in a dance as Andrew guided me over to the bed and down onto the mattress so that I was lying on my back. He began to straddle me, his legs on the inside of mine. He pushed my legs open and started to rub his hard bulge against mine, only a few layers of bothersome fabric separating our stiff cocks from rubbing against each other. I thrust up, grinding myself on him. This position surprised me and turned me on endlessly. Andrew was taking the reins and pushing down on me, opening my legs up even wider, sending pure hits of ecstasy rushing through my veins. I pulled back from the kiss and looked up. Andrew's lips were plump and glistening, his eyes practically steaming from the heat overtaking the both of us from the inside out. "Fuck yeah, Andrew," I said. I lifted my ass in the air, pushing him against my hole, letting my head fall back as the sensation of Andrew's hard dick rubbing against my balls and ass washed over me. But it still wasn't enough. These clothes needed to be ripped off as fast as humanly possible. "Take these off," I said, tugging at the waistband of his jeans. "I have to feel you against me, Andrew." He looked at me and smiled with his eyes half-lidded, as though he were drunk off the rich oxygen that filled our lungs. He pulled his shirt off and tossed it, revealing a sexy body that needed my hands all over it. He got up and started to unzip his jeans, a half-smirk playing on his face as he pulled the jeans down to reveal a pair of bright red briefs. Andrew always seemed confident to me, but now it was like he was taking on an entire new form. He was so fucking sexy, the way he tugged off the jeans and threw them to the side, winking at me as he massaged himself over his already wet briefs. Just judging by the bulge, Andrew was carrying a mallet between his legs. "Damn, Andrew. You have a concealed carry license for that thing?" I asked, my mouth already watering as Andrew continued rubbing himself. I could see the dark stain of pre-cum spreading from where the head of his cock was leaking through with excitement. My own dick throbbed against my pants, threatening to tear, though. I unzipped and pulled them off, pulling my underwear with them, my hard cock springing out and slapping onto my stomach with an audible slap. "Mm-hmm," Andrew said, his turn to drop his briefs. He tugged them off, revealing the most magnificent fucking dick I'd ever seen in my life. It was literally fucking perfect, and that wasn't a hyperbole. It jutted out from him, pulsing slightly in the air, the big head leaking at the tip. There was a crown of well-maintained dark pubes that made me want to rub my face against him. He had a sexy pair of heavy balls that begged to be sucked on. He was thick, and a two-hander for sure. I had to get him in my hands. I had to have that thing in my mouth. "Fuck, you're so hot," I hissed as I sat up on the bed and moved over to the edge, planting my feet on the ground and staring with wide, awe-filled eyes at Andrew's gorgeous cock. "I think I've got dick envy. Is that a thing? I think I have it." I grabbed him with one hand, plenty of real estate still available. "Yep," I said confidently. "It's a thing." Andrew laughed and then took in a sharp breath as I licked up the pre-cum, my tongue sliding against his wet slit. He tasted like the nectar of the damn gods. I sucked the head into my mouth, swirling my tongue and lapping up as much pre-cum as I could, driven by how Andrew was moaning louder, his hands coming up to get tangled in my hair. I loved feeling the pressure of my hair getting pulled, and sucking more of Andrew into my mouth seemed to trigger the exact reaction I wanted. Andrew's fingers tightened and he pulled down, asking me to take more of him without even saying a word. I gave him what he wanted, stuffing his cock as far down my throat as I could take it. "Oh, shit, that's it, Declan." I looked up to see his head thrown back, his Adam's apple bobbing, his chest flushed pink and his nipples pebbled hard. I brought my hands up to his ass and squeezed, loving how it felt, having him fucking my throat while I played with his ass. "God, Deck, you feel so fucking good." He looked down at me as I slurped and sucked on his hardness. My legs were spread wide, my hard dick jutting up and pulsing in the air. I could feel a trail of pre-cum leaking from my tip, but I wanted to keep my focus fully on Andrew. I wanted to please my boyfriend, give him what his body was crying out for.
"That's it, Deck."
His fingers gripped my hair tighter. He started to thrust, his cock pushing farther into my throat, the taste of him filling my mouth. Behind him, I spread his ass and slipped a finger down his crack, finding his hole and pushing down. His entire body convulsed, and a moan was yanked from his chest. I pushed harder, playing with the rim of his hole as he continued to plunge almost his entire length down my throat. I kept it up until I felt like Andrew was pushing right up onto his edge. I pulled off his cock then, squeezing his ass before sitting back on the bed. "Come," I said, leaning forward and grabbing Andrew by his thighs, pulling him onto the bed. I laid him down, his eyes locked on mine, a drunken grin on his face, his cock rubbing against me and leaving a trail of his pre-cum on my skin. With him lying down, I could fully appreciate the beauty of a man that was in front of me. I kneeled at his side and ran my hands over his body softly, teasing him when my fingers glided over his hard nipples. His cock was bouncing in the air, but I kept my hands moving past it, down his thighs, squeezing, admiring. I started to kiss, and Andrew started to moan, a sound I had become thirsty for. I kissed and sucked my way back up his body, making my way up his throbbing shaft, up the light happy trail of hair, over his soft belly, across his chest, up to his chin. By now, my cock was pressed hard against his. I pushed down, applying a delicious pressure to both of us as my mouth fell on his. "God, Andrew," I said, our naked bodies pressed together. "This is the best fucking Christmas I've ever had."
"Me too,"
Andrew said, smiling up at me, his eyes glazed with the passion coursing through the both of us. "This is real. This is fucking real." I crushed my lips against his again, wanting to feel just how real this really was. 21. Andrew.
Declan had me pinned down on the bed with his rock-hard body, and wow, was I turned on by it. This was beyond sexy. My body was in a state of arousal I didn't even think was possible. I had been so close to blowing my load down Declan's mouth moments ago, but he was able to read me like a freaking Kama Sutra manual and managed to pull off right before I blew. And now, the feeling of his body weight on mine, his heat covering me, his thick length pressing against mine, it was pushing me right back to that edge. "Dak, you're going to make me come," I warned. He stopped rubbing himself against me and picked himself up. He was grinning devilishly down at me. "You're bad," I said, knowing he was edging the shit out of me.
"And you like it,"
he said, biting his lower lip, his ass pressing down on my cock now. "I love it," I said honestly, the fires of lust burning through any logical thoughts left.
"You'll love this too,"
he said, getting off me. He flipped and swung a leg over my chest and backed up, his tight balls coming up to my mouth while his lips closed around my cock. "Oh, fuck," I said, moaning into Declan's nuts. I groaned and opened my mouth, sucking him in, licking at his sack and pushing my hips up so he could swallow more of me. It was fucking heavenly. I grabbed Declan's hard dick and aimed it down so I could suck on him, instantly overcome by the salty, sweet taste of his pre-cum, which was leaking out of him like a river. I had never 69'd before, so I never knew just how much pleasure I was actually missing out on. There was something about the two of us, sucking each other off, totally wrapped up in the other, that was taking me to an entirely new level.
"Yeah, keep sucking my dick like that, baby."
Declan growled against my cock as he licked up and down. My mouth was stuffed with his dick, and his balls were getting tighter and tighter against him. I tried taking all of him in my mouth, up until my nose went right up against his sack, filling my senses with his intoxicating scent. Declan, still sucking on my dick, moved his arms so that they went under my legs and then pushed up, lifting my legs while his arms supported me, my calves hooked on his powerful biceps. I was surprised by the move, but didn't resist, letting him adjust me however he wanted. This had the effect of spreading my ass, exposing me, the slightly cold air surprising against my hole. Declan stopped sucking on my dick for a moment.
Baby, you're so fucking sexy. He got back to sucking my cock, but now there was another ingredient added to this cosmically orgasmic pie we were baking. Declan must have sucked on his fingers, gotten them soaking wet, and was now rubbing them against my hole, sending pure waves of pleasure crashing through me. I had to stop sucking on Declan so I could drop my head back, close my eyes, and moan wildly as Declan pushed his fingers in, past my tight ring of muscle and into my quivering hole. I took a deep breath as he pushed deeper, his tongue still working overtime on my cock while I was working overtime on making sure I didn't come. My core was winding up tight as Declan probed deeper. I went back to sucking Declan off, unable to keep his dick out of my mouth for much longer. Both of us were grunting and moaning with the rhythms of our movements. I thought I couldn't get any more turned on, and then Declan started to rub over my prostate with his fingers, and I lost it. My brain going haywire, my mouth continuing to work on Declan, but my head up in the cloud. Oh, I started, a mouthful of Declan's cock.
Give it to me, baby,
Declan urged, sinking his fingers past what felt like his second knuckle. I cried out as the orgasm crashed over me.
Fuck, you're gonna make me come too,
Declan warned. And then both our bodies were convulsing, both of our cocks exploding down the other's throat, my hole twitching around Declan's fingers, trying to pull him in deeper with every wave. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of pure pleasure, the both of us had finished. Declan's cum had filled my mouth, and I'd swallowed it all, relishing the taste. Declan had done the same, wiping his mouth as he sat up off of me. Wow, I mean that. I was speechless. I looked to Declan, who came to lie next to me on the bed, an arm under his head and a goofy grin on his face, his lips wet.
That was incredible,
Declan said, his voice dripping with the passion that had filled the room to the brim moments before.
Boyfriend.
My smile involuntarily grew wider at that word. Boyfriend, I said, repeating it, liking how it felt on my tongue almost as much as I liked how my actual boyfriend felt on my tongue.
This is going to be real fun, isn't it?
Declan asked, coming in to kiss me. Very fun, I said, kissing him. The funnest. And we dissolved back into a kissing puddle of limbs and grinding bodies, and soon after that, jumped back into the ring for round 2. Later that evening, my body was still feeling like Jell-O from our romp in the treehouse earlier in the day. We were sitting, thankfully, because my legs were still shaky, at the dining room table inside the main mansion. The dining room was decked out in Christmas decorations with big red ribbons, snow-dusted pine cones, and sparkling silver garland all around us. It was a big room with a light fixture made of shined brass hanging above the long table. Grandma Lucy had cooked us a 5-star meal, consisting of a holiday beef brisket that was to die for, and dessert consisting of a fresh sorbet of cherry, lime, and lemon. The 3 big balls of sherbet were red, green, and white, and I was digging into them as Grandma Lucy continued telling the story about the time she and Declan had got lost in a sketchy area of London. So, there I was in a foreign country with my wide-eyed grandson at my side, both of us looking around at the graffiti and clusters of men standing on corners. And that's when Declan turned to me and said, I knew I shouldn't have let you hold the map. And I looked down and say, This isn't a map, you dum-dum. It's a takeout menu I had kept with me after getting off our train. I cracked up at that, imagining the two of them walking around London without a clue of where they were. Declan was sitting next to me, his cheeks getting a little pink. He wasn't one to normally blush, so this was actually kind of cute.
I was shocked. I thought she knew where we were going. She was walking with such confidence.
Nope, she said. I just saw a sexy bloke and thought we would follow him down to his local pub. She said that in a butchered English accent, which only made it funnier. I didn't realize we were following Pablo Escobar.
So you're chasing after Londoners, eh?
Pop said, crossing his arms over his big belly, his big white bushy eyebrows curved upward. Oh, please, I saw you gawking at the women across the pond, too. There's something in the accent. Pop deflated, smiling.
He was caught and didn't put up a fight about it, instead going back to his almost empty bowl of sorbet. "Mm-hmm," Grandma Lucy said, smiling herself. Robin was sitting across from us, Kieran showing her something on his phone. His mom and dad listened intently to Grandma Lucy's story, while his sister furiously texted away. Today's dinner had been much less eventful than our first night's dinner, mainly due to the fact that Tyler and Brooke both went out to eat, and they'd taken their respective others with them. Bill had sat at the table, but was silent for most of the dinner, excusing himself before the desserts had been served. I could still sense tension between him and Declan, and I knew it wouldn't get resolved until Declan confronted him with the photo. Although, I had been pondering what would happen if I confronted Bill by myself, and at first the idea made me nervous. I didn't think it was my place to get involved, but that was before this had become a real relationship. Now the idea didn't seem terrible. Maybe I could talk to him and get to the bottom of things as a neutral party, avoiding any potential blow-ups from an encounter between Deck and his stepdad. I already saw how tempers could flare at the drop of a hat. It helped that we had talked about the possibility of me confronting Bill after our romp up in the treehouse. After that had finished, and we were working on the amazing meal Robin had prepared and left there for us, I brought up the topic, and he's seemed okay about it. His biggest concern was me looking bad somehow, and he didn't want that to happen. We had left the treehouse without any real plan set into motion, except for an agreement that Declan wouldn't talk to Bill himself until after the holidays.
You okay?
Declan asked, his voice low enough so only I could hear him while Grandma Lucy jumped into another story about a trip to Tokyo.
You look distracted.
Just thinking, I said, realizing how vague that sounded. About how good this sorbet tastes.
Mm-hmm,
Declan replied, not satisfied. He was softly rubbing my thigh under the table, a touch that was quickly reminding me of our date this morning.
You sure?
He asked again. Positive, I said, smiling. He was such an intuitive man, and it was something I was going to have to get used to. I had been so accustomed to no one picking up on my emotions, I forgot how it felt when someone did actually care. It was heartwarming. That was how it felt. The entire day had me feeling as if I was walking on a cloud. I smiled and leaned in for a quick kiss, our lips meeting and his leaving the taste of the coffee he had been drinking. And so, Declan, this genius over here, thinks he can suddenly speak Japanese because he learned 3 words on the plane over. He goes to ask a local for directions to a famous restaurant, but instead of us getting pointed in the direction of our dinner, he gets a shocked face and the woman gasps, covers her mouth, and turns to leave without another word. I was hooked on the story now. What did he say? We still, to this day, have no idea, Grandma Lucy said. The girl was almost in tears. I turned to Declan, whose face was even redder than before.
I stuck to using a translator app on my phone after that one.
I started cracking up, 100 different possibilities of what Declan could have accidentally said running through my head. You guys need a travel show together, I said when I stopped laughing. I'd definitely DVR that hot mess, Judy said, proving she was listening intently to the conversation while her fingers danced across her phone. Oh, I'd love it, Grandma Lucy said, holding 2 small fragile hands up to her chest, a dozen gold bracelets on each wrist. Declan's my favorite travel partner. I usually leave this grouch in the hotel or at the spa and roam around with Declan until the sun falls.
We've had some adventures, haven't we, Grandma?
Sure have, she said, her face beaming with love. Wait until we go to Sydney next month, Robin said, jumping into the conversation. We're opening up a brand new hotel right in the heart of the city. Mom and Declan already have a snorkeling trip scheduled together for the Great Barrier Reef. No way, I said, impressed by both of them. That sounds equal parts relaxing and terrifying. We continued to talk and laugh for a little while longer. It was around 9 when I excused myself from the table, saying I wanted to shower and get ready for the night. And although I was technically going to shower and get ready for bed, I wasn't exactly doing that right after leaving the table. Instead, I found myself getting lost in the mansion, keeping my eyes peeled for any signs of Bill. Robin had mentioned he liked to spend evenings in the study, and so I headed toward where I thought that was first. Declan had given me a tour of the entire place, but that was days ago, and my memory wasn't the sharpest. Pair that with the fact that this place was somehow even bigger on the inside, and I was bound to actually get myself lost. The entire mansion was decorated for the holidays, and that made getting lost very pleasant. I was actually enjoying my little snooping adventure, looking at all the crazy detail Robin put into making this place a winter wonderland for her family. There were intricate and beautiful nativity scenes, and the portraits that hung on the walls had appeared to be swapped out with holiday scenes. A snowy villa with kids throwing snowballs painted in watercolor, a stunning set of black and white shots of a Christmas tree, a stylized cartoon drawing of Santa and his elves hanging out on the snow as if they were sunning at the beach. There was something to see everywhere you looked. It was so distracting my eyes almost glazed right over a peculiar sighting outside as I walked past a window. By my guess, I was somewhere toward the back of the mansion, where the window looked out over a massive garage and the road down toward the guest house. And outside, parked oddly in the middle of the road leading up to the garage, was the same car we had driven over from the city in. It was the same van with the blacked-out windows and New York plates, but no one was in the driver's seat. It struck me as odd because I didn't remember seeing the driver around after he had dropped us off. He certainly wasn't at any of the dinners, and I hadn't spotted him anywhere else, so why was his car here? I couldn't think much more of it because the sound of someone clearing their throat interrupted the silence. "Oh," I said, surprised. Bill was standing behind me, a steaming mug of hot chocolate in his hands, judging from the sweet scent drifting out of it. "Lost?" he asked. I could feel the suspicion dripping off his question. Did I lie to him, or should I just be upfront about it? I tried to think of what Zane would do. "Actually, no," I said, straightening my back and making sure I seemed as confident as possible, even though there was a slight tremble in my hands. Bill was an entire foot taller than I was and much wider, giving him an intimidating frame compared to mine. "I was actually looking for you." "Me? Why?" I looked around us, down the hall. "Can we go somewhere in private to chat?" His big brows creased in the center. He took a sip of his hot chocolate and looked out the window I had been looking out of when he snuck up on me. I followed his gaze, noticing the car I spotted moments before was gone now. "Let's go to the study," he said after another few seconds of silence. I followed him down the hall toward an open door. He turned and led me inside into a study that would have given the local library a bad case of book envy. The walls were all shelves, holding hundreds of different books from floor to ceiling. There were a few comfortable-looking green chairs by a window, which was where Bill walked toward. The floor was a polished wood, and there was a big, fluffy white rug set in the center. I took my seat across from Bill, the green cushion sinking as I sat. "Are you a big reader?" I asked, wanting to break some of the ice. "I hate reading," he said, surprising me. "I just like how peaceful this room is." I pursed my lips and nodded, looking around. "It is really peaceful in here. I'm a huge reader, so this is pretty much like heaven for me." Bill didn't respond, just nodded his head. He sipped some more from his mug before setting it down on a small table. "What do you want?" he asked. A man who got straight to the point. Okay. "Right, well," I started, not really knowing where to go next. I was beginning to doubt myself. This may have been a huge mistake. I wasn't a trained detective, and I had no real plan on how to tackle this. I'm sorry, by the way." I had to work to keep my expression under control. "Huh?" I asked, not even sure if I heard him right, even though he was loud and clear. "I said I'm sorry." He was looking out the window, out toward the dark woods, the ground covered in a thin layer of snow. "I shouldn't have accused you of anything without even knowing you first." "Huh. About that." "It's okay," I said. "But thank you for apologizing. I get it. Some people don't always have good intentions in their hearts, and this family could potentially be a target for some of those malicious assholes. I see that." I took a breath, pulling Bill's eyes from outside to me. "But I can assure you, Bill, I'm not one of those people. I really care about Declan, and that means I also really care about this family." He stared at me, his dark eyes looking like two orbs holding a storm inside each of them. "I care about this family, too. That's why I was shocked when Declan could even suggest me stealing from Robin." He looked back out the window, freeing me. "I love that woman.
She gave me a second chance at life, and I'd never do anything to hurt her. Ever.
I believed it. Maybe it was the naivete in me, but I believed every word Bill was telling me. So how the hell was I going to figure out what the deal with that photo was?
My first wife passed,
he continued, and then I remembered something Zane told me.
Suspects tend to talk their way right into the police station.
Just let someone talk, and the chances were high they'd say something that answered whatever question you were after. I'm sorry, I said.
15 years ago now. She was the light of my life. When she died, I thought that was it. I was clocking out too.
He shook his head. Eyes still looked out at something in the distance.
I was so close. I just wanted to be with her again. And then I thought of my kids right when I was about to do it and the world came to a screeching fucking halt. So I stopped. Kept going with my life, but I was still empty inside. Going through the motions.
He stopped looking outside, his eyes finding mine again. There was a shine to them.
Then I met Robin, and everything changed again. I was laughing, actually laughing again. I wasn't sleeping as much. I got my diet under control, although I do enjoy some Wendy's every now and then. Don't tell her.
Who doesn't like a little baked potato smothered in sour cream and bacon bits? I said, trying to keep my composure, but feeling myself waver. I was never expecting this story to come from Bill's mouth. I wasn't even sure if Declan knew this about his stepdad.
So when Declan accused me, I felt myself falling back into that person I used to be, the bitter husk of a man. I had to leave the table.
I swallowed back some nerves. I had to steer this toward the photo somehow. I was believing him more and more, but there was still questionable proof that Bill was somehow involved. Do you have any thoughts on who could be stealing from Robin? She says that she's misplacing things, but Declan obviously doesn't believe that. And I don't think you do either.
No, she wouldn't be losing these things. Some of the stolen items are worth as much as cars. There's no way she'd lose track of something like that.
He nodded and went for a drink from his hot chocolate before continuing.
But I really don't have any idea who could be doing it. We've changed out the entire house staff and we've installed cameras. We've even hired private security for when we're not home. Even with all those precautions, things still end up missing.
That was all news to me. I didn't know they had gone that far to stop the thefts. It made Bill's story more believable, but also he was involved in all those plans. He would know how to get around the security and the cameras. My suspicion spiked. Are the cameras on 24/7?
Yes, and the footage is held for a month. Whenever we've found something missing, we always go back and check the cameras.
He shook his head, frustration in the air.
Hell, I even tried sneaking some of her really expensive stuff out of the house. I wore a ski mask and snuck out at night since we thought we might be getting staked out. Looked like a fucking looter. It was a shitty plan, but no one's stolen anything from our second location, so we think it may have worked.
Ding, ding, ding. That explained the photo Declan had, and it was a totally plausible explanation at that. He didn't even know the photo was in our possession, and he'd still described what was happening in it. It was great news, overall, but it also blew up the only lead we had in figuring this mess out. Still, there were a couple of red flags that popped up. The cameras, I asked. Do they have any blind spots? Or is there any way someone could alter the footage somehow? Bill thought about it for a moment before shaking his head.
Nope. The footage is stored on some secured server. I doubt anyone can alter it. As for blind spots, yeah, there are a couple.
Interesting. Are the cameras obvious, or are they hidden?
Hidden,
he answered. Did anyone help with installing them?
I tried doing it myself at first, but there was no way, so yeah, I got some help. I was actually heading out of the house when Arturo was driving up to the house, Tyler in the back seat. I told them both what was happening, and the two of them, both techie guys, figured it all out for me.
Arturo? I said, speculating out loud.
No way,
Bill jumped in, shutting that down.
He's been working with Robin for something like 10 years. This stealing saga started about 5 years ago. I've already brought up the chance that he could be responsible, but Robin wouldn't have it. She trusts that guy. She's the godmother to his 2 daughters. I don't think he'd ever do that to her either.
The timeline was helping Arturo, but still, I was getting wary. He wasn't invited to the Christmas retreat? I asked.
He was. But he said he was spending the holidays with his family. They normally come every year, his entire family, but this year I guess they decided to spend it at their house.
Does he still work during this time of year?
Only if it's something really urgent. Why?
No reason. I just thought I saw his car outside earlier.
Bill rolled his neck, the bones in his spine popping. Yeah, I do remember Tyler might have said something about calling him.
Tyler. That was another avenue of questions I wanted to go down. But I had a feeling Bill wasn't going to be happy with me suspecting his son was the thief. Except, that was pretty much exactly what I was beginning to think. He didn't seem to have a sense of loyalty to Declan's side of the family, and his moral compass was definitely skewed. Plus, he knew where the cameras were, and if he was such a techie guy, then maybe he would know how to mess with the footage, maybe put a section on loop while he made off with the jewels. He'd also know when the private security was scheduled, and he wouldn't draw any eyes if he went over for dinner one day and disappeared to the bathroom for half an hour or so. I looked down at my watch, pretending as if I cared about how late it was getting. Bill, thank you for talking to me, and thank you for opening up to me. I'm not going to keep bothering you, though. It's already getting pretty late. I started to get up, smiling, my head swirling.
All right,
Bill said, staying seated. I was surprised to see he was smiling, too.
You're a good kid, Andrew. You're exactly what Declan needs.
Hearing that was even more surprising than seeing Bill smile. It warmed me up. I'll see you at breakfast, I said, and left the study, questions breeding in my brain like Viagra-infused bunnies. I had to get to Declan and talk to him about this.
22. Declan. It was pretty warm inside the barn we were in. The heater is working overtime to keep the cold at bay. Well, barn wasn't really the right word for it. The official name for where we were, according to my mom, was the Candy Cane Forest. She had converted the big barn into a space holding up, well, a forest of huge candy canes, all taller than 6 feet and as thick as the pine trees outside. There were different colors and a heavy scent of mint in the air. To make it even more mind-blowing, they had installed mirrored panels onto the walls and spaces in front of the empty stables. It made it feel as if there was an endless expanse of tall candy canes stretching for miles and miles. It was spectacular, and I was looking forward to spending some time with Andrew inside the forest. There were a few benches throughout, and an atmosphere that made you want to stay and get lost inside the converted space. So, needless to say, I was pretty surprised when Andrew gave me the rundown on how he'd spoken to Bill and learned a few facts that made it seem like Tyler could be the thief. At first, I was a little thrown by Andrew speaking to Bill, only because I didn't want Andrew getting his hands messy with all this shit. But then I saw how determined Andrew was to help me, and I realized how we were in this as a team now. With the fake label thrown out, we had become much closer to one than two. I also realized how grateful I felt for Andrew's help. Normally, my selfish side would have kicked in and gotten pissed at someone thinking they needed to interfere. But that didn't happen at all. Andrew saved my relationship between my stepdad and me while getting one step closer to figuring out who was stealing from my mother. He was a goddamn genius, and I wanted to kiss those goddamn genius lips of his. So I did.
Oh,
Andrew said, surprised at the sudden intrusion in his explanation. Sorry, couldn't help it. You look so hot when you're in detective mode.
Wait until I pull out a magnifying glass and that cute little Sherlock Holmes cap.
Is that going to be all you've got on?
No,
he said.
I'll have a tie.
I growled, leaning in and nibbling on his ear. Just the idea of my boyfriend standing in front of me with nothing but a tie on, we could lose the magnifying glass and cap, was enough to make my dick twitch in my jeans. I wasn't wearing any underwear, so I had to redirect my thoughts before the twitch turned into a throb. Wait. So, you think Tyler is responsible? I was pretty much blindsided by the suggestion, but Andrew seemed pretty sure as he was breaking down his theory.
It's a thought, that's all,
he said. He plopped down on the bench we were standing by. I followed suit, letting out a surprised exhale.
I know it sounds a little crazy, but I really do believe Bill when he says he loves your mom and wants to protect her. And then, when he said Tyler helped install the cameras, that was a huge red flag.
Yeah, but why? Andrew shrugged.
Haven't figured that out yet, but there could be plenty of reasons, not to mention the fact that it's easy money for him. Money's a big motivator. I've come to realize that after working at Stonewall for so long. A lot of people do some crazy stuff just because they think they can get a big payday out of it.
I put my hands up and through my hair. I was planning on making tonight a chill evening, and this revelation was the furthest thing from chill. Not to mention I had no idea about Bill's past. My mom and I never discussed his past, and we were never close enough to talk about it together. Hearing his loss hit me pretty hard, and made me see him in a different light. His explanation of the photo was a little questionable, but it could be easily verified, and I planned on subtly asking my mom about it to see if she had really asked to move her valuables in the middle of the night. And then I got hit with a theory of my own. "You said Arturo helped with the cameras too." "Right," Andrew said, sounding like he knew where I was headed. "So, what if he's the one?"
"Possibility, that's for sure. But the timeline Bill painted for me makes me lean more toward Tyler. He said that this all started about 5 years ago. I don't think he realized that he came into your mom's life around 5 years ago, bringing Tyler into the picture. Why would Arturo work so long for your mom and then, all of a sudden, turn on her? It seems more likely to me that Tyler spotted some opportunities and snatched them."
"Fuck," I said, impressed. "You're a freaking super sleuth."
"No, I am far from super."
"Are you kidding me?" I took his hand in mine. It felt like such a familiar move already. "You've managed to get further into this bullshit than I have after looking for all those years. I was desperate, and that's what led me into Stonewall. Then you come and hang out with my family for a week, and suddenly the pieces all start falling together?" I leaned in, inches between our faces. "You are super, all right, Andrew? You're a fucking superhero, and I'm so glad to be your sidekick." He huffed, but his face flushed.
"You're no sidekick," he said.
I felt him beginning to rebuke my point, and frankly, I didn't want him to. I meant exactly what I said, every damn word of it. So, instead of letting him convince himself he was anything less than fucking spectacular, I crossed the small space between us and pressed my lips against his, swallowing his words. When the kiss broke, I was taken aback by the expression on Andrew's face. He seemed sad. "What's wrong?" I asked. It sort of amazed me how well I could already read his expressions.
I'm happy."
"Oh, well, maybe I couldn't read him that well. Yet." "You seemed like you were about to cry," I clarified. Wondered if it was a halitosis situation. He laughed at that, the sound filling up the barn.
"No, your breath is perfect. A little minty, but that could just be my nose interfering."
I couldn't help but smile a little wider and push in for another kiss. Tasting him on my tongue was enough to light a fire inside me that quickly spread down to my crotch.
"It's just,"
Andrew started when we separated.
"I can't believe this is all real. And I can't believe how strongly I feel for you, Deck. I was never expecting this to happen when Zoe talked me into saying yes to this crazy idea, and then, when I did say yes, I thought I'd just get a nice free vacation out of it. I'd be able to take my mind off my shitty life back home, and then we'd go our separate ways. But I was a goner from day one. I'd just look at you and feel this, I don't know, this warmth in my chest. It wasn't hard to deny at first, but with every hour that passed, the hotter that warmth got."
"I've got some heartburn meds back in the house," I teased. He playfully hit my thigh, looking at me with those big brown orbs that told me everything I ever needed to know.
"This isn't heartburn. This is a heart-freaking inferno. And you were the one who lit the match."
I kissed him again. This one was longer, more tongue, more hands, more heat. "Andrew," I said, holding his head in my hands, his breath tickling my upper lip. "This fire you're talking about, it's spread, jumped between us. When I look at you, I feel like nothing in my life could ever go wrong, like you are exactly what I've been waiting for my entire 29 years on this floating rock."
"Things can go wrong, Deck,"
he said, his voice soft.
"They will go wrong. But as long as you're at my side, I'm positive we can right whatever those wrongs are."
I believe that, wholeheartedly. And then our lips met again, but this time we didn't separate. Our kiss grew, our hands finding more and more to grab, to hold on to. It was passionate and fiery and had all my nerves feeling like live wire, ready to spark and ignite into an explosion that would rival the atomic bomb. My tongue wrestled for real estate in his mouth, probing and tasting and wanting more and more. I pumped my thighs together a few times, feeling myself growing harder and harder. My hand fell on Andrew's lap and rubbed over his crotch, and I could feel him getting harder and harder. "I'm so fucking lucky," I said in a break for air, my hand still wrapped around his bulge, giving him a few slow strokes over his black pants. Since I'd decided to go commando, my rock-hard cock was pretty much on full display. "And so freaking hard," he said, smirking as he bit on his lower lip, looking down at my visible erection. I'm sure if he looked hard enough, he could spot the exact outline of my circumcised cockhead. "You do this to me," I said mischievously, purposefully making my cock jump, pushing up against the fabric of my jeans. He said, his eyes glued to my bulge. It was like the snake charmer had been hypnotized by the snake. "Go on," I said. "Unzip me." "Here?" Andrew said, looking around with his eyebrows high. We were surrounded by a thick section of red and white candy canes, with a couple of rainbow candy canes thrown in the mix. "I locked the door when we came in," I replied, my cock throbbing again. "You sure?" I arched a brow and looked down at my crotch. "Very." Andrew didn't need any more assurances. He grabbed the gold zipper and tugged, pulling it down. Upon realizing that there was only one layer of clothes he'd have to fight to get to me, he looked up with a big grin on his face. "That's so hot," he said, leaning down to kiss my now exposed cock, my jeans still on. His lips felt like heaven against my sensitive shaft, and I knew his mouth was going to feel even more bliss-filled when he sucked me in. I lifted my ass off the bench and finished taking off my jeans since Andrew had seemed to become instantly distracted. He was kissing and licking up and down, making me see stars pop up in my vision. I dropped my head back and closed my eyes as he kissed my sack, sucking one of my balls into his mouth and massaging it with his tongue before letting go and doing the same to the other. From there, he kissed his way back up my pulsing shaft and flicked his tongue across my leaking slit. I was in heaven. A candy cane must have fallen on me and crushed me. That was the only explanation for this fever dream I was in. "God, Deck, you taste so good." And then Andrew stuffed his mouth with my cock, and I knew then that this was no dream. No, dreams never felt this good. 23. Andrew. Declan's dick tasted so damn good. I couldn't get enough of it, especially since he was filling my mouth with his pre-cum, the taste a salty, sweet mixture that was getting me drunk off him. I lapped it all up, swallowing whatever he gave me, wanting more of it. He was thick, so I had to stretch my jaw to fit him in all the way. I could almost make it down to his balls before the head of his cock smacked against my tonsils, making me pull back up. I wasn't a quitter, though, stroking whatever of him I couldn't fit in my mouth while I tried swallowing him whole. His delicious moans powered me on. I was the freaking Energizer Bunny on Declan right now, and I was sure to keep sucking and sucking and sucking. "That feels so good, Andrew. I'd love to see your mouth stuffed with my cock." His words threw gasoline on an already raging fire. I went for it and deep-throated Declan, swallowing him down like a trained sword swallower. I looked up into his eyes as my nose was buried in his soft hair, his scent overwhelming my senses and sending a wave of need crashing through me. It made my own dick throb painfully against my pants. I started to rub myself over the fabric, still keeping my lips wrapped around Declan, relishing in the way he groaned and gyrated his hips, pushing himself as far as he could. I pulled back, gasping for air, a smile wide on my face as I looked into Declan's breathtaking gaze. No matter from what angle you were looking at the guy, he always managed to look like an Adonis walking amongst us regular folk. "Get up," he said, his voice deep and sounding just as needy as I felt. "Take off your clothes." I wasn't going to keep him, or my throbbing dick, waiting any longer. I stood up, my mouth already feeling empty without Declan's dick inside of it. I took a few steps back, my eyes on his.
From the corner of my eye, I could see Declan playing with himself. I didn't want to look directly because I felt like his cock would have Medusa'd me right into coming. This is crazy. Insane. I'm in a holidays and I need holla help. But I'd get that later. Right now, I was performing a striptease in the middle of an artificial candy cane forest inside a huge barn with Christmas only 2 days away. Oh, and it was all for my previously fake and now very real boyfriend. Crazy. So damn crazy. Declan's smirk was smoldering like a basket of hot coal, and so damn hot. I pushed aside all the insanity and focused on the insanely hot man in front of me. I had to drop my eyes and admire the way he held that thing. He was huge, and he was stroking himself slowly, using my saliva as lube. Declan's entire form was on full display, and it was driving me wild. He hadn't been wearing any underwear, which I had noticed earlier and was proven right, by the way, in case anyone thought my dick-spotting abilities were rusty. And that only made this even hotter. My pulse was racing as I worked off my shirt and tossed it to the side, the collar hooking onto a nearby candy cane. "Impressive," Declan said. He licked his lips and started to stroke himself a little faster. I watched him as he slid his thumb over the head and lifted it, a string of clear pre-cum trailing with him. I almost fainted. Literally, right there and then. I almost couldn't take the sight. "Wait until you see my candy cane." My head quirked to the side as I heard myself. "That sounded horrible," I said, laughing, already botching the striptease. "My dick isn't striped red and white." "And it's not hook-shaped, I would know." "Nope, it's not." I could feel my cheeks getting red. See, terrible comparison. And how the hell was I supposed to salvage this ruined tease?
"Please, Andrew, you could pull your pants down right now and pull out a full Christmas tree with blinking lights and everything, and I would think it's the hottest fucking thing in the world."
His eyes were pinning me in place, a low and sexy laugh coming from his throat.
"Besides, my dick is actually red and white, and if you suck it long enough, you can whittle it down to a sharp point, so keep going."
I almost snorted, but kept my laugh under control. And there it was. Declan taking control and pulling me out of my self-made pit of awkwardness. I forged onward, moving my hips to a song playing in my head, my hand running over my still stiff dick, pushing it down and emphasizing just how hard I was for Declan. He was making me this way, and I wanted him to know. He bit his lower lip, making the pink flesh turn pale. He was squeezing his cock harder, stroking a little faster. It was my turn to take control of something. "Stand up," I said, "and take these off for me." The look on his face said it all. He seemed a little surprised and so turned on. I arched a brow, smirked, and dropped my eyes down at the obvious tent being pitched in my pants. Well, at least that makes up for my dumbass candy cane dick metaphor.
"Since you asked so nicely," Declan said, dropping to his knees and crawling over to me. It was another sight that almost undid me right there and then. I kept my premature orgasm at bay, though, focusing on those beautiful green eyes as he reached me. He put his hands on my hips and rubbed his face in my crotch, mouthing over the bulge, looking up at me with lust-filled eyes. Then, with his teeth alone, he gripped my zipper and pulled it down, grinning up at me as he did it. With my zipper down, he didn't take much longer to get the rest of my clothes off, my hard dick springing up and almost smacking him in the face. "Whoops," I said, chuckling. "You almost gave me a concussion."
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it." "Cock-cushion, you mean?" I said it. Declan looked up at me for a brief moment, his expression pretty blank, before he burst out into a laugh. He laughed so hard that he had to crouch over, holding his belly, his cock bouncing up and down with the laughs. It was both a relief and kind of a turn-on.
"That's a good one,"
he said when the laughs subsided, his hand wrapping around the base of my dick.
"I don't think I've laughed like that in a while, and definitely not when I'm naked. On my knees, with my lips."
He started to kiss the head, all over, down my shaft,
"The sexiest."
down my balls,
"Goddamn."
up to my hip,
man I've ever seen. It was sensual and sensational and so freaking sexy. Declan was pure man, with strong, muscular shoulders and his powerful chest and his big biceps and that throbbing manhood between his huge thighs. And all of that man was now on his knees, worshipping my body, making me see stars when there were none around. Then his warm, wet mouth sucked me in, and I flew past the stars. "Oh," I said, words failing me as Declan slowly worked more of me into his mouth. His hands came around to play with my cheeks, spreading them, exposing me like he had done the last time. My whole pulsed with a needy desire to have his fingers against me again, inside me again. But his tongue. Holy shit, his tongue was working magic on me, driving out any other thoughts. All my focus went down to my dick as Declan took all of me. "God, Deck, I'm so close," I warned, already feeling the edge against my toes. He looked up at me and, with a devilish grin, stopped sucking me off. He got up, pulling the same torture crap I had done on him earlier. Our dicks battled for space between us, the heat consuming us both. I pushed against Declan, loving how he felt against me, the sticky wet head of his cock leaking onto my belly. His hands were back on my ass, massaging, kneading, spreading. A finger slid down my crack, over my tight hole. I pushed myself even harder onto Declan as we kissed, a moan rising deep down in my chest. "Turn around," he said, the command back in his tone. I did as told, turning for him, my dick jutting out like a damn flagpole. I could feel the smear of pre-cum on my stomach, and I could see the shiny streak across my skin. "Bend over," he said, and again I did just as he asked, feeling a bolt of ecstasy flood my system. I bent over onto the bench, my palms flat on the wood, my ass back in the air. His hands spread my ass apart, and then Declan spit. I jerked forward at first, surprised by the sudden warm and wet sensation, but instantly melting back as Declan's hands held me open for him. That was when I felt his tongue against me, and I completely lost it. Sounds started to fall out of my mouth, sounds I had never made before and didn't even know I could make. "Fuck, Andrew, you're so sexy." And then his tongue was back to circling my wet hole, lapping up and down and then back to circles. Every muscle in my body felt like it was spasming as the pleasure took over. My dick was fully cosplaying as a broken faucet, pre-cum leaking out of me with every surge of ecstasy that came from Declan eating my ass. "God, Deck, I can't. I'm so close to coming." Declan stood up behind me, replacing his wet tongue with the head of his hard cock. I could feel my ass pulsing. There was an intense heat running through me, a heat I'd never felt before. It was making me sweat, beads of moisture running down my forehead. Declan rubbed himself on me then. A moan escaped from both of us, his cock spreading my cheeks apart. I pushed back on him, another moan getting pulled from deep in my chest as I felt his hardness against my hole. I still had my hand wrapped firmly around my stiff dick, but I stopped stroking because I knew another second of sensation, and I would blow. "Fuck, Declan," I said, rubbing myself on him up and down, the heat inside me spreading, growing stronger. "God, that feels so good. You against me. Fuck." Declan said, his hands running up and down my sides. "You're so fucking sexy." "Come for me, Declan. I want to feel you shoot all over my back." "Yeah?" I said, begging. "Please." I pushed my ass back onto him, his cock spread my cheeks and rubbed against my hole. My entire body tensed, my own release seconds from tearing through me. I returned a tight fist to my cock, giving a few more strokes as Declan slapped his meaty length against my ass, a sharp and pleasure-filled sting accompanying the sound of skin on skin, and pushing me right off the edge. "I'm gonna come, Deck. I'm gonna—" "Me too, baby." And with a chorus of animalistic sounds, the both of us blew. I could feel the ropes of Declan's cum all the way on the back of my neck, my own seed spilling onto the ground in audible splats. Our bodies spasmed and rocked with each seemingly endless orgasmic wave.
Thankfully, there was an end to it, only because I didn't want to be one of those people on TLC's weird medical shows with an infinite orgasm. As great as that sounded for the first 5 minutes, I could see how it got tiring after that. I straightened myself up, feeling Declan's warm cum dripping down my back, falling all the way down onto my ass. "I think you got a headshot," I joked, turning around to face him. He was smiling, a glow in his eyes that I knew matched the one I was feeling inside me.
"Sorry about that, I'm a shooter," he said, laughing.
"I can feel that," I replied, reaching over and grabbing Declan's still swollen cock, making him twitch and shake in my grip. I let go and grabbed my discarded pair of underwear. "Here, can you use this to help clean me up?"
"Of course,"
Declan said, grabbing the briefs from me and turning me around. He wiped me up, gently and softly, and then we cleaned my mess on the floor. With all the evidence gone, we tugged our pants back on and slumped down onto the bench, leaving our shirts off. I cuddled into Declan's side as he put a heavy and comforting arm around me. We stayed like that for a while, both catching our breath, both of us complete jello. I'd never been this spent after sex, and that was saying something since we didn't even get to the main course. Which led me to thinking of just how much I wanted to take Declan inside me and have him claim me, leave his mark, make me his. It was such a strong need, I felt my cock start twitching back into action.
"Well, we can officially say we hooked up in a candy cane forest,"
Declan said.
I nodded against him.
"Mm-hmm. Guess being voted as most likely to hook up in a candy cane forest in my high school yearbook wasn't as crazy as I first thought." Declan's chest lifted with his laughs.
"I was voted most likely to be catfished, and that's actually real."
"No way," I said, sitting up on the bench, laughing.
"It was a joke my friends decided to pull on me. It was after I showed them pictures of my first girlfriend, some girl I'd been talking to online for a few weeks."
"And?" I asked.
"And my friends broke down laughing when I showed them the picture because it was a badly photoshopped picture of Angelina Jolie."
"Are you Angelina kidding me?"
Nope. I was a mixture of really hopeful and a little naive back then."
"Aw," I said, laughing, and also feel a little bad for teenage Declan. "That's why you never talk to strangers over the internet."
"I learned that lesson,"
Declan said, smiling.
"What if it actually was Angelina Jolie, though?"
"Then I'd have to be fighting the Tomb Raider for my man," I said, grinning, falling back into Declan's side.
"You'd do that for me?"
"I'd fight Lara Croft, Donkey Kong, Bowser, Princess Peach, whoever the hell I have to. I'll fight them to get to you." Declan's chest rose and dipped as he laughed.
"I'd do the same for you, just so you know."
We fell into a conversation about our love for video games, which branched out into a multitude of different other topics. Soon, though, we were bringing things back home as the conversation turned toward Declan's family drama and the still unsolved thieving spree. It was something that I could see weighed heavily on Declan, and it was beginning to weigh heavy on me, too. I was getting filled with a drive to solve the issue for him and his mom, and I wondered if that was how Zane and the rest of the detectives felt at Stonewall when they were working a case.
"I'm going to talk to him,"
Declan said.
"I'm going to confront Tyler and see what he says. He can't think on his feet. If he's really guilty, I'm sure he'll crack right there."
"You think?"
"I hope."
I sighed, feeling like something wasn't adding up for me. What if it isn't Tyler?
Then I keep on looking for who's behind this shit.
I mean, it's got to be someone close to your mom. Someone in her inner circle, since it's been happening for so long. I can't see some random thief targeting and stealing from your mother for 5 years.
No, you're absolutely right. It has to be someone she knows.
Do you suspect any of her friends?
My mom's the head of a global luxury hotel chain. She's got an endless amount of friends.
This is true. I looked around, as if the answer was going to be written across one of the candy cane stripes. How about Brooke? Her name popped into my head and had to come out. She's part of the family, and seems to be close to your mom. I can see her going over and slipping off to the bathroom long enough to grab things. Declan chewed his lip.
I've thought about it,
he admitted.
But I don't know. I can't see her robbing from my mom, which obviously doesn't mean much, but still.
I get it, I said.
She was a lot closer to me at first, when Bill and my mom first started seeing each other. We're close in age, and she seemed to click really well with me. But I don't know, something flipped somewhere, and this icy persona developed. Well, and I'm just throwing this out there, but what if Brooke started stealing from your mom and realized she couldn't stay close with you? And what if somehow she learned about the existence of those cameras? Maybe your mom mentioned something? She could easily figure a way to get around them.
It's possible,
Declan said, his voice trailing off.
But still, I don't think Brooke's tech savvy enough to alter camera footage, or savvy enough in general to sneak around them. She didn't help with the installation, so how would she even know about the cameras? I didn't even know about the cameras.
That was true. It was unlikely that Brooke knew about the cameras, but even then... I don't know, Declan. Something's not sitting well with me. There was a faint thought that was trying to swim to the surface of my post-orgasm mush of a brain. In the far, far recess of my brain, I could feel something crucial trying to break free. For a second, I thought I had it, reflected by my open mouth and perked-up expression. But I quickly snapped my mouth shut and slumped back into Declan's strong arms. What does she do for money again?
Well, no one really knows.
I don't know, Declan. My jingle bells are ringing.
Warning bells,
Declan said, laughing.
Yeah, mine too, babe. Mine too.
And we went back to our comfortable silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts, a powerful sense of peace settling inside me, as if this was exactly where I needed to be, and with who I needed to be.
24. Declan. It was Christmas Eve, and there was a magical feeling in the air. I was with Andrew and my grandparents as we were tasked with setting up for tomorrow's big event. There were already about 100 families confirmed to be showing up, and I was sure that number would grow throughout the day. It was bound to be a great time, and the energy was already lifting everyone's spirits into the cloudless blue mid-afternoon sky. We were out by the snowman's land, setting up a photo booth for people to take their trendy social media shots.
You two should set up a cute little couples grindgram account.
You mean Instagram, Grandma?
Oh, right. I always get that confused with Grindr.
Totally different apps, I said, shaking my head with a smirk. How do you even know about Grindr?
What do you mean, how do I know about Grindr? Of course I know about Grindr. It's how your grandpa and I have fun these days.
My jaw unhinged and dropped to the floor. Andrew looked equal parts shocked and amused.
What? Why are you both looking at me as if I'm having some kind of wardrobe malfunction?
She looked down at her buttoned-up trench coat as if double-checking. You do realize Grindr is the #1 hookup app for gay guys, right? I asked. It was Grandma's turn to look surprised.
What? Oh, shit, I was thinking about Minder. Whoops. It's a trivia game him and I play together.
She started cracking up, and we all followed suit.
Hopefully they ask us a question about gay hookup apps. Crossing my fingers for you,
Andrew said, holding his stomach from the laughter. Pop was laughing too, shaking his head with a huge grin on his face. He put an arm around his wife and pulled her in, giving her a kiss on the top of her snowy white head of hair.
You sure are a special one,
he said, love in his eyes.
Damn right I'm a special one, Grandma Lucy said, snuggling into Pop. That's why you put a ring on it.
Damn right, he echoed her. It was a sight to see, the love between my grandparents. It was a light that never dimmed. No matter what struggles or hurdles they were faced with, I never saw the love they had for each other waver an inch. It was as solid as the ground beneath us, and it was a goalpost for the type of relationship I wanted.
All right, so I think we're done here,
Grandma Lucy said, separating from Pop and looking at the booth. It was a cute little structure, made to seem like a miniature house where an elf would live, with thin wooden walls painted to appear like a snowy bricked facade. It wasn't all that hard to set up, but I did want to give my grandparents a break from being out in the cold. Let's head inside, I said. We can help out in the kitchen.
Sounds good,
Pop said, grabbing Grandma with a gloved hand.
I'm hungry. He said help, not pig out, fatty.
I'm helping by taste testing. It's a necessary component of cooking, just as important as the salt.
You can't have any more salt. If I see even one microscopic grain anywhere near your plate, I will take it and hand-deliver it to an ant in need. They were walking ahead of us now.
"And then I'd come back and slap the shit out of you."
Andrew snorted at that, their conversation still loud enough to carry to us. He looked at me, his cheeks rosy from the chill in the air.
"I'm so excited about tomorrow,"
he said, his hand squeezing mine. We were walking side by side down a cobblestone path leading up to the mansion. There was fresh snow all around us, blanketing the landscape in a soft layer of crystal clouds. Andrew looked so handsome in his dark green jacket that made his big, expressive eyes pop. It was from a famous designer Andrew hadn't heard of but fell in love with, except he didn't see the price tag. I made sure he wasn't around when I bought it for him, or he would have had a full meltdown at the idea of wearing a $3,000 coat. "It's going to be a great time," I said, thinking back to the prior years when we had record turnouts. And since my mom made sure there was zero admission cost to attend, we got a lot of grateful families coming through. And that grateful and cheery energy was something that spread and magnified as the day went on. "You're going to love it."
"I'm sure I will,"
he said.
"I think I've said it before, but thanks again for inviting me. Seriously."
"Of course," I said, knowing I would have been miserable if Andrew hadn't come along. Crazy how all that felt like so long ago when it had really only been a week. We were almost back to the mansion, chatting with my grandparents about that favorite trivia app of theirs, when I spotted him. Tyler was coming down the path holding a big box of paper plates. For once I noticed Veronica wasn't with him. She'd been latched to him like a moss to a northern-facing tree the entire time they'd been here, and I knew it was one of my only chances to get him alone. "Actually, guys, I'm going to help Tyler out for a little. Go on up." Andrew looked at me, concern lighting in his eyes. My grandparents nodded and started up the path. I told Andrew in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid."
"Okay,"
he said, sounding a little skeptical. I gave him a kiss and watched him walk on, waving at Tyler as he passed him. "Hey, bro." "Tyler," I said. "Here, let me help." "No, that's all right. I've got it." "All right." He started walking down the path, but instead of leaving, I followed after him. "Actually, man, you got a minute?" "Yeah, just bringing these over to the storage shed." "Cool, I'll walk with." I kept pace with him as we walked back down the path. It probably would have been easier to take one of those sleigh golf carts, but I was grateful for the extra time. I had no idea how to broach this, so some small talk happened before I decided to rip it off like a Band-Aid. "Tyler," I said, my tone quickly catching his attention. "I've got to ask you something, and you have to be 100% real with me." We stopped, the shed only a few feet away, surrounded by tall pines that filled the air with their scent. "Okay," he said, creases appearing in his forehead. "I know you helped install the security cameras for my mom, and I know the stealing started up when you entered the family, so I'm asking you point blank. Have you been stealing from my mother?" There was a moment of silence, followed by incredulous laughter. "What? Declan, is this about Veronica? Because, for what it's worth, that all happened out of nowhere and totally took me and her by surprise. We never once talked or flirted when you guys were together. Then, one day we end up at the same bar and things just took off from there. Now, I believe that, and I can assure you that this isn't about Veronica. I'm over her, and over you two being together. Yes, I had strong feelings for her at one point, and yes, it would have been much more ideal if my stepbrother didn't date my ex-girlfriend, but honestly, I don't care. Not anymore." "Are you sure?" "Abso-fucking-lutely. I've found someone I care about much, much more." "Yes, I'm very sure. This has nothing to do with Veronica." His eyes narrowed. For a moment I thought his surprise would give way to anger. Maybe my direct, straight-to-the-point type of questioning wasn't the way to handle this. "No, I didn't steal anything from Robin," he said, sounding almost exhausted. "I swear. I know my word doesn't mean much to you right now, but I swear. My mother's watching me right now from up there, and I'm telling you, I would never." I nodded, accepting his answer. Just because he knew about the cameras didn't mean he was the thief. I had to remember Arturo helped with the installation, too. "Thank you for not blowing up at me," I said. "It's all right, I understand. This shit is getting out of hand. I'd do the same thing. Come on, let's get these to storage." We started again on our walk, but I was in no way settled. I wasn't sure what I was expecting from my talk with Tyler, but I knew I was at least hoping for a resolution. There was nothing like that, though. Just more of the shadow of uncertainty. We were in the shed when I got hit with another question. Tyler, do you know if anyone else knows about the cameras? He said, scratching his head. Arturo was there helping with the install, so he would know for sure, and I don't know. Just us, I guess. He got back to cleaning out a spot on the shelf for the box of extra plates. Well, I did mention it to Brooke once. Oh, I said. You did? Yeah, she was asking about a security system for her house, and so I mentioned the brand I hooked up for Robin. She seemed really interested in the process and where to put them. Don't know if she ever got around to setting it up herself, though. She always gets these crazy ideas and never does much with them. Got it, I said. All right, let's head back to the house and see what else needs to get done. I turned and already started leaving the shed, wanting to get off this topic as fast as humanly possible. I didn't want Tyler to realize he had just turned my sights onto his own sister. Of course, Andrew was onto something. He's a natural-born and sexy as fuck detective. I had to get back to my sexy Sherlock and fill him in. 25. Andrew. So, you've been having a good time so far? Robin asked as I helped brush the tail of one of her horses. She had caught me on the way up to the house and asked if I wanted to help get the horses ready for tomorrow's big event. I wholeheartedly said yes and followed her off toward the stables, letting Grandma Lucy and Pop go off to help with whatever was needed in the kitchen. And yes, I was as surprised as anyone else at me agreeing so quickly to working with horses. Over the past few days, though, not only had I found myself a relationship that made my last one look like a piece of moldy bread, but I also found a new appreciation and, dare I say, a love for horses. I had always been scared of them for no discernible reason other than that they were just big animals that could hurt me. But seeing how much love Declan had for his horses and how gentle and intelligent they were, it made me realize my fears were a little unfounded. Especially since Declan and I had spent almost an entire day with him teaching me the ins and outs of horse care and handling. That really helped take away my fear and made this little heart-to-heart session with Declan's mom possible. Absolutely loving it, I said, working on a particularly rough knot. You really are the Christmas queen. I hope you know that. She laughed as she brushed the mane of a beautiful, dapple-colored horse named Sugar Twist. Christmas was always something so special in my family. So, when I got the means to, I wanted to do something where I could treat my entire family to a nice, relaxing retreat. And then that evolved into treating other families to a beautiful, fun, and most of all, memorable Christmas. She was smiling, her warm face only made warmer by her long brown hair that fell down in waves. I could see where Declan got those expressive almond-shaped eyes from. That's what I think is the most special things about the holidays. No matter what you celebrate, where you are, or who you're with, you always remember those days. They're always tucked away in your memories for some reason, and I love that. And I think all the majority of those memories should be special. I love that, I said, surprised at myself for getting teary-eyed. I can see that, she said. Actually, you know what I can see? That you and my son are literal soulmates. She put a hand up. And I know it might be too early to even say that, what with you guys only dating for 4 months, but I don't know. I see it. I've never seen him this happy, not with anyone he's ever been with, and I see that same happiness reflected in you. I also see a genuine warmth and kindness, which makes me so happy. This was too much. I was hit with a swell of emotions I hadn't known were lying so close to the surface. I choked back a cry and smiled my way through. It means a lot. I lost a lot of my family, and, I was choking it back. Robin put the horse brush down and walked over to my side. She took me in a tight embrace, and I felt a little more solid, a little stronger. It means a lot, I said again when we separated. And I'm really looking forward to hanging out more than just at Christmas time. Oh, are you kidding me? You're coming with us to Vegas for the New Year. You've already got a seat on our plane. What? No, I can't. Seriously? Absolutely. Oh, shoot, was that supposed to be a surprise? It surprised me, I said, laughing and exhaling a breath I'd been holding. Uh-oh, she said, quirking her mouth to the side.
Well, just act surprised when Declan tells you. Promise, I said, smiling. We hugged again, my heart feeling so full. This was all I wanted. An extended family, a group of people to maneuver through this crazy world with. I hadn't had that in a while, with Barry never getting along with his parents and with mine gone. It had been hard. It was what caused that rush of emotions, and it was what helped me know that this was right in all the right ways. Being with Declan was exactly where I needed to be. All right, she said. Let's get back to cleaning these beauties. And we did, my soul feeling a deep peace. The horse I was cleaning, Sunflower, was super calm, with a shiny light brown and black coloring. I was even daring enough to clean out the hooves, which Declan had shown me how to do during our day-long horse lesson. I did ask Robin to keep an eye on things, though, just in case I did anything wrong, but it all went smoothly as I picked up Sunflower's leg and used the tool hook to pull out whatever gunk was in her hooves, continuing the process on the rest of her hooves. When it was all done, I gave her a pat on the head and a carrot from the bucket. She whinnied happily in response as she munched on her treat. There were a couple other horses to do, but Robin assured me she would handle it. Instead, she asked me to go check up on the snowball fight arena. She had converted one of the fenced-in pastures into a full paintball course, with obstacles and small forts and short tunnels, except instead of paintballs flying through the air, there would be big balls of snow smacking into faces. Sure thing, I said, happy to help in whatever way I could. I grabbed my coat and tugged it on, buttoning up and leaving the stables out through the back, going down a narrow path surrounded by bushes on either side, their branches holding bundles of bright red berries that seemed to pop out from the snow-dusted leaves. It wasn't a path that was commonly used, I noticed. Everyone stuck to the main path that seemed to wind down from the main house through the entire property, but I liked using the lesser-known paths sometimes. This one felt a little more secluded. It was taking me away from where I needed to be, but I knew it would loop back around and drop me off right in the back of the pasture. I looked around, seeing tall pines on my right, hearing the birds singing like a professional chorus from high above. It was all so peaceful. I could see exactly what Robin meant when she said holidays were always memorable. Somehow, some way, they would always be printed in bold letters across your memories. And I knew this Christmas would always be remembered as one of the best. I let my mind wander, just being happy in the moment, thinking about everything that had happened in the past week, from Declan picking me up at Rockefeller Center to Declan lying under me while I rode him into the damn clouds. It was a whirlwind of a time, and I couldn't wait to see what else the future had in store for us. Guess we didn't really need all that fake backstory we talked about on the ride over. We talked about dating for 7 months. Then we switched it to 4. I stopped walking, everything falling into place right in front of me. Brooke used the original 7. Because Arturo told her about it. They're together. They're working together, and they're robbing Declan's mom blind. Holy shit, I said aloud to no one around. I turned sharp on my heels. This couldn't wait for the scenic route. I had to head back to the mansion and talk with Declan about this. Maybe he knew something else that could glue the entire thing together, because it still wouldn't be easy to prove anything. Movement caught my attention from the corner of my eye. I stopped, frozen in my tracks. Peering through the thick tree cover, I could make out 2 shapes. 2 very familiar shapes. Brooke and freaking Arturo. No way. This can't be happening. Except it was happening. They were meeting feet away from me, where there was another road that wasn't a part of the property. Arturo had appeared to pull over to the side and was standing by the passenger door, speaking to Brooke, who had her back turned to me. She was holding something in her left hand, but I couldn't tell what it was. Looked like a small box of some kind? A jewelry box? I quietly fumbled for my phone. This needed to be documented. If I had pictures of this, then the entire case could potentially be cracked. I'd just need to see if Robin was missing anything that resembled that box Brooke was holding in her hand. With the phone open and the camera aimed at them, my finger hovered over the shutter button. And then, they did something that surprised me even more. Arturo put his hands around Brooke's waist and pulled her in for a kiss. I swallowed back my soap opera-style gasp. That was it. The shot I needed. Brooke's hand was relaxed at her side, the box almost falling out of it, a brand scrawled across the top, all while the two thieves locked lips. I took the photo and instantly realized my mistake. Except it was already too late. My phone wasn't on silent, the camera shutter sounding like a freaking chainsaw starting up. I wanted to freeze, but knew I'd be caught, so I dropped to the ground. I dropped as if I had spontaneously caught fire. Shit. I started to crawl. This was insane, but I needed to get out of there unseen. So I kept crawling, fast, using my forearms to push me across the ground like a sad little caterpillar, going, and what the? A pair of boots.
Andrew?
Declan! I got up off the ground, dusting myself off and looking over my shoulder, adrenaline pumping through my veins.
What? Are you okay? Did you have too much of the eggnog? I know Grandma Lucy made it strong, but that strong?
I haven't even had a sip, I said, getting my phone out and pulling up the photo I had just grabbed. That was when Brooke and Arturo ran around the corner, both of them out of breath, a branch hanging from Arturo's gray jacket. Brooke's cheeks and nose were flushed red, matching the intensity in her eyes, which quickly seemed to diffuse when she saw I was with Declan. Hello, she said. The damage had been done. Declan looked at the photo and then at the pair that was standing in front of us.
Listen, it's not what it looks like,
Arturo said, in a feeble attempt to make things better.
Explain to me exactly what it is then, because from what I see in this photo, the two of you are having an affair and robbing from my mother.
Robbing from me? Oh, what the? Are you serious? Robin came from behind us. We were close enough to the stables that she must have heard the commotion and seen us gathered. What's going on here? She said, her attention falling on her son.
Andrew found these two making out right before Arturo went off to fence whatever jewelry Brooke just stole.
Ridiculous, Brooke said, her face twisting, her tone venomous. This is crazy. Robin, I would never. Robin ignored her for the moment. Arturo, why are you here? You said you'd be with your family.
She asked, it's been, shit.
It's over, Brooke, I said. Tell us why. Why? She said, arching her brow, venom still in her voice. Why? Steal from one of the richest women on the planet? Someone who wouldn't notice if an entire Range Rover went missing from her garage?
This woman you're talking about like a stranger is your stepmother,
Declan said. I grabbed his hand in mine, hoping to ease some of the anger he was bound to be feeling. Yeah, well, she's not my mom, and she was never going to be, so it only made sense. And at the same time, I met Arturo around 5 years ago. His marriage made things complicated. It's been difficult, but we make it work. Our partnership benefits us both, with his connections to someone willing to buy what I pick up. It also helped that he knew exactly where those cameras you installed went up, so I knew how to avoid them. Arturo was silent through all this, as though he had given up the moment Robin came on the scene. He wouldn't even lift his eyes to meet hers. How did you know the passcodes to the safe? Robin asked, shock painted in bold strokes across her face. I set up cameras of my own. When you started with the safes, I snuck in and put nanny cameras so I could see whatever you put in. Don't worry. I made sure the cameras recorded a very tiny area and only aimed toward the safe. Robin audibly gasped. I feel sick. I'm sorry, Robin. I have a problem. Her tone was shifting, as though she were realizing in real time that her aggressive strategy wouldn't get her out of this. I'm a kleptomaniac. I've been like this since I was a kid. I've just hidden it from everyone, even from my own father. It was easy and kept my lifestyle maintained. Arturo would get nice bonuses too. How do you think he could afford that 2-story house with the huge backyard? Wasn't savings from what you pay him, that's for sure. This needed to end. It was going on too far, and Robin was just getting more and more hurt. I had to put the final nail in this coffin. Brooke, I said, there's a bump in your coat pocket. What is that? My phone, she said quickly. Take it out, I said. No, absolutely not. Robin crossed her arms against her chest. Brooke, let's see what's in your pocket. She didn't have a choice. She reached in and pulled out the blue velvet box I had spotted earlier. Close up, it was clearly a box holding some kind of ring, and judging by the velvet white script over the top, the brand was an expensive one. "Oh my God." Robin looked down at Brooke's hand. "And you're stealing from me now? Here? It was out in the open. I couldn't help it. I didn't think you'd even notice this one." Robin put a hand to her mouth, her hand shaking. It hurt to see her like that, and I could see Declan growing more and more upset. I had to take this into my own hands. "All right, Brooke, you realize that we can't let this go. I'm going to call the police and let them know what happened, and you and I can wait for them to get here. Declan, why don't you and your mom go wait back in the house?" "The police?" Brooke's voice cracked, the severity of the situation seeming to hit her. Arturo was standing to the side, speechless.
"I'm staying right here,"
Declan said, his laser focus pinned on Brooke and Arturo.
"Mom, you head back. I'll call you when we need you."
"Oh, God, no! Please don't call the police!" I was already talking to the 911 operator. "The police are on their way," I said, ending the call. Declan was standing next to me, his expression made of stone, rigid lines and hard angles. It was painful to see this happen to such a good family, but a part of me was also glad that this saga could finally be put to rest. They had been living under the shadow of these robberies for years now, and finally, there was a culprit to be held accountable. Well, culprits in this case. I felt a rush flow through me, the kind of rush I assumed the detectives at Stonewall felt when closing a hard case. This rush was amplified by the fact that it was Declan's family I was helping, people that had come to mean so much to me in such a short time. It may have been a messy Christmas Eve, but I had hoped that Christmas would arrive with an entirely different energy.
26. Declan. The morning sunlight wasn't what woke me up on Christmas morning, although it was streaming in big, bright bands through the slightly parted curtains. No, what woke me up on Christmas morning was the man of my dreams, the only thing I'd want under my tree. I was on my side, with Andrew spooning me from behind, his arm over me, his lips softly pressing against my neck. "Good morning," I said, a brightness already in my voice. I was never really a morning person. I didn't hate them, but I definitely didn't look forward to them. Not anymore, though. Andrew was making me look forward to every single morning we woke up next to each other, wrapped up in our warmth, our naked bodies cuddled up together, limbs tangled with limbs, hardness pressing against hardness. Hell, even the morning after a shitstorm-filled day felt great with Andrew next to me. I scooched my ass back, fitting myself into the curve made by his body. I could feel him getting excited against me, making my already hard cock throb against the big white comforter lying over us.
"Morning,"
he said.
"And Merry Christmas."
I could hear the smile in his words. I rolled over so I could face him. It was so damn cute, with his sleepy eyes and messed-up hair and soft smile. "Merry Christmas, baby." I pushed in for a kiss, the smile transferring to me. "How'd you sleep?" I asked.
"It took me a little, but I knocked out,"
Andrew said, kissing me again. Between us, our hard lengths pulsed against each other. I pushed my thigh up between Andrew's, parting his legs and feeling him against me. "Yesterday was a mess."
"Truly,"
Andrew said.
"Sorry it went down the way it did."
"Could have been worse," I said. "I'm just glad this can all be put to rest and my mom won't have to be looking over her shoulder anymore."
She did seem relieved toward the end of the night, but obviously there was a lot of hurt there, too.
"Yeah, they got along well. That's how Brooke managed to fly under the radar for so long. Arturo, too. That one might be even harder to digest than Brooke. Honestly, he felt more like family than Brooke did sometimes." Andrew sighed, his brows drawing up.
"I just hope your mom can still enjoy everything she's set up for today."
"I'm sure she will. It's definitely hard, and the morning might not be easy. But I think that once the families start showing up and we see the kids laughing and playing, she'll be okay. She's such a strong woman. I don't see her being brought down by this for long." I chewed my lip, another thought entering. It's Bill I'm a little worried about. That's got to be hard on him.
I can't even imagine.
I think my mom will keep him positive, though. They've got each other, and I can see that they make a good match now. They'll make it through this.
It's important to have someone, huh?
Very, I said, kissing Andrew again, a sweet kiss that made my dick throb between us. I'm so glad I asked you to be my fake boyfriend for the holidays.
Me too,
he said, his smile growing as his hand slipped down between us, his warm fingers wrapping around my hard cock.
Although, technically you asked me to be your real boyfriend before being your fake one.
Did I? I asked, knowing damn well I pretty much did. I slowly pushed my hips, sliding my cock in and out of Andrew's loose fists.
Yeah, I think you did.
Andrew's grip tightened in a way that made me huff hair out of my nose. I think I remember now, I said, kissing him again, pushing myself a little faster into Andrew's grip. The friction and heat was exactly what my cock was craving.
And we were going to sleep with pillows between us. Remember that?
Andrew said, chuckling. He licked his lips and stroked down my shaft to my balls, which he cupped in his hand and massaged. Those pillows would have lasted a total of 17.5 seconds before we got to each other.
That's pretty generous,
Andrew said, tugging gently on my sack, making my breath hitch.
I'd give us 9 seconds at most.
Mm-hmm, I said. I think I agree with your estimate more than mine.
Maybe we should try it now. Here, grab a pillow.
Don't you dare let go of my cock, I growled, smirking as I pushed in for another kiss. This one wasn't so sweet. This one was hungry. It held a heat that threatened to turn the bed into ash, and the flames only grew hotter, stronger. Andrew did let go of me, but only so I could throw a leg over him and get on top of him, the covers still on us. I ground my body down onto his, moaning into his mouth as I felt the head of his cock leaking and getting me wet with his pre-cum. I sat up, the comforter falling off me. God, you're so sexy. I can't get enough of you, baby. I was looking down at my man, admiring him as if he were some rare sculpture in a national museum. I ran my hands up and down his body, loving the soft curves and well-maintained hair. I rubbed over his hips, then back up over his cock, giving him a squeeze and watching as a trail of pre-cum came out and down the head. I grabbed both our cocks in one hand and held them together, his base against mine. The heat was intense, the pleasure more so. My head fell back as I started to stroke, the sensation close to indescribable. It was so short-circuiting my brain.
That's it,
Andrew said.
Keep jerking us off, Deck, just like that.
Fuck, baby, I love it when you talk like that. Andrew was normally a pretty reserved guy, so hearing him urge me on with jacking him off was insanely hot.
It feels so good,
he said, thrusting his hips up, fucking my hand with his cock, the soft skin of his base sliding against mine. Oh, fuck, I hissed, my body trembling. I brought a free hand up to my pebbled nipple and twisted, feeling the sharp sting of pure pleasure course through me. Andrew was watching with lust in his eyes, his hands gripping the sheets, his lips slightly parted, a breath coming out with every smooth stroke I gave us.
Deck,
he said, his voice breathy.
I need you inside me, Deck. I want you to fuck me.
Those were words I'd been waiting to hear since the dawn of fucking time. Baby, I want that so bad. I let go of our cocks. With the same hand, I slipped down past Andrew's balls and over the sensitive bridge of skin before feeling his pulsing hole. I pushed a finger against him, emphasizing just how badly I wanted him.
More,
he begged, grinding his ass so that my finger slipped inside without much prep. That was how badly Andrew wanted me, and it made me want him even more.
Oh,
he groaned as I went a little deeper before pulling out. My cock was leaking down onto the bedsheets, leaving a big wet stain where my pre-cum had pooled. I grabbed the base of my cock and pressed the head against Andrew, lifting his sack with my cock and rubbing it down, getting his taint sticky and wet, finding his hole and doing the same.
Please,
he said, his eyes looking up at me with a palpable need burning inside them. I didn't want to keep him or me waiting for much longer. I got up and went over to the bedside table where I had stashed away some condoms and lube.
I opened a wrapper and slid it on, standing with my legs wide, my eyes pinned on Andrew's naked form.
I spread the lube around my cock and went back to the bed, my fingers still slick. I put them back on Andrew's hole, getting him nice and wet, slipping 2 fingers inside and drawing a delicious groan from him. I could feel him contract around my fingers, as if his own body were trying to pull more of me in. "So fucking hot," I growled, pulling out and replacing my fingers with the head of my cock. I grabbed both of Andrew's legs and hoisted him up, spreading his ass apart so I could see my hard cock lined up with his tight hole. Best view in the fucking house. "Ready?" I asked, looking back into Andrew's eyes and feeling myself falling for him even more than I thought possible. "Mm-hmm," he said, taking a deep breath as I pushed myself forward. I met barely any resistance as the head of my cock parted him and went right in, immediately surrounded by an intense heat and tightness. Andrew gasped as I went in a little deeper, his body growing used to having me inside. "You okay?" I asked, wanting to make sure I didn't hurt him. "Way better than okay," he said, his voice husky, a drunk smile playing on his face. The smile turned into the shape of an O as I went in even deeper. I looked down to see half of my cock buried inside him, his warmth wrapping around me. I tilted my head so I could kiss his ankle, my fingers digging into his calves as my cock sank deeper. "Oh, Deck." "You like that?" "Yes," he hissed. "More, please." We had turned primal. I couldn't think of anything else except fucking Andrew, having more of his tight heat wrapped around my cock. I pushed in harder, giving us both what we wanted. Andrew yelled out a grunt as I went in with my last inch, balls deep inside him, stretching him with my pulsing length. I stayed there for a moment, kissing his other ankle, letting the intense pleasure wash over both of us. Then I pulled back, slowly, almost pulling all the way out before I sunk back into him. One smooth movement, another grunt coming from both of us now. Again, I pulled back and thrust in, Andrew's cock throbbing and leaking every time I hit his swollen prostate. His hands were holding the sheets tighter now, his knuckles growing white. His eyes were closed, brows pressed down as I started to fuck him harder. I went faster. I fucked him deeper. Soon the sound of skin slapping against skin filled the room. The sound of my full balls hitting his ass, the sound of our grunts and shouts with every fuck, the sound of our heavy breathing that seemed to have fallen in rhythm with the thrusts. Fuck, Deck, fuck, I'm gonna come." I didn't want him to come just yet. This was too good. I slowed down, as hard as that was for me, and I pulled out, leaving Andrew with a surprised look on his sweaty and flushed face. "Sit on me, baby." I lay down next to him, my rock-hard dick aimed up and throbbing in the air. "I want to see you ride me. I want to feel your cum hit my chin." Andrew looked love-drunk. He got up on his shaky knees and maneuvered himself so that he sat on me, his delicious cock jutting out and begging for me to wrap my hands around it. I did, knowing how close he was. He spasmed at my touch as he lined himself up with my cock, reaching behind and holding my base as he did it. He sat back, wrapping me up in his heat again, sending me right to the fucking stars. I dropped my head back on the pillow as Andrew took my entire length in, sitting right down on my lap, his pulsing dick spilling a rope of his nut down onto my abs. He was so close I could see it, feel it in the way his ass gripped my cock. "Ride it, baby, just like that." I let go of his cock and grabbed his hips as he started to bounce on me, impaling himself on my sides with every rock of his hips, his hands on my chest and holding on tight. I began to thrust up, meeting him halfway, my vision being clouded by stars. "I'm so close," I warned. "Me too, Deck." His voice was filled with a need to blow. "Do it, Deck. Give it to me. Come inside me." I gave him a couple more deep fucks before the orgasm took over my every damn cell. It crashed into me like a freight train, my legs coming up to Andrew's back, my cock exploding inside of him, his ass beginning to contract tighter around me as his own orgasm began to tear through him. I felt his hot cum hit my chin, splat on my chest, and then dribble down my belly button, already sliding down my side in a warm trail. Andrew, completely and totally spent, collapsed onto me with a breath, the cum on my chest practically gluing us together. "Wow," I said, my cock still plugging Andrew's ass. Talk about the best Christmas gift ever. Now I see why that Dick in a Box song was such a hit. Who doesn't want a good dicking for Christmas? We were both laughing. Scratch that. That was the best fucking dicking of my life. Please stop saying that. What? Dicking? I laughed even harder. Dicking. Stop, Andrew said, laughing along with me. I wiped away some of the cum dripping off my chin, putting it up to my lips and sucking on my finger with a smile on my face. Andrew licked his lips and came in for a kiss. When we parted, I leaned up into his ear and in a low, seductive, completely sexual voice I whispered, "Dicking." And we both cracked up and stayed cuddling for a little longer, basking in the blissful energy that surrounded us. 27. Andrew. The classic "Here Comes Santa Claus" was jingling over speakers hidden inside big smiling snowmen. Kids were running and giggling and launching snowballs through the air, their parents smiling and chatting as they sipped on eggnog and spiced wines. There was an atmosphere of pure joy and, dare I say, jolliness. It filled my heart with a happiness I hadn't felt in years. "This place is a freaking theme park," Zoe said, drinking from her glass of eggnog. She had just gotten her hair cut short, which I made sure to tell her that I loved, and thought it made her look like a badass warrior who also moonlit as a high-fashion model. "I know," I said, looking around. We were standing by the reindeer carousel, just having taken it for a spin. The reindeers were all different, each of the 8 reindeer that pull Santa's sleigh represented. "Wow! Thank the almighty Lord I convinced your stubborn ass to agree to this thing." "You did help push me in the right direction," I said. But I had my mind made up already. Says the one who wouldn't even go horseback riding with me because you were scared of, and I quote you exactly, falling and snapping like an aloe vera leaf. I laughed, remembering I had told her that. So, about that, I told her all about Declan helping me overcome my fear of horses as we walked up the path toward the tents housing all the food. She already knew we had made our relationship real, so that part didn't need filling in. And after just hanging out for an hour with Declan and his family, she was giving him the full stamp of Zoe approval, which was difficult to get. "I'm so happy for you, Andrew." We were by the tents when Zoe stopped me. "You've been through so much, and I honestly wasn't expecting all this to happen. I thought you'd get a cute little vacation for the holidays and maybe some really great sex, and then that was it. I didn't think you'd fall as hard as you did, but I'm so freaking glad you did, and I can tell he feels the exact same way about you. Just the way he looks at you, Jesus, it gets me all butterfly-y." And then Zoe did something I rarely ever saw. Her face cracked, and a few tears ran down her cheeks before she wiped them away. With a smile, she opened her arms and grabbed me in a warm hug, our coats making it warmer. "I'm so happy for you, Andrew, really. Thanks, Zoe." We separated and started walking again, following the strong and mouth-watering scent of roasted honey ham, sweet potato pie, and apple and cranberry stuffed sausages. I really do feel like everything's clicking into place, finally. I mean, I don't know, there's also a part of me that's scared, as if it's all going to be pulled out from under me, again. I took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill my lungs. But I can't live like that, in a constant state of fear that the next shoe is going to drop. "I wholeheartedly agree," she said. She was about to say something else, but was barreled into by a small figure wearing a puffy, bright blue coat, the furry hood thrown over his head. "Wes," Zoe said, her little brother wrapping her waist in a tight hug. "Zoe, did you see the horses? They let us ride one. That's awesome, Wes. And you weren't scared?" "No way," Wes said, throwing the hood back and standing as proud as a 9-year-old could. "I had a really cool teacher." "Wes did great," Declan said, walking toward us, a big grin on his face. He looked so handsome in his white and red flannel shirt, thick enough to keep the cold out, but still show off those sexy muscles of his, and the black jeans that hugged his tree-trunk thighs. "He's never ridden, even when I try to take him," Zoe said, sounding impressed. "You're the horse whisperer, man. Or, I guess the horse rider whisperer, if we're being specific. Whatever, I'm sure you can whisper to the horses, too.
You're a freaking superhero. Declan and I both laughed at that.
No, I can't do either, he assured her. I just had a really good teacher, which helps me be a really good teacher when it comes to the horses.
Okay. I still think you're Batman, but that's neither here nor there. What? You're Batman? Wes, being a kid, was always listening.
Shh. You can't tell anyone, okay?
Declan said, playing along with his imagination. Prove it! Show me the Batcave!
I'm getting it cleaned right now,
Declan countered, quickly thinking with a playful smirk. Okay, the Batmobile.
It's in the bat shop getting an oil change.
Your Batsuit?
I'm getting a tear stitched up.
Declan turned to Zoe and me and said in a stage whisper,
Didn't think doing a split would be what tore the ultra-strong nanofibers.
We both cracked up at that while Wes was looking more and more frustrated, trying to figure it all out. All right, kiddo, let's go get you some lunch, Zoe said, ruffling his head of light blonde hair and turning him around, walking away with questions still aimed at figuring out the truth behind Declan and the Batman. He's going to be bugging Zoe about that for months, I said.
I'm glad they were able to make it out for the day.
Same, I said. Thanks for letting me invite them.
Are you kidding? You could invite whoever you wanted. This date is as much yours as it is ours. You helped set up so much of this, and not to mention you helped make this a Christmas I'll absolutely never forget.
I was smiling from ear to ear. I leaned up and pressed that smile against Declan's. Get an igloo, you two. We separated, laughing as Grandma Lucy passed us by, Pop by her side. Those two were inseparable. Behind them was Robin, wearing a beautiful ivory-white coat that made her glow all the brighter today. I could tell she was happy, even with the events from yesterday. There was definitely a heaviness to her during the morning, but it was like Declan had said. Once the family started arriving, Robin totally changed and seemed to have become wrapped up in the reason for the season. Hey there, boys. Where are you two headed?
I was actually going to give Andrew his Christmas gift.
I looked at him, a little surprised. Now?
Yeah, I've got it here in my pocket. I meant to give it to you this morning.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a long rectangle wrapped up in green and red striped wrapping paper. I looked at him, still surprised, which was great, because I already knew exactly what was underneath the wrapping. Thank you, Dec, I said, kissing him. I opened the wrapping, careful with the thin contents. The first peeks at the gift confirmed what I knew, tickets to Vegas. I looked from the tickets to Declan with wide eyes. Dec, no, you shouldn't have.
Come with me, Andrew. Let's keep having the time of our lives together.
He was smiling as he kissed me. I hugged him tight, my head on his shoulder.
Merry Christmas,
he said, his chest vibrating against mine. Robin was standing there, a smile on her glowing face. I winked before separating from the hug. Merry Christmas, Dec, I said. Robin took her leave then, the glow still on her warm face as she turned to go back toward the mansion, a group of teenagers running past her, their faces glued to their phones, with one yelling about a Pokemon sighting. I'm gonna be honest and say I haven't really had time to get you a gift, Dec, but I swear I'll make it up to you when I get back to my apartment and can craft the shit out of something for you. Declan laughed at that, taking me in his arms again.
Andrew, you're all I ever wanted for Christmas, and yes, I'm quoting the song, and yes, I have no shame about it.
As long as you don't quote Deck the Halls.
Nope, that one's off limits. Too real for me.
It was my turn to laugh. We kissed again, and if my feet weren't firmly planted on the ground, I would have sworn we were both flying.
Ho, ho, ho!
The sound was jolly and cheery and authentically Santa. We turned to see a spot-on impersonator coming down the path, his big belly cinched at the waist with his white belt, the red of his suit popping out from the white of the snow that surrounded us. He had a beard and glasses and rosy cheeks with a glint in his eye. As he got closer, he seemed to look even more like the real thing. There was already a posse of kids staring wide-eyed and following behind him as Robin walked with him to the photo setup.
No fucking way,
Declan said next to me. For a second, I froze. Don't tell me that's an X, too. Declan shook his head, his eyes locked on the Santa.
It's you,
he said as Mr. Claus reached us. Huh? Robin said, clearly as confused as I was. Declan, you two know each other?
Yeah, you gave me advice in that bar weeks ago.
And now I was even more confused.
Declan,
the Santa man said.
You know, like all these little children do, that Santa's too busy making toys to be at bars.
He was in full character, and I had to applaud him for that. These kids behind him believed they were in Santa's presence, and Declan's Santa friend was going to make sure they kept believing that.
Right,
Declan said, putting his hand out. Santa took it in two gloved hands and shook, his eyes somehow glittering a little brighter.
It was nice meeting you, Declan, and I've got insider information here, but it looks like you're not getting any coal in your stockings this year. You've really used the magic of the holidays, haven't you?
Declan was smiling, his expression shifting from confusion to happiness.
Yeah, thanks to some good advice I got at a bar once, I took a risk. Got exactly what I wanted for the rest of my holidays.
I reached for Declan's hand, neither of us wearing gloves, so the heat of our palms was instantly spread.
Ho, ho! That sounds like a happy ending to me.
Oh no, I said, squeezing Declan's hand in mine. This is only the beginning. Santa Claus looked at both of us, his eyes twinkling bright.
Good,
he said, clapping his hands.
Well, I better go find my sleigh. I've got some gifts to hand out.
And the kids behind him broke out into cheering like something from Mad Max when they got offered water. Robin hurried Santa off before he was trampled by the now rabid children. They left me and Declan behind, Declan looking toward the Santa with his head cocked to the side, eyes narrowed. What was up with that? I asked him.
Nothing,
Declan said, turning back to me.
Just thought I knew him.
How many Santa impersonators do you know? Declan chuckled.
2 now, I guess.
Well, I guess now would be a good time to tell you about my side job as a mall Santa. I feigned pulling a hat out of my pocket and putting it on my head. Declan cracked up at that, the sound filling me with such a deep joy.
Am I on your nice or your naughty list?
Declan asked, a slight simmer in his voice. Definitely naughty, I replied, grinning and stealing another kiss from him. But who knows? Maybe you can do something to get on the nice list.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm, I said, tugging on his hand and starting down the path. Come on, let's go find that igloo your grandma was talking about. And we walked, hand in hand, the spirit of the holidays filling us both to the brim with unbridled cheer. Epilogue. A year later. Declan.
Okay, it's just a little farther. I was guiding Andrew with a hand on his lower back, walking him across the field toward where I was keeping his Christmas gift. The air was hot and sticky, which was weird for me at first considering it was the dead of winter, but it was something I quickly grew used to. It helped that Andrew and I could spend relaxed evenings floating around in our heated pool, drinking wine, laughing, splashing, and swimming laps naked, toying with each other until we would get up out of the pool dripping wet and rock hard. We'd make our way back over to the cabana, which had one of the most comfortable beds in the world, and we'd make love as the sound of cicadas filled the air and the stars twinkled above us. That was definitely something we couldn't do back up on the Connecticut ranch.
What is it? Should I be scared?
Andrew asked. Maybe, I teased. He was wearing a pair of khaki pants I had given him that made his ass look like a full-course meal, and a white t-shirt that fit him snug around his arms, which had been growing in size after a year of going to the gym together. A lot had grown after being a year together. My love for Andrew, for one thing. After a year of spending it with Andrew on my mind from the second I woke up to the moment I shut my eyes and fell asleep, it had been a year of pure fucking happiness. Nothing could bring me down, so long as Andrew was there by my side. We made the perfect pair, complementing each other in all the best ways while helping fix whatever flaws the other might need help with. Our fights could be counted with 3 fingers and could barely even be categorized as fights. Obviously, the year wasn't all rainbows and butterflies. The Brooke and Arturo saga was something that felt never-ending, but at least we all had answers now. Brooke served some time behind bars and was currently in a program designed to help people with impulse control disorders. He was in Texas and hadn't come around since last Christmas. We only got updates through Bill. Arturo was hit harder by the judge, especially seeing as he was the one doing the actual exchange of stolen items for money. he was going to be spending a few more Christmases behind bars. And then there was Tyler and Veronica, who had sailed right into the rocks days after the Christmas retreat was over. For months after, Veronica took her frustration out on my thriving relationship, doing whatever she could to try to get us to fail. But there was nothing she could do that would get between me and Andrew. Soon, Tyler saw the true Veronica underneath the fake mask and dumped her before she left him. All that was a strain, but it wasn't enough to snap our titanium-strong bond. Our relationship had grown from something that started off under a fake premise to something that I cherished with every fiber of my being. And I made sure Andrew knew that. And not just with gifts, although I loved to spoil him, I won't lie about that. But I also cherished him in other ways. Cooking him surprise meals, spending an hour just massaging him from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. I'd cherish his body every time we'd have sex, and I'd make sure he knew how much I loved him. Today was Christmas, and another special one at that. Not only was I surprising Andrew with something big, but I was also doing something big this year. Today was the grand opening for my equestrian therapy center here in Miami. We had our doors open since the morning, and were letting kids and parents come in to meet the horses and therapists while being treated to great food and some fun activities. It was an exciting and nerve-wracking day, but so far everything was going off without a hitch. And now, things were about to get even better. All right, open your eyes. I looked to Andrew so I could witness his reaction firsthand. There, standing a few feet in front of us, was a beautiful thoroughbred horse, her coat a dappled color with dark gray, almost black-looking boot pattern, and a lighter gray as you got closer to her back, where it was spotted white. Around her neck was a big velvet red bow with an oversized gift tag on it, Andrew's name scrawled in bold black letters. She was a stunning horse, and connected with me the instant I laid eyes on her. Now I was watching for the same to happen with Andrew. He looked to the horse, and then to me, his brown eyes glittering, his smile growing.
Wait, what? Seriously? Deck, you got me a horse?
No, I didn't get you anything. This was all Santa, I said, walking over to the dappled beauty. She was looking at us with massive brown eyes, neighing as we got closer. Hey there, girl, I cooed, holding a hand out, but Andrew was already patting the side of her head, putting his on hers. It was a sight to see, especially knowing how fearful he'd been of these majestic animals not that long ago.
She's incredible,
Andrew said, stepping back, a hand over his mouth.
I can't believe this. Thank you, Deck.
He came over to plant a big kiss on me. I hugged him tight. Merry Christmas, my love.
Merry Christmas,
he said into my neck, his smile loud on his words.
All right, what should we name her?
Andrew asked, turning back to his new horse. What's the first thing coming to your mind?
I don't know.
Go on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, December, Andrew said, sounding sure in his choice. December, I repeated him, liking the name instantly. So much good happened to us in December, it was a fitting name for her.
Huh? What's that?
Andrew asked, his attention being caught by part 2 of my gift. And that's when the nerves really started to ratchet up. This was a big moment, even bigger than getting Andrew a horse, and I really had no idea how he was going to react.
Andrew. Okay, so I was legit overjoyed and slightly short-circuiting. Declan's surprise blew me off my feet. I couldn't believe I had a horse of my own. I also couldn't believe how much I had come to love horses. From intense fear to near tears of happiness. It was a full 180-degree spin, and it was all thanks to Declan. He opened my eyes to something I was scared of even thinking about, and I'd grown to love it. It was something common between me and Declan. We'd grown on each other and had helped each other grow at the same time. This past year had been a complete whirlwind of crazy in my life. From uprooting myself and moving down to Miami so I could run the new Stonewall Investigations branch, to helping Declan open up his equestrian therapy center, to exploring our relationship and everything that came with it. Not to forget my divorce, which thankfully had gone as smooth as possible, with a mutual agreement between me and Barry that neither of us wanted to drag anything out. It was difficult, there was no denying that, but Declan was always there when I would show the cracks. When I would open up about my fear of seeming like a failure to the world, he would remind me that if someone was out there judging a person based on a relationship they had zero insight into, then that person didn't deserve my energy. He would remind me on a daily basis how much I meant to him, and I would do the same for him. It wasn't long into the relationship where I was feeling myself fall in love with Declan, but it was recently that I put the feeling into words. "Is this," I said, reaching out for the glinting piece of metal hanging off the bow. I looked at the key in my hand, feeling my grin growing larger by the second. I held something in my hand that could change the entire course of my future. Right here and right now, I would have to make a major decision. Sure, our relationship was working fine the way it was, with us both living in separate spaces. Thankfully, when I'd accepted Zane's offer to run the Miami branch of Stonewall Investigations, Declan had also found a reason to move to Florida with the opening of his equestrian therapy center, and I couldn't be prouder of him. He had worked so hard to make it happen, and we were seeing all kinds of people coming and thanking him for opening up another avenue of healing. I had seen firsthand the therapeutic effects horses had, and I was a full believer that equine therapy helped a countless number of people.
"A key to my place,"
Declan said.
"I want you to move in with me."
I looked up into Declan's eyes, finding myself totally taken by the man standing in front of me. "Are you sure?" I asked.
100%,
he replied, the corner of his mouth lifting into one of those smirks that got my dick twitching. "You'll have to deal with me 24/7, no escaping."
"I wouldn't have it any other way,"
Declan said, wrapping his big arms around me and pulling me in. "Let's do it," I said, kissing his neck before moving to his lips. "I want to wake up next to you every morning, Dec, and I want to go to sleep next to you every single night, and I want to have breakfast with you and watch TV with you and tease you about always leaving the seat up even though I do the same thing."
"You do, don't you?"
"Besides the point right now," I said, kissing my man. Behind me, December whinnied, as though she was just as happy as I was in that moment.
"I love you so much, Andrew."
I lost myself in those emerald eyes, seeing the love reflected back like a bottomless pool, endlessly there for me to dive into. "I love you, Dec, with all my heart." We kissed again, surrounded by a very powerful and a very real love. A love that grew from the unlikeliest of situations. Our story only just beginning.
This concludes Deck the Halls by Max Walker, narrated by Greg Bedreau. Copyright 2018 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.